Hello, Paranormal M viewers. How has the weather been where you are lately? Let me know in the comments below. I love being here with you, sharing paranormal experiences and helping you unwind. Thank you so much for sending in so many of your stories. Sleep well tonight. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Thank you so much. So this year I had this really on and off thing with someone named Maya. At first, it actually felt pretty steady. She told me early on that she wasn't great at communicating, and I tried to be understanding about that. But then something weird started happening. I'd have these dreams where she would tell me exactly what she was thinking or feeling, and later, in real life, she'd either say those same words almost exactly, or say something so close it gave me chills. And it wasn't just once. I kept dreaming about us arguing right before we'd drift apart again. And then I'd dream about us reconnecting right before things picked back up. It got to the point where I started feeling like my sleep knew what was coming before I did. Then one time, during one of our good phases, I had two dreams back to back that really threw me. In the first one, she had gone to some spiritual woman to send me a message saying she thought I was her soulmate and that she was sorry for pushing me away. The very next night, I dreamed she texted me to end things. And then, not long after that, she sent me almost the exact same breakup text from the dream. That hurt, so I pulled away. I stayed away from her. But after that, everything started feeling unexplainable. I'd be out somewhere minding my business, and the moment I got close enough to overhear someone talking, I'd hear her name. Not once in a while, often enough that it stopped feeling random. I even had dreams where she turned into this little stray cat, and then later I'd see a cat that looked just like that one hanging around near my car before work. I know how that sounds, but that's exactly what happened. Sometimes in my dreams, she'd be singing to me, songs about being sorry, missing me, wanting me back. Then later, I'd be out in public, hear that same song playing somewhere, and right when I recognized it, I'd either hear her name, see something that reminded me of her, or just get that same heavy feeling all over again. I drive a lot, so I noticed license plates without trying. And somehow I kept seeing plates with her name on them, which is wild because it's not even a super common name. A few of them would cut me off or pull up right in front of me, like I was being forced to notice. At one point, I even went on a date with someone else, trying to move on. And in the middle of that, I looked up and saw a plate that had her name on it with this little message that basically looked like, "Go love her." That really messed with me, especially because around that same time I had dreamed she was waiting for me to reach out, almost begging me to make the first move. Then social media got weird too. I'd open an app and somehow women with her name would show up on my feed posting videos to songs that all seemed to say the same thing. I miss you. I'm sorry. Come back. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe not. But after everything else, it stopped feeling easy to brush off. We were supposed to go to a music festival together at one point, but I never bought the tickets because I had this feeling, and honestly, a dream, that we were heading into another breakup phase. Then one day I was in a grocery store parking lot, and a car near me had the festival dates on the plate. Just another thing that made me stop and stare. I know this sounds unbelievable when I say it all out loud. I really do. But I'm being completely serious. I even talked to a friend of mine whose family has experience with spiritual practices, and she said some of what I described reminded her of things she'd seen before. So now I'm stuck. Part of me feels like I'm being told it's safe to let my guard down. I even talked to someone spiritual who told me I was protected and didn't need to be afraid. But I'm still angry, because at the end of the day, she's the one who ended things. She hurt me. And now it feels like I'm getting all these signs that she still sees me as something important, maybe even the one, but she's not showing up clearly in real life. She's not saying it plainly. She's not doing the actual work. The only real thing I can point to is that she still watches my social media. Her birthday is coming up, and I've been going back and forth about whether I should reach out. Then the other day, I bought a little dessert at the store, and the expiration date had her birthday on it. The next morning, I saw another license plate with her name while I was driving home. And I guess that's where I am now. I don't trust her the way I used to. Part of me wants to reach out and just have an honest conversation, to finally figure out what this all means and what she actually wants. But another part of me doesn't want to make myself vulnerable again, especially if it's just going to be more confusion, more mixed signals, more games. Because the truth is, the breakup wasn't on me. It was on her. And I'm not eager to walk back into something that already broke me once. I want to be upfront before I tell this story. Everything I'm about to share happened a few years ago, and even now, I still go back and forth in my mind about it. I've told close friends, I've questioned my own memory, and I've tried to explain it away more than once, but the longer I sit with it, the stranger it feels. My ex-boyfriend Jonah and I moved into this older apartment in the spring of 2022. From the start, I actually loved the place. It had this worn-in, cozy feeling, and for some reason, I felt at home right away. But around that same time, Jonah was starting to change. His drinking got worse fast. He was blacking out several nights a week, and his behavior became unpredictable in a way that honestly scared me. Not long after we moved in, I started having these vivid, unsettling dreams. Then, when I was awake, I'd sometimes catch glimpses of what looked like a figure standing just out of sight, like something peering around a doorway. I could never make out a face. It was more like a human shape with nothing there. Jonah didn't exactly see it the way I did, but he said the apartment felt wrong sometimes, like the air would shift. He came from an indigenous background, and he took spiritual cleansing seriously. He used smoke to cleanse the apartment, and I placed crystals above the doors because I was willing to try anything. For a while, it actually seemed to help. Things got quiet again, and I thought maybe the stress of everything had just gotten into my head. Then a few months later, I walked into the bathroom I mostly used and saw fresh drops of blood on the floor. I remember just freezing. My first thought was that maybe I had a nosebleed without noticing, so I checked myself right away. Nothing. Then I panicked and checked my cat from head to tail because she was mostly white, and I figured if she was hurt, I'd see it immediately. But she was completely fine. No cut, no scratch, nothing. I asked Jonah if he'd been in there, or if he'd had a nosebleed or hurt himself somehow, and he swore he hadn't. The litter box was in that bathroom, so he usually avoided it anyway because he hated stepping on stray litter. We were both genuinely shaken by that. I cleaned it up, and the next day, while I was at work, he did another cleansing of the apartment. After that, things settled down again. For a while, at least. Then about a year later, things started happening that were harder to brush off. Jonah and I would be in the same room, looking directly at each other, and one of us would hear the other say something, clearly in their voice, except neither of us had actually spoken. I know how that sounds, but it happened more than once, and the strange part was that we'd both be watching each other closely enough to know the other person's mouth never moved. We didn't really know what to call it, but we both understood enough not to react too strongly in the moment. We'd kind of just go quiet and try not to feed into whatever was happening. What made it harder to dismiss was that other things kept happening around both of us. More of the voice mimicry, doors opening on their own, The atmosphere in the apartment feeling heavy, almost watchful. It stopped feeling like isolated incidents and started feeling like we were living inside something we didn't understand. Eventually, our relationship ended because I couldn't keep living inside the chaos of his addiction. After we split, I thought that chapter of my life was over. I believed he was getting sober. Then, a few months later, he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That part is still hard for me to say out loud. And one of the things that has stayed with me, in a way I can't fully explain, is that the blood I saw afterward looked painfully similar to those drops I found on the bathroom floor that day. That memory came rushing back in a way that made my whole body cold. Since then, I've gone over everything that happened in that apartment more times than I can count. I'm not trying to avoid the reality of Jonah's struggles. He had depression. He had substance issues. Those things were real, and they mattered. But I can't shake the feeling that there was something else there too. Something in that apartment, or maybe something attached to him, or maybe something shaped by all the pain that was already building. I still wonder whether places can hold on to suffering, whether intense emotion, addiction, abuse, grief, all of that, can leave some kind of imprint. I wonder whether what we experienced has a name, or whether it was a mix of psychological unraveling and something genuinely paranormal. I don't know. I just know that when I think back on that apartment, it doesn't feel empty in my memory. It feels occupied. And even now, after all this time, I still find myself asking what exactly was living there with us. I've always been the kind of person who looks for a logical explanation first. Honestly, that's still where my mind goes. But this is one of those childhood memories that has stayed with me so clearly, and it happened often enough that I've never been able to just brush it off. I was probably about 9 years old, maybe 10. My younger brother was still really little then, still wearing diapers. Most evenings, usually sometime between 8 and 9, one of my parents would call me in and ask me to grab a fresh diaper from their room. They kept them on the top shelf of this tall wardrobe, way up high, so I always had to reach and stretch to get one. And every single time, it played out the same way. I'd walk into their room, head straight for the wardrobe, and stand there with my back to the window while I reached up. Then, the moment I lifted my arm, something in the room would change. It's hard to describe without making it sound dramatic, but it wasn't like something out of a horror movie. It was more like the whole atmosphere suddenly got thick and heavy, and I would know, immediately, that I wasn't alone in there. Then I'd see it. It had a shape that was almost human, in the sense that it had limbs, 2 arms, 2 legs, that kind of outline. But it didn't move like a person at all. It stayed low to the ground, dragging or crawling itself across the floor in this strange, unnatural way, like that was the only way it knew how to move. It looked like a shadow, but not the kind that made sense with the light in the room. More like a dark form that had no business being there. And what really bothered me was its face, or the lack of one. There was nothing there. No eyes, no mouth, no features. Just this blank, dark presence. It would make its way straight to my parents' bed, like that was exactly where it belonged. And the part that still unsettles me now is what happened next. The second it reached the bed, I was just gone. No warning, no feeling sleepy, no chance to run or even think. It was like someone flipped a switch inside me. 1 second I was standing there, and the next, everything cut out. Then later, I'd wake up with one of my parents shaking me, frustrated, asking why I'd fallen asleep in their bed and why I never brought the diaper they asked for. They weren't teasing me either. They were genuinely annoyed, because from their point of view, I'd just gone into the room and never come back. That's the part I still can't neatly explain. The repeated pattern, the missing time, waking up in the bed with no memory of climbing into it myself. I'm not trying to force some supernatural meaning onto it. I'm not saying it was a ghost or anything like that. I just know what I remember, and I know how consistently it happened. So that's why I still think about it. Maybe it was some strange kind of childhood sleep issue. Maybe sleepwalking. Maybe something else I've never heard of. I'm completely open to a normal explanation. I just want one that actually makes sense of the whole thing. I still remember this so clearly. I was probably around 12, maybe 13, living in this neighborhood full of apartment buildings where all the kids would spill outside and play until our parents called us in. Back then, it felt like the whole neighborhood was our playground. One evening, I was out like usual, running around with a bunch of other kids. As it got later and the sun started dropping, most everyone headed home, but a few of us stayed out. There was this tunnel near the far end of the neighborhood that opened up toward a patch of woods, and for some reason we always thought it was a fun place to hang out. That night, we were kicking a soccer ball around in there, just messing around and enjoying the last bit of daylight. As the sky got darker, one by one the others left until it was just me and this younger kid named Adrian. He was a couple years younger than I was. We ended up sitting near the end of the tunnel, the side that faced the woods, just talking and cooling off after playing. While we were sitting there, both of us heard it at the same time. A strange, whispering sound coming from the edge of the trees. I remember turning to Adrian and asking, "Did you hear that?" And he immediately said yes. It was dark over there by then, but the light from the tunnel spilled out just enough to make the area faintly visible. At first, I didn't see anything. I kept staring toward the woods, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. Then I looked a little higher, and that's when I saw it. There was a figure under a tree branch, facing in our direction. It looked like someone wearing a hood, but the way it was positioned made no sense. It didn't look like it was standing on the ground, and it didn't seem to be holding on to anything either. It honestly looked like it was floating there. The hood covered the face completely, and inside it was just pure darkness. No features, no eyes, nothing I could make out. I could only really see the upper part of the body, and the clothing looked light enough in color to stand out against everything else around it. Adrian saw it too. The second he really noticed it, he jumped up and ran straight back through the tunnel toward the neighborhood, crying. The second he bolted, I was right behind him. We ran until we got back to the apartment side and came across his older brother. We tried to tell him what we had seen, but he didn't believe us at all. He just took Adrian home. After that, I ran all the way back to my place. My building was farther off, and there was no way I was about to be out there alone after seeing something like that. What stuck with me the most was how wrong it felt. The branch above that figure was way too high for someone to just be standing underneath it the way this thing was. That's why, even now, I can only describe it as floating. And the whispering. We never made out any actual words, but it was loud enough to notice clearly. It wasn't just in my head, because Adrian heard it too. That's all that happened, but it stayed with me for years. Even now, when I think back on it, I can still picture that dark hood turned toward us at the edge of the woods. I've always wondered if anyone else has ever seen something like that. I want to tell you about something that has stayed with me since I was very little. My childhood was never rooted in one place. It was always just my mother, my father, and me, moving from one rented house to another in different towns and neighborhoods because of my mother's work at the hospital. Before I was even old enough to remember anything, my parents lived in a rented house that people in our area whispered about. There was a spirit people called Bach, a name from local folklore, and everyone said it troubled the women in the house. My mother used to say she felt something grab at her legs and pull her at night. My aunts, too, when they came to stay, were so frightened by what they experienced that they eventually refused to remain there. Not long after I was born, we left that place and moved into a government quarter. That apartment is where most of my memories begin. I grew up there. The bathroom was far from the bedrooms, and the walls around it were made of bamboo panels with long cracks running through them. Even in daylight, it felt unsettling. I was a quiet child, shy and lonely, and I did not have many friends. But I had one close friend, a little girl everyone called Della. We were inseparable, always wandering around together, turning ordinary corners into adventures. I was only about 3 when the strangest thing happened. Della and I were exploring the neighborhood one day. It was a very still area, almost too still, with long stretches where you could barely hear another person. Nearby, there was an old building that always looked abandoned. I had never seen anyone go in or out of it. But that day, for some reason, the door was open. We were curious, so we stepped inside. From upstairs, we could hear what sounded like construction noises, hammering, movement, the sound of people working. Naturally, we followed the noise. We climbed to the first floor expecting to find workers, but there was no one. We checked room after room, then another floor, and still no one. Yet the sounds had seemed so real. Then I noticed one room that looked completely different from the others. Inside were pieces of broken furniture, scattered rubbish, and a damaged ceiling light that somehow still flickered. The whole room felt wrong in a way I cannot fully explain. On the floor, among the debris, I spotted a strip of red cloth tied around what we call a tabish, something meant to protect against evil. But this one was ruined, torn apart, almost as if it had been violently destroyed. I don't know why it caught my attention so strongly, but I picked it up. I didn't even tell Della. I just slipped it away and took it home with me. I hid it under my bed. After that, everything changed. That very night, I began having terrible dreams. I remember black shapes like shadows slipping into the house. In the dreams, they came close to my mother, and there was always this awful feeling that they wanted to take her from me. There were other things too, disturbing images I can no longer clearly remember, only the fear they left behind. Then came the next night. I woke up needing to use the bathroom. Normally, a child that age would wake their parents, but for some reason, I decided to go alone. I got out of bed and started walking through the dark toward the bathroom. That was when I noticed the front door of our house standing open. I felt disappointed and confused, so I came back down, shut the door, locked it, and finally went to the bathroom. When I was done and started walking back, I suddenly felt this sharp coldness run through me, like ice down my spine. Then I felt a rush of air right beside my ear, though everything around me had been still. And in that instant, I thought I heard a whisper, very faint, but close. So close. I was terrified. I ran back to my room as fast as I could and curled myself into my mother's arms. To this day, I still wonder what followed me home from that building. I don't know whether the families who lived in that apartment after us ever experienced anything strange, but I know I did. And honestly, this is only one part of it. There were many more incidents after that, some of them even more chilling, some too blurred by time for me to describe properly. Even in the place we live now, there have been moments that left me shaken, and not all of them were just feelings. Some felt physical, real, and impossible to explain. But that night, that was where it truly began. Honestly, I think it all began when I was about 6. At that age, I didn't know anything about spirits or hauntings or any of that. I was just a kid, sitting alone in the living room one evening, watching TV while my parents slept in the next room. Then, out of nowhere, I felt this cold rush across the back of my neck. At the exact same moment, it felt like someone pressed one finger hard into the top of my shoulder, and right behind my left ear, I heard a voice whisper, "Hey." I ran straight to my parents' room, completely panicked, telling them someone was in the house and that somebody had whispered to me. They barely reacted. They told me I was imagining things and went right back to resting. I still think about that moment sometimes, because it feels like that was the night something noticed me. After that, weird things became normal in our house. My stepdad used to mess with me sometimes. He'd hide in my closet before bed and grab at my feet just to scare me. So one night, I checked the closet carefully before getting into bed. I made sure nobody was inside, then I shut the door and lay down. A few minutes later, I heard the closet door slowly slide open. I looked over at that dark gap, and there they were, two red eyes staring back at me. I jumped up, turned on the light, and yanked the closet open, fully expecting my stepdad to be crouched in there laughing. But the closet was empty, completely empty, and the eyes were gone. Not long after that, the same eyes started showing up somewhere else too. Whenever I took a bath, I'd look up at the vent over the tub, and I'd see them watching me from inside the grate, just fixed on me. It made my skin crawl. I used to keep a wet washcloth with me and throw it at the vent over and over. If I hit it just right, the eyes would disappear. But next time I bathed, they'd be back again like nothing had happened. Then came the first time I saw an actual figure. One night, my older brother and I were hanging out downstairs playing games, and he asked me to go upstairs to grab him a cup of ice. As I started climbing the stairs, I looked up toward the railing above the living room and saw this tall figure leaning against it. It was wearing a long hooded robe, dark and heavy looking, and where its face should have been, there was just blackness. No features, nothing. What gets me is that I kept going up the stairs. I don't know why, I just did. And as I moved upward, that thing started moving too, but backward, almost like it was mirroring me in reverse. Every step I took toward the top, it took one step back toward the kitchen. By the time I reached the top landing, it had backed into the kitchen doorway. It turned its head toward me for just a second, and then it vanished. I saw that same figure one more time before we moved. I was upstairs in the computer room one afternoon, playing an online game, when I started hearing this sharp cracking sound. At first, I thought maybe the house was settling, but it kept happening, and it sounded too deliberate, like knuckles cracking. I was pretty sure I was home alone, which made it even worse. So I got up and opened the door to the hallway. At the far end of the hall, near the same staircase area, that robed figure was standing there again. It wasn't facing me this time, but I heard that cracking sound once more, and somehow I knew it was coming from that thing. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Maybe 10 seconds later, I heard this awful noise on the other side, something between a growl and a rush of air, and then the door jolted hard, like something had shoved it with real force. Around that time, there was also our babysitter. I'll call her Mara. She was connected to our family through people who worked on our property, and eventually she started looking after my brother and me. She was unusual. Not in a loud or dramatic way, just calm, intense, and strange in a way that stuck with you. Not long after she started babysitting us, she told us she was a witch. I remember her showing us old instant photos of herself with two other people standing around a table carved with symbols, like they were in the middle of some kind of ritual. At the time, I thought she was probably just trying to seem mysterious. But then one day, I came in from outside and headed upstairs while she was in the kitchen making dinner. She didn't realize I was there. I stopped in the hallway and watched a knife slide across the countertop by itself, straight into her hand. She didn't flinch. She just picked it up and kept chopping like that was completely normal. I never said a word to her about it. But after that, my curiosity got out of control. My brother and I started looking up dark rituals online, just dumb kids thinking we were brave. One evening, we went outside, made a rough circle with dead leaves, set a little statue in the middle, and started reading words we'd copied down from some site we didn't understand. Mara happened to look out the window and saw us. She came flying outside, yelling at us to stop. She kicked the leaves apart, grabbed the statue, and told us we had no idea what we were messing with. I'd never seen her look truly scared until that moment. Not long after that, she stopped babysitting for us. A while later, she died. I still think about her sometimes, and whether she knew more than she ever admitted. Before we left that first house, there was one last thing that happened. It was smaller than the others, but it stuck with me. I was getting ready for school one morning, standing at the bathroom counter, and when I reached for my comb, it suddenly snapped off the counter and hit the wall behind me. It didn't slip. It didn't wobble and fall. It launched. That was the kind of thing that had become ordinary by then. Noises in empty rooms, hearing my name whispered when no one was home, shadows moving in the edge of my vision, the constant feeling of being watched, and sometimes even touched. Then we moved. We packed up and moved about 5 hours north, out near Lone Butte, British Columbia. The new property was huge, about 100 acres of forest and open land. We were isolated out there. No close neighbors, no streetlights, just woods and silence. And somehow, the silence made everything worse. One of the first major things that happened there involved my brother, my stepsister, and me. We were all inside watching a horror movie one night when, all of a sudden, the upstairs closet started slamming open and shut on its own. Not creaking, not drifting, slamming, hard, over and over. We were terrified. None of us knew what to do, so we ran outside barefoot and waited in the yard for our parents to come home. At one point, I had to go back inside because the gravel was tearing up my feet and I needed shoes. I cracked my head around the corner toward the living room, and the TV was still on, right at the worst possible moment. A close-up shot from the movie where the ghost suddenly stares straight at the screen. Even now I can admit the timing was almost ridiculous. But at the time, I thought my heart was going to stop. Once I knew that history, a lot of things felt heavier. My brother and I both saw what looked like children's faces in the windows of that building more than once. Lights would switch on and off inside at random hours. The woods around the property felt wrong, too. We'd find old belts tied around trees, rusted tools half buried in the ground, deep gouges in bark that looked too large to explain easily, and tracks from animals that never seemed to match anything familiar. We even found a dumping area full of old cars so weathered that trees had started growing through them. That whole place felt like it was holding on to something. And then there was the thing I still have the hardest time talking about. It was winter. Late, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning. I was sitting alone in the hot tub on the back deck, just staring out at the woods. Fresh snow had fallen recently, and it was deep enough to come up almost to my knees in places. Out of the tree line came this enormous wolf. I've seen wolves since then, and nothing has ever looked like that one. It was massive. Its fur looked silver in the moonlight, almost metallic, and its eyes were this bright, unnatural green. It walked slowly along the paddock fence, and as it passed, it locked eyes with me. We just stared at each other. Then it kept moving toward the barn where the horses were. The entrance of the barn was dark, but the far side had a bright outdoor light, so I could still see the shape clearly as it moved through. And halfway through that barn, I watched it change. That's the only way I can say it. One second it was a wolf, and the next it was rising, stretching, becoming something broad-shouldered and human-shaped. By the time it reached the other end, it looked like a man, except too tall, around 7 feet, maybe more. It turned the corner toward the field and never came out the other side. The horses never made a sound, not one. My brother had his own experience too. He told me he woke up one night with that awful feeling that someone was watching him. He looked out his window and saw a huge wolf walking away from the house, right past where he'd been sleeping. So whatever I saw out there, I don't think it was just mine. That's the part that stays with me most. Not just the fear, but the feeling that these things weren't random. Like they followed patterns. Like they noticed us. Like whatever began when I was 6 never really stopped. It just changed shape, moved house with us, and kept finding new ways to remind me it was still there. So this happened when my partner and I were getting ready for bed, probably around 10:30 or 11 at night. Our bedroom was down in the basement, and our roommate, Marcus, stayed upstairs. His schedule was basically the reverse of ours, so it wasn't unusual at all for him to come by late and knock on our door if he needed something. That night, my partner and I were having one of those last sleepy conversations before dozing off when we heard a knock at the door. It sounded completely normal, completely familiar, so I just called out, "Come in," because we were all close and he never needed some formal invitation. But nobody came in. I said it again, a little louder this time. "Come in!" Still nothing. So we called out Marcus's name, and when there was no answer, I got up and opened the door. No one was there. I remember just standing there for a second, confused, then sitting back down and joking that it was the ghost. We'd had a few odd little moments in that old house before, the kind of thing people shrug off because old houses make noises, but nothing that ever really stuck with me. Not like this. Eventually, we settled down and tried to sleep. My partner drifted off first, and I was just starting to fade when I heard it again. Another knock. This time, it didn't wake her up, so I didn't say anything. I just got out of bed and decided to look around the basement a bit. I thought maybe the cat was getting into something, or maybe the house was shifting. The weird thing was, the rhythm sounded so much like the first knock that I started wondering if maybe it was pipes reacting to the cold. I tried to convince myself that was all it was, but honestly, it didn't sound like pipes. It sounded exactly like someone knocking on our bedroom door. Same hollow wooden sound, same placement, same unmistakable rhythm. And I knew what the house sounded like in winter. This was different. Still, I told myself it was nothing serious and went back to bed. About half an hour later, it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. At that point, I was wide awake enough to really notice how deliberate it sounded. Not random, not muffled through the walls. It sounded like knuckles on wood, right outside our room. Our laundry room was down the hall, but our bedroom door was thick enough that we almost never heard anything from outside. So hearing it that clearly felt wrong. I was tired, though. I had work the next morning, so I just kept trying to ignore it, but it kept coming back. Every 30 minutes, maybe every hour. I lost track after a while, and each time the pattern changed. Sometimes it was a couple of neat little knocks. Sometimes it was a quick burst, like someone impatiently tapping. At one point, it even sounded like that old shave and a haircut rhythm. That part really got to me because it felt playful, intentional. Each time I'd start to drift off, it would happen again and yank me right back awake. At some point in the early morning, I was jolted awake harder than before by a knock followed by a man's voice right outside the room saying, "Hey." That was the moment I thought, okay, it has to be Marcus. It had to be. I threw off the covers, opened the door again, and found absolutely no one there. Now I was irritated and, honestly, a little freaked out. I thought maybe he was messing with us, because he definitely had that kind of humor. So I pulled on some clothes and went upstairs to find him. The house was completely dark. No lights, no sounds, nothing. And when I checked, he wasn't home at all. He was still at work. So I went back to bed, trying to come up with any explanation that felt remotely sane. Maybe the house was making noises in a way I'd never heard before. Maybe being half asleep had made things sound stranger than they were. Maybe I'd imagined the voice. But the knocking continued. Eventually, I got so exhausted that I started dozing between episodes. Then around 7 in the morning, both my partner and I shot upright in bed at the exact same time because we both heard it. A clear voice outside the room saying, "Hey!" Not a creak, not a muffled sound, a voice. I opened the door one last time. No one there. I turned to her and asked if that was what woke her up, and she said yes. So at least I knew I hadn't imagined that part. I told her the knocking had been happening all night, over and over. Later that day, when Marcus finally got home, I asked if he'd come by the house at all during the night. He said no. He'd stayed over at a friend's place and never came home. I told him everything, and he was just as confused as we were. For the next few nights, we paid close attention, waiting to hear it again. Nothing. Since then, the weather has changed plenty of times. Temperatures have gone up and down, and the house has made all its usual old house sounds, but never that sound. Never those knocks. Never that voice. I love paranormal stories, but I'm usually the skeptical one. I always look for the ordinary explanation first. But that night still bothers me, because I've never been able to explain it in a way that really fits. And to this day, I still don't know who or what was at that door. One of the strangest things that ever happened to me goes back to when I was a student in Oslo, probably around 2009 or so. At the time, I was close friends with another student named Adrian. We saw each other all the time, on campus, back at the student housing, and even at the fencing club we both went to. That summer, we spent a lot of evenings hanging out at the top of the dorm building where he lived in Song Student Village. It was one of the taller buildings in the area, maybe 11 floors or something like that, and he lived right near the top. There was this tiny balcony at the end of the hallway where we liked to sit. It felt private up there. I almost never saw anyone else around. We'd grill food, drink a little wine, smoke from his hookah, and just talk for hours. It was a really good time in my life. Then one late night, after we'd been outside for a while, we went back into the shared kitchen. It was completely dark outside. Along one wall of the kitchen, there were these big windows looking out over the night, and we sat down at the table near them, facing each other. I have this vague memory that we might have been talking about strange or unsettling things already, but I can't say that for sure. What I do remember clearly is this. Outside the window, there was a cable running down the side of the building, and all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark figure below the window, clinging to that cable and moving upward. I froze. At that exact same moment, Adrian saw it too. He reacted so violently that he actually tipped backward in his chair. I jerked away from the window without even thinking. The whole thing lasted maybe a second or two, no more than that. But it was enough. We both immediately started talking over each other, trying to explain what we'd just seen, and it became clear very quickly that we had seen the same thing. The way it moved is what stayed with me. If you've ever seen that scene in Aliens where the creatures are crawling upside down through a tight overhead space, that's exactly what it reminded me of. Not just the look of it, but the motion. That unnatural, creeping movement. At the time, I wrote it off as some kind of shared misperception. Maybe our eyes caught a shadow the same way. Maybe our minds filled in the blanks. It scared us, absolutely, but I didn't give it any deeper meaning. I left not long after, and in the years that followed, Adrian and I brought it up now and then, almost like an odd story from student days, nothing more than that. But then, many years later, sometime around 2021, I mentioned it to another friend, and he said something that had never once occurred to me. He said, "You should see whether someone died there." So I looked it up, and almost immediately, I found old news reports about a student who had fallen from a building in Song Student Village and died during a party. The police investigated it, but there was no sign of foul play. The reports were from 2006, a few years before my experience. That hit me hard. I sent the articles to Adrian right away and asked what he thought, and he told me he already knew about the case. According to what he remembered, it had happened in that same building, possibly from the floor just below the one where we had been sitting that night. He also said there had been rumors for years afterward that people had seen something unexplained around the building. That was the moment the whole experience changed for me. What makes it so unsettling to me is that I had never heard about that student's death when it happened. I had no story in my head, no expectation, no reason to connect that place with anything paranormal. So whatever we saw that night, it didn't come from suggestion. All I know is that both of us saw something at the same moment, in the same place, and neither of us forgot it. That experience has stayed with me ever since. I'm still not someone who claims to have all the answers, but it definitely made me more open-minded when other people talk about strange things they can't explain. Some stories are easy to laugh off, but when something happens to you directly, something that feels real in your bones, it's a lot harder to dismiss. I worked as a delivery driver for a pizza chain in a small Australian city called Lismore for about 2 years. Honestly, even though people call it a city, it feels more like a big country town. In that job, you see the usual stuff sooner or later. Drunk people doing stupid things, sketchy customers, the occasional situation that makes your skin crawl. One night, someone even stole a whole order right out from under me. But out of everything that happened, there were 3 moments that never really left me, because I still can't explain any of them. The first one happened maybe 3 or 4 months after I started. I was taking an order out to a more isolated stretch on the edge of town, where the houses were spread out and the roads got quiet fast. I was driving this beat-up little hatchback I had at the time, and on both sides of the road there were thick reeds and long grass, nearly as high as the hood. Out of nowhere, something bolted across the road on all 4s. It moved so quickly that at first my brain almost refused to process it, but I know what I saw. As it crossed in front of my headlights, it turned its head toward me for just a second. The face looked almost dog-like, but wrong somehow, like part of the jaw was exposed, and I could see teeth. The body didn't look furry at all. It looked bare, almost human-skinned, pale and dirty, and I remember thinking there was no tail. That detail really stuck with me. Its eyes caught the light in this strange, milky white way that made my stomach drop. It wasn't very big, maybe around 80 or 90 centimeters tall, but the way it moved was what really got me. It didn't run like a dog or a cat. It kind of sprang forward in this jerky, gathered motion, almost like it was pulling its back legs up underneath itself and launching forward. In a second, it was gone into the grass on the other side. Now, I'm not someone who jumps straight to paranormal explanations. I'm pretty skeptical by nature. I looked into local stories afterward, tried to find any cryptid reports or folklore that matched what I'd seen, and I came up with basically nothing. I even described it to a friend of mine who knew a fair bit about indigenous stories from nearby regions, and nothing lined up there either. So whatever that thing was, I still have no name for it. The second experience happened not too long after that. I was delivering to a more built-up neighborhood in town. It was one of those streets where, if you looked one way, there was a sports field, and if you looked the other, there was an old cemetery. I dropped the order off like normal, but the second I turned back toward my car, I got this overwhelming feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. It hit me so strongly that I didn't even try to brush it off. I hurried back, got inside, and locked the doors straight away. Then I looked out the back window toward the cemetery. Nothing. Everything looked still. So I started the car, and while I was adjusting the rearview mirror, I'd knocked it getting one of the insulated bags out. I glanced up. Standing behind my car, just a couple of meters away, was this tall, dark figure. I can't tell you any real features, because there weren't any that I could make out. It was just this looming shape, blacker than the dark around it, upright and motionless. The second I saw it, I drove off. No hesitation. I didn't turn around, didn't take another look, nothing. I just left. Then, suddenly, a woman in a long white dress stepped out onto the road ahead of me. She didn't run. She just walked out and stopped. I slammed on the brakes immediately, but even as I did, I knew I had enough distance. I wasn't going too fast, and she was still several meters in front of me. I should have come to a stop with her still standing there. Except before the car had even fully stopped, she vanished. Not moved, not ran off, just vanished. There was nothing there. No one on the road, no shape in the trees, no sign that anybody had been there at all. The only way I've ever been able to describe it is that it looked like someone had cut a person out of reality mid-frame. I still think about those nights sometimes. I've tried to explain them away in every reasonable way I can, and maybe there is some normal explanation buried in all of it. But in the moment, each one felt completely real. And even now, telling it back, it still gives me that same cold feeling. So this happened a while before the ghost story I told before. I was about 20 at the time, and it's still one of those nights I can't explain, no matter how many times I replay it in my head. It was around 10:30 at night when my stepdad called me. He said our old family dog, Rusty, had somehow gotten out from his townhouse across town and asked if I could come help look for him. Of course I said yes. When I got there, we talked for a minute and tried to figure out the best places to search. For some reason, I felt pulled toward my old high school. It was a pretty decent distance away, far enough that it didn't make much sense for a dog to wander there, but I couldn't shake the feeling, so I went. I turned onto the road that led back to the school entrances, drove all the way down, realized there was nothing there, and turned around to head back out. And while I was driving, I happened to look up at the sky. That's when I saw it. At first, it looked like a star, but it was way brighter than everything else around it. Bright enough that I did a double take. And I remember actually saying out loud, "What the hell is that?" And the weirdest part, the part that still gets me, is that the second I said that, it moved. Not like a shooting star, not like a plane, not like anything normal. It had been sitting perfectly still, and then all at once it just shot off in a straight line so fast it was gone instantly, like something kicked it into overdrive. I've seen meteors before. This wasn't that. It didn't streak downward or fade naturally. It was like it reacted and took off. What burned into my memory even more than the speed was the trail it left behind. It's hard to describe, but it almost looked like a thin, glowing ring stretched across the path it traveled, kind of like a tiny Saturn-like halo pulled through the sky. For just a second, it hung there, and then it broke apart into these fading orange sparks, almost like embers drifting up from a fire. I had pulled my car over by then, and I just stood there outside the driver's side door, heart pounding, staring at the sky, trying to process what I had just seen. I kept asking myself, what was that? Why did it feel like it moved the moment I noticed it? And of course, why didn't I have a dash cam? While I was still standing there, my phone rang. It was my stepdad asking where I was. I told him I was heading back, but honestly, I was still pretty shaken up. Not long after that, we found Rusty in a neighborhood nearby, safe and totally fine. So at least that part of the night had a happy ending. But that thing I saw in the sky? I've never forgotten it. I still can't explain it. And every now and then, I'll come across a UFO clip online that reminds me of it, especially the ones where something moves impossibly fast and leaves behind that strange glowing trail. It's the closest thing I've seen to what happened that night. This happened when I was in my early 20s, and honestly, even now, I still don't have a good explanation for it. What made it even stranger was that it really started with a dream my mom had the night before. The next morning, her boyfriend at the time, his name was Marcus, and he worked overnight security at a nearby hospital, told me what had happened, and I remember just sitting there feeling completely unsettled. He said it was somewhere around 3:30 in the morning. He was awake early, getting himself ready for work, drinking coffee in the kitchen, half paying attention to whatever was on TV, and then he started hearing whispering. At first he thought maybe he was imagining it because it was faint, but he said it sounded angry, like this low, hostile whispering coming from just outside the apartment door. So he got up and went to check, and the second he got near the door, it stopped. He looked around, didn't see anybody, didn't hear anything else, so he figured maybe it was just some weird noise in the hallway and went back to what he was doing. But then it happened again. This time, he said it was louder, clearer, like whoever, or whatever it was, had moved right up to the front door. So now he was annoyed as much as confused, and he went over there fast, opened the door, looked out, and again, nothing. No one there, no footsteps, no voices, just silence. At that point, he told himself it was strange, sure, but maybe still explainable. Then it happened a third time. Only this time, it wasn't whispering. He said he heard a deep, rough man's voice, almost shouting, and it wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was coming from my mom's bedroom. He panicked and ran down the hall, pushed open her door, and found my mom lying there in bed, talking in a voice that didn't sound like hers at all. He said it sounded male, low, harsh, and really unsettling. He couldn't make out the words, just that the tone felt dark, almost commanding. He turned on the light and kept calling for her, trying to wake her up, and after a few moments, she finally came to. She was confused, frightened, and clearly shaken. When she was fully awake, she told him she'd been having a nightmare. She said there was this dark figure in the room with her, something shadowy and threatening, trying to overpower her. She described it as this heavy, terrifying presence, nothing like any dream she'd ever had before. So the next day, Marcus was telling me all of this while we were sitting in the kitchen of that same apartment. I remember him getting to the part about hearing the voice from her room, and right then, the kitchen lights suddenly went out. Not all of them, just most of them. One light stayed on. The timing of it was so exact that both of us just froze. We didn't even really talk about it. We just looked at each other, grabbed our stuff, and left the apartment as fast as we could. Later on, when we came back, everything was completely normal. The lights worked fine. Nothing was damaged. And after that, nothing else like that ever happened again. but I still think about that night sometimes. I still get chills when I tell it. There was just something deeply wrong about it, something I can't neatly explain away. And the strange part is, Marcus had actually promised my mom he wouldn't tell me any of it. I'm glad he did. I just wish it had come with answers. So, after years of looking, asking around, and dreaming about it, I finally got one of my dream cars, an older Jaguar. And honestly, I should have just been thrilled. But from pretty early on, I started getting this feeling that something about it was off. In the daytime, it seems completely normal, beautiful even. But at night, the whole thing changes. The second it gets dark, the car starts to feel strangely unwelcoming. It's hard to explain, but being inside it at night feels heavier somehow, like it's much later than it really is. Almost like time slows down around it. And I know what normal nighttime unease feels like. This isn't that. This feels different, colder, less friendly. There's also this interior mood lighting that catches me off guard sometimes and makes it look, for a split second, like the roof lining is glowing or smoldering. It's not exactly comforting. Then there's the way things keep happening whenever we take it out. I don't drive it myself, mostly because insurance on a classic Jaguar for a younger guy like me would be ridiculous. So my father, Martin, usually drives. One of the first times he took it out, he somehow clipped a post and cleanly knocked the side indicator right off, while scraping up the panel around it. Since then, it's felt like every trip comes with some weird little incident. At one point, another driver came so close it honestly felt like they were trying to hit us. It's like the car attracts bad moments. Not long after we got it, we also realized the tires were dangerously low, nearly flat really, and the dealer never mentioned it. We went to pump them up using an old compressor we hardly ever use, and right in the middle of it, that died too. It started making this awful squealing noise and stopped building pressure completely. So we had to drag out this battered old backup pump that looked like it belonged in a shed 20 years ago. I know how that sounds, but it genuinely felt like the car didn't want us fixing it. And the strange little problems keep piling up. Recently, one of the rear door handles stopped working altogether. The door only opens from the inside now. It's not the child lock either, we checked. It just doesn't work. Like the car has suddenly decided it doesn't want anyone getting in. So now that's another trip to a specialist. Even when it's parked, other cars seem to pass uncomfortably close to it. Maybe that's just because it's a larger car and I'm not used to judging the space around it. Or maybe it's my dad still readjusting after not driving something that size in years. But it always feels just a bit too close for comfort. And then there's the smell. The inside has this odd scent, almost like fresh paint or chemicals. And after sitting in it for a while, my nose starts to feel blocked up. We already replaced the cabin air filter, so that shouldn't be it. I know it probably sounds dramatic, but the more time I spend around that Jaguar, the more I can't shake the feeling that it came with more than just a history. You know, for as long as I can remember, my life has been punctuated by these strange little flashes I've come to think of as clear frame moments. Moments when everything suddenly feels sharper, brighter, more alive. It doesn't seem to matter what season of life I'm in either. Things can be going beautifully, or they can be falling apart, and still, every now and then, it's like some invisible film gets peeled away from the world. Everything looks vivid. I feel completely present. My mind quiets down, and for a little while, I'm not tangled up in the past or worrying about what's next. I'm just there. And along with that comes this rush of warmth, almost euphoria, and a kind of creative energy that's hard to explain unless you felt it too. The closest comparison I can make is when an old, blurry video suddenly switches into full resolution. It's like life goes from muted to crystal clear in an instant. I tend to connect those moments with bright afternoons and sunlight, but honestly, some of the earliest ones happened at night. I still remember standing outside under streetlights when I was younger, and everything looked almost unreal. The glow of the lamps, the shine on the pavement, the feeling in the air. It all felt charged somehow. I had a lot of these moments between the ages of about 12 and 14. Maybe it had something to do with growing up, or maybe I was just more open to the world then. Back then, they often arrived in the evening, when everything was quiet and the lights around me seemed unusually crisp. One of the strongest happened in the spring of 2019. I was walking through an old town center, past rows of brick shop fronts, and out of nowhere, it hit me. The whole street seemed illuminated in this almost dreamlike way. I can still picture it so clearly. That moment felt like the opening scene of some bigger chapter in my life, like something inside me had clicked into place. What's strange is that I also had a few of these moments during 2020, which was, without question, one of the darkest years I've ever lived through. It was a year full of pain and heavy thoughts I'm grateful I never acted on. And yet, even then, these flashes still appeared. I remember one afternoon trying to get a label printer running for my father's work, getting increasingly frustrated, and then sunlight poured through the room in this certain way, and everything suddenly felt still and bright. Another time, I was just standing by the window, looking outside, and the world beyond the glass seemed so clean and sharply outlined that it almost stopped me in my tracks. There have been other moments too. I remember the first time I wore my sailor-style outfit by the coast. I leaned over the rail, looked out across the water, and felt this deep, almost unexplainable sense of belonging, like I had landed exactly where I was meant to be for that one brief second. These days, the feeling seems softer than it used to. Or maybe I just struggle more to separate it from nostalgia, from ordinary happiness, from a day that simply went well. But the older, stronger ones still stand apart in my memory, especially that one in 2019. I remember it with such intensity that it almost feels unreal, like some kind of altered state. And I should say, I've never touched drugs in my life. And creatively, it changes everything. In those moments, I notice patterns in shadows, shapes in reflections, the way light leads the eye. Drawing feels natural. Writing feels effortless. Ideas come without strain. Compared to my usual state, where I can sit there making marks on a page without really knowing what I'm trying to create, it feels almost magical. The odd thing is, you can't summon it. You can't force it into being. It only comes when something unseen has fallen into place. I've had days I thought would give me that feeling, even milestones, even things I once dreamed of, and nothing happened. So whatever this is, it doesn't seem tied to achievement. It's more like one of those puzzle games where every piece has to connect just right before anything starts flowing. And I still wonder about it, whether other people know this feeling, whether there's a name for it, whether it's something psychological, emotional, spiritual, or just one of those rare human experiences that slips through the cracks of language. I'd love to understand it better, because in some quiet way, I think I've been chasing those moments my whole life. So, this actually happened to me twice, and even now, when I talk about it, it still feels unreal. The first time was about 4 months ago. I was out on one of my usual evening walks, just making my way down a quiet road in my village, where a few new houses were still being built. It was peaceful, nothing unusual, just the kind of walk I'd done 100 times before. And then, right in front of me, I saw it. This dark arm, completely black, solid looking, from just below the elbow all the way down to the hand and fingers, suddenly moved across the road from my right to my left. The strangest part is, it wasn't moving like a normal person would. It almost looked like it was running on its own. A hand and forearm, just moving by themselves. Then it slipped under a metal sheet near the construction area, and when it did, it made a sharp scraping noise. That sound is what really stayed with me, because it meant I hadn't just imagined it. I heard it. It interacted with something physical. And then it was gone. The second time happened maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago. I was in bed late at night, just lying there scrolling through Reddit before sleep, completely relaxed, not thinking about anything spooky at all. Then, out of nowhere, I noticed my blanket starting to lift near my left calf. At first, I just froze, because I was both feeling it and seeing it happen at the same time. And then something grabbed my leg. Not lightly, not like a brush or a twitch. I mean a firm grip, like a hand wrapping around my leg and holding on. I reacted instantly and kicked hard without even thinking. As I jerked my leg away, it honestly felt like I struck something hand-like. That's the part that still messes with me the most. I know how crazy that sounds. I really do. But as strange as it was, I didn't completely lose it. I just kind of shook it off and kept scrolling. And I know that reaction probably sounds odd too, but the truth is, I've gotten used to weird things happening around me. There was another moment, not directly connected to this, that really changed how I see all of this. I was at a friend's house one night, or technically early morning, and we were outside talking. I remember the exact time because it stuck with me. 3:41 a.m. I was sitting on a couch facing toward the kitchen area inside, and then I saw this figure. It was like a shadow, but not normal darkness. It was black and transparent at the same time, like you could see through it but still clearly make out its shape. I stared at it for a second, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, and then I told my friend, "Look over there. Tell me if you see what I'm seeing." He looked, and his face completely changed. He went pale. And this was someone who never believed in any of this stuff, ever. That moment stuck with me more than anything, because it was the first time someone else saw the same thing I did. Up until then, every strange experience I'd had could have been explained away, at least by other people. But after that, I couldn't deny that something was happening. So when that hand grabbed my leg in bed, as insane as it sounds, part of me wasn't even shocked. Part of me had already accepted that sometimes, for whatever reason, I seem to notice things other people usually don't. I don't know why this memory came back to me the other day. I was just standing in the shower, minding my business, and suddenly it was right there again, clear as ever in some parts and blurry in others. I've already tried giving it the usual explanation, like maybe I was just little, maybe I misunderstood what I was seeing, maybe it was the excitement of the day messing with my head. But honestly, even now, I still can't fully explain it. I was probably around 9, maybe 10. A bunch of my family had gone out to this huge park for somebody's birthday. And when I say huge, I mean it had everything. There were regular playground areas with jungle gyms and swings, a splash pad section, a place where kids were sliding down grassy hills on flattened boxes, just all kinds of stuff going on. People were everywhere. Families, kids running around, adults talking, music somewhere in the background. It was one of those loud, busy days that feels exciting when you're a kid. My mom, my aunt, and one more grown-up were walking me and a few of my cousins around, just letting us explore. We ended up near this one playground that looked pretty normal at first. On one side of the path, there was a wooden play structure, kind of shaped like a castle, with wood chips all around it. On the other side, there were swings, slides, and one of those merry-go-rounds. The adults stopped near a bench and let us run around while they kept watch from there. So I went straight for the castle play area. I was running around outside it at first, just messing around with the other kids. Then I climbed inside, and that's where I saw them. There were 3 kids in there. One of them looked normal enough, just another kid at the playground. But the other 2, even back then, something about them stood out right away. They were both really pale enough for a child to notice. They had dark, straight hair, and their lips were this strange, bright red. The boy had this smile stretched across his face that I still don't know how to describe without sounding dramatic. It was way too wide, almost cartoonish, like something painted on. At first, I genuinely thought that's what it was, face paint. But when I got closer, it didn't look painted on at all. I remember asking him, plain as day, "How are you doing that?" And the second I said it, he dropped the smile and looked at me like I was the weird one. He said, "What do you mean?" So I said, "That face you were making." Then he smiled again, just like that, wide and unnatural. And the girl beside him started giggling, like she knew something I didn't. But I wasn't scared, not at all. In my little kid mind, I thought I'd found some cool trick. Like when kids used to do weird stuff with their thumbs or flip their eyelids and act like they had a superpower. I thought maybe he had just practiced making his face do that. So I kept staring, trying to figure it out. More kids came through the playground while we were talking, but nobody stayed near them for long. Looking back, it kind of seemed like the other kids were avoiding them. But me? I thought they were fascinating. I thought they were cool. At one point I said, "Yeah, that smile. How are you doing that?" And the girl started laughing harder. Then the boy started laughing too. I was getting annoyed because I really wanted them to show me, so I asked, "What's so funny?" The boy tried to answer, but he kept laughing. Then he finally got serious for a second and said, "We're vampires." So I asked if they were serious. The boy said something like, "You don't believe us? Look at her teeth." And I did. I remember the girl showing her teeth, and they looked sharper than normal. Not like monster fangs from a movie, just wrong. Too pointed. His teeth looked similar too, and that's around the point where the whole memory starts getting hazy, almost dreamlike. I remember still being drawn to them, even though by then I knew something felt off. I wasn't exactly comfortable, but I also didn't want to leave. They still had this strange pull, like I wanted to keep talking to them because they seemed mysterious and interesting. I know that sounds odd, but that's exactly how it felt. I asked them more questions after that, though I can't remember what I asked. I just remember their faces starting to seem less normal the longer I looked at them. Their eyes looked darker. There were shadows under them that made them look sick or sleepless. And at some point, I remember their pupils looking strange too, almost too dark and too sharp. But even then, little me still thought it was kind of amazing, like I was seeing something rare. The whole conversation after that is just bits and pieces. Maybe it lasted 5 minutes, maybe longer. I remember other kids passing by, and once or twice the boy or girl tried to talk to one of them, but nobody stayed. It was always just me. Then I remember them trying to get me to go somewhere else with them. I don't remember where. I just remember agreeing, like I was about to follow them without really thinking. And right then, I heard my mom calling my name. That snapped me out of it immediately. I told them, "Wait here, I'll be right back." And I went down the slide and ran over to my family. Apparently they'd been looking for me, and they already had my cousins with them. I told my mom I'd been in the play structure talking to some kids the whole time. Then I turned around to point them out. And there they were, standing near the slide inside that castle playground, just looking at us and waving, still smiling. I asked my mom if I could go with them. I remember her looking at them for a second with this very serious expression, then looking at me and saying, "No." That was it. No hesitation, no discussion, just no. She turned me around and we went on with the rest of the day. And the rest of the day really was fun. I played, ate cake, ran around with my cousins, did all the normal kid stuff. But every now and then, I'd think about those two and kind of hope I'd run into them again. I never did. And that's what gets me now. Back then, I brushed it off because I was a kid, and it had been such a fun, overstimulating day. Plus, there was face painting happening somewhere in the park, so for years I figured maybe that explained some of it. But now that I'm older, and I've replayed that memory more times than I can count, I really don't think it was face paint. I can't tell you exactly what I saw. I just know I still remember those smiles. You know how some memories never really leave you? They just sit quietly in the back of your mind, and then, out of nowhere, they come back. When you're walking home, standing in the shower, doing something completely ordinary. That's how this one has always been for me. I think about it every now and then, even all these years later, and it still feels just as strange and vivid as it did then. This happened about 7 years ago when I was on my way home from middle school. I used to walk down this neighborhood street that was always cool and dim because the trees in front of the houses cast so much shade. I remember I was doing what I always did back then, staring at the ground while I walked, mostly because I was weirdly paranoid about stepping in something nasty. And then I heard it. It was this soft, buzzing, fluttering kind of sound coming from above me in one of the trees. The closest thing I can compare it to is the sound a large beetle makes when it's flying, that dry little wing buzz. It caught my attention right away, so I stopped and looked up. At first, I couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. I scanned the branches, expecting to see some bug or maybe a bird, but there was nothing obvious there. Then I noticed these tiny, translucent wings moving. I squinted a little, trying to focus, and what I saw looked like this thin, greenish shape, almost like a blade of grass or a little twig resting on the branch. I remember thinking, okay, weird, and I was just about to keep walking. But then it moved again. It made that fluttering sound one more time and suddenly lifted off the branch, and it flew down toward me. I just froze. It kept coming closer and closer until it was only a few inches from my face, hovering there. And that's when I realized it wasn't some stick or leaf at all. It looked like a tiny person, like a little wooden being. Its body and head looked almost human, but made of something like bark or wood, and its arms were thin and twig-like. The part that stood out most to me was its legs. They were much longer than the rest of its body, oddly long, almost delicate looking. It just hovered there in front of me, like it was studying me. And I was doing the exact same thing, just staring back in total shock. Then, as quickly as it came, it darted away. The whole thing probably lasted less than a minute, maybe even less than that. But it left such a deep impression on me that I still think about it now. I walked home afterward and didn't tell anybody. I honestly thought no one would believe me, and I didn't want to be laughed at. Then a couple of years ago, during New Year's, my whole family was gathered at the house, and somehow the story came up. I finally told my parents what I had seen. For a little background, my mom and dad both grew up in a small, rural village in Mexico, and in a lot of Mexican communities, there are stories about little beings called duendes, sort of gnome-like creatures. I already knew about that in a general way, but I had no idea my own family took it seriously, or that they had stories of their own. So when I told them about the little winged creature I saw, I braced myself for them to joke about it. But they didn't. They believed me right away. In fact, they started offering their own ideas about what it might have been. One of them suggested maybe it was some kind of spirit or protective being. I didn't really know what to make of that, and I still don't, but I was honestly stunned that they didn't laugh. Then they started telling me their own stories. I know how all of this sounds. I really do. Even now, I'm not saying I fully understand what I saw. I don't know whether it was something supernatural, something I misunderstood in the moment, or something else entirely. But I know it happened. I know what I saw, and I know the feeling of that tiny wooden figure hovering in front of my face, looking at me as if it were just as curious about me as I was about it. And honestly, that's the part I've never been able to shake. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Paranormal M. How's your day going? Leave a comment below and let me know. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel, and please feel free to share it with your friends and family. I love to hear about any mysterious experiences you've had today. With that said, let's get started. And before we begin, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Good night. So this is one of those stories that stayed in my family because nobody could ever really explain it. I heard it from my grandmother, and she heard it from her father, my great-grandfather, who was a gaucho. He spent most of his life moving cattle across the plains, driving herds from Cordoba down toward Buenos Aires. This would have been in the first half of the 1900s, back when that kind of life was still hanging on, even as fences and new farming rules were slowly pushing it out. He knew that land better than most people know their own neighborhood. Open plains, tall grass, damp air, barely any trees, just huge stretches of quiet country. He'd made that trip so many times he could probably follow parts of it in the dark. And one night, that's exactly what he was doing. He was awake late, keeping watch, when he started hearing a sound he didn't recognize. Now that might not seem strange at first, but for someone who lived outdoors like that, it meant something. He knew the calls of birds, dogs, cattle, foxes, owls, every normal sound the night could make. But this was different. He said it was unlike anything he had ever heard. So he got on his horse and started riding toward it. The closer they got, the more uneasy the horse became. Not stubborn, afraid. And that bothered him, because the animal usually trusted the land better than any person could. Still, he kept going until he reached a rise in the ground, and from there, he looked down into a place he swore had never been there before. Below him was this strange lowland, thick with plants he didn't recognize, wet and marshy in a way that didn't belong in that area. It looked almost like a swamp, which made no sense for that stretch of country. And out in the water, he saw them. He described them as huge reptile-like creatures, something like giant iguanas, but standing upright on two legs. He said they were moving through the water and making that same sound he'd followed through the night. According to him, they were enormous, maybe as tall as a horse up to the neck, maybe more. Big enough that there was no mistaking them for any animal he knew. The night was clear. He always insisted he saw them plainly, and he said both he and the horse were terrified. He stayed there only a moment, then turned back and rode hard to where the herd was. He waited until daylight, probably trying to convince himself he'd make sense of it once the sun came up. But when morning came, he went back, and the place was gone. No swamp, no strange plants, no creatures, nothing. Either he could never find that exact spot again, or whatever he had seen simply wasn't there anymore. What has always stayed with me is the kind of man he was. He wasn't a joker. He didn't drink. He wasn't the sort of person who made up stories for attention. In fact, telling this story brought him more ridicule than anything else, and still, he never changed it. He told it the same way for the rest of his life. He also wasn't educated in the formal sense. He never learned to read or write. He lived in a very isolated rural world, far from movies, museums, or the kind of media that might have filled his head with images of prehistoric creatures. And yet, The way he described what he saw sounds, at least to me, uncannily close to something ancient, almost like he'd stumbled into a piece of another age. I've never known what to do with that story. Maybe it was some kind of vision, maybe a trick of the night, maybe somehow a glimpse through a window that opened for just a few minutes and then closed again. So, I'm getting closer to 40 now, and over the years, I've had more encounters with shadow figures than I can even explain. The most common ones were the simple kind, just those darker than dark, human-shaped shadows. They never seemed all that interested in me directly. Usually, they'd stay tucked away in a corner of the room, just watching. And the second I tried to focus on them, they'd slip out of sight. They always left me uneasy, a little tense, like my body knew something was wrong before my mind could catch up, but it was never completely overwhelming. Then there was one I started calling the Hat Walker. He had that same old-fashioned, detective-like outline people always describe, and unlike the others, he seemed very interested in me. He didn't just linger in the background. He would come toward me. Every time, the fear would build slowly, but once it took hold, it felt unbearable, like pure dread was filling every inch of the room. It always felt like life or death. But even that was different from the shadow I can only describe as this shapeless, shifting mass. Not really human at all, more like a living blot of darkness. That one was worse in a different way. There was no slow build. The second I felt it there, I knew I was in danger. Immediate terror, full body panic, like whatever it was had come for one reason only, and it wasn't good. But what happened most recently was different from all of them, and honestly, it rattled me in a way I can't stop thinking about. This happened just last night. I was in this incredibly vivid dream where I was fighting some kind of demon. At one point, it changed shape and became a young woman, like she had been trapped inside that thing the whole time. Somehow, after everything, I helped her get away with me. We were sneaking past these guards who were grinding metal rods into sharp points against the pavement, and the whole thing felt chaotic and dangerous. Eventually, we split up, and I went back to my room, except I was still dreaming. I laid down in my actual bed, in my actual room. At least that's how it felt. Then I heard people outside my bedroom door. Not just noise, but cheerful voices, laughing, talking, the kind of sound that should have been comforting. I watched my bedroom door swing open and then shut again, but there was no one there. Nothing visible anyway. And then, all at once, it appeared beside my bed. It was a shadow figure, but unlike any I'd seen before. It looked like some twisted plague doctor shape, with a long, beak-like profile and these jagged, smoky edges that seemed to flicker and tear into the air around it. The second I saw it, fear hit me so hard it felt like I drowned in it. I couldn't move. I couldn't make a sound. Then it spoke. Its voice was deep and rough, almost gravelly, and it said, "You can run, but we will always find you." I swear, every part of me froze even harder when it said that. Then it leaned in closer and lifted its arms like it was about to strike. That's when I finally forced out a scream, and the sound of it yanked me awake. I've had a lot of experiences with shadow figures, but this one felt different, more deliberate, more personal, and honestly, more terrifying than most of the others. I still can't shake the image of that plague doctor shape standing over me. Even now, just talking about it gives me chills. So, a little while ago, I was out in Deer Valley, just outside Park City, Utah, and I ended up having one of those conversations you never really forget. I was riding in a cab, and at first it was all the usual small talk. You know, where are you from? How long have you lived here? That kind of thing. But then the driver, a man probably in his late 50s, suddenly started telling me about something that happened to him when he was a teenager. He said he grew up on a ranch in Wyoming in a pretty religious Christian family. They went to church all the time, but he told me, laughing a little at himself, that he was always the bookish one. He said even as a kid, he had a hard time believing in anything that didn't make sense to him logically. Faith to him just felt unscientific. Then he told me about a trip he took with his family when he was around 14 or 15. They were visiting a historic plantation museum somewhere in the South at a former president's estate. I don't remember the exact name he gave me, and honestly, I wouldn't have known it anyway. But he remembered it clearly. He said they were walking through the property together, looking around the house and grounds, and at one point, he stepped out through a back door by himself. The moment he did, he saw a young black woman standing nearby, maybe in her early 20s. He said there was something about her that immediately caught his attention. She looked calm, completely still, almost peaceful, just leaning lightly against the wall like she belonged there. What really stayed with him was what she was wearing and carrying. He said she had on old-fashioned clothing from that time period, the kind of clothes an enslaved woman might have worn, and in her arms was this large woven basket with a rounded bottom. Inside it were a bunch of tiny tied bundles of grain, maybe wheat, wrapped up neatly in cloth. He told me that detail bothered him more than anything, because he had grown up working with crops and livestock, and it made no sense to him. He couldn't understand why anyone would gather grain into such small bundles, or why they'd use a basket that couldn't even sit flat on the ground properly. It struck him as impractical, and because of that, he noticed it. He said he looked away only for a second, and when he turned back, she was gone. Not walking away, not disappearing off in the distance, just gone. He said the space around her was too open for someone to vanish that quickly, and it shook him enough that he went to find someone who worked there. He asked a woman at the museum whether they had staff or performers dressed in historical clothing. She told him no, they didn't do that there. Then she asked why. So he explained what he had just seen, and according to him, she paused and said, very matter-of-factly, "You're not the first person to mention something like that." That was the part he said stayed with him for years. What really got to him, though, was that he later tried to research the basket and the grain bundles because they had seemed so strange and so specific. And he found out they were real. There actually was a historical reason for carrying grain that way and storing it in those smaller wrapped sections. He said that bothered him in a deeper way than the sighting itself, because he couldn't explain how he would have invented a detail like that at 14 years old, especially one that had confused him in the moment. So that was it. The ride ended, and I never got to hear the rest. But I've thought about him ever since, mostly because he didn't tell the story like someone trying to impress me. He sounded grounded, almost reluctant, actually, like he knew how unbelievable it sounded, and he'd spent years trying to make sense of it himself. So this happened a few nights ago, and honestly, I still get chills thinking about it. There's this little park near my house, right beside a frozen lake, and lately I'd been going there at night whenever I had too much energy to sit still. Usually I'd meet up with a couple friends, but that night, nobody could come, and I was restless, so I went by myself anyway. It had snowed earlier in the week, but that night was calm. Clear sky, no wind, just one of those cold, quiet nights where everything feels a little too still. The second I stepped onto the playground, something felt wrong. The best way I can explain it is that it felt like walking through deep water or wet cement. Every step felt heavy, slow, like my body wasn't moving the way it should. And right away, I had this awful feeling that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling when you just know you're being watched, even though you can't see anyone? It was exactly that. There were 4 swings there, 2 regular ones, a toddler swing, and one of those wider, accessible swings. I set my speaker and my headphones down on one swing, sat on the one next to it, and started swinging just to kill time. I'd only been there maybe a minute or two when this wave of exhaustion hit me out of nowhere. And I mean extreme exhaustion. It made no sense. I'd left the house full of energy, I had loud music playing, and suddenly, I could barely keep my eyes open. I kept drifting off while I was still swinging. At first, I thought maybe I was just more tired than I realized. But then it happened again. And again. A few times, I'd snap awake and realize I was actually singing along to the song that was playing, word for word, perfectly. Except I hadn't been singing before I closed my eyes. That part really got to me. It was like I was waking up in the middle of something I hadn't chosen to do. By then, I was seriously unsettled, and I just wanted to shake myself awake. For some reason, I thought checking my phone might help, like the light from the screen would snap me out of it. So I pulled it out, and the screen was flickering and glitching. I tried to brush it off because the cold messes with my phone sometimes, but then I looked to my left. The swing next to me was moving. Not lightly either. It was swinging hard enough that there was no way it could have been from me just shifting around. My speaker and headphones were still sitting on it, but it was clearly moving on its own. Then I looked to my right, and the other swings were moving too, each one in a different rhythm, not matching, not reacting to wind, because there wasn't any. That's when I really panicked. And then I looked farther out, toward the open area between the playground and the lake. I saw these figures, tall, black, solid-looking shapes standing in the distance. The lake was a good half-mile off, maybe a little less, and these things still looked enormous. Easily 20 feet tall, maybe more. And I know how that sounds, but I need to say this. I know that park. I've been there so many times. There are no poles, no trees, no signs, nothing out there that could have looked like that. Then I heard something hit the ground. I turned, and my headphones were suddenly way off from where I'd left them, like 8 or 10 feet away, just tossed into the snow. Not dropped, thrown. At that point, I got off the swing, grabbed everything as fast as I could, and started trying to leave. But even then, crossing the playground felt wrong. My legs were so heavy it was like trying to run in a dream. I was moving, but barely. Every step felt dragged out, like something didn't want me to go, and beside them were another set of prints. Not human, not animal either. I grew up around hunters, and I know what tracks usually look like. These weren't paws, hooves, or boots. They were just these strange, oval-shaped marks, almost like something round had been stepping alongside me the whole time. That was it for me. I called my friend right away, completely panicked, and stayed on the phone with him the entire walk home. I don't even remember half of what I said. I just remember needing someone there with me, even through the phone, because I felt like if I stopped talking, something bad would happen. The second I got inside my house, it all stopped. That heavy feeling was gone. The fear dropped off almost instantly. I felt safe again. Not totally okay. I had a pounding headache and I felt kind of nauseous, but the weird exhaustion disappeared and my energy came back almost right away. I do have a cross above my front door, and I remember noticing it when I came in. I don't know whether that means anything. Maybe it doesn't. But I remember seeing it and feeling this huge wave of relief. I still don't really know what happened out there. I just know that park has never felt the same to me since. I've never really forgotten this, even though it happened years ago. I think it was sometime around 2012, but I honestly can't remember what season it was. My younger sister Mara was about 10, and I was maybe 12. I'm 25 now, and out of everything strange that ever happened when we were kids, this is the one that still gets under my skin. Growing up, my sister and I always shared a room. My dad was raising the three of us on his own, and money was tight, so we lived in whatever places he could afford. We moved a lot. Looking back, there were a few houses where we both noticed odd things, little moments that didn't feel right. But there was one place that felt different from the start. It was this small mobile home sitting on a patch of land beside an old abandoned house. That house was terrifying. Even in daylight, it felt wrong. My sister and I used to joke that we saw things moving in the windows, but deep down, I think we both half believed it. We'd only been in the new place for maybe a week or two when both of us started having trouble sleeping. At the time, we blamed it on being somewhere unfamiliar. Now, I'm not so sure. One night, I was lying in bed wide awake. I thought my sister was asleep already. We always left our bedroom door open because my dad got up early for work, and the light from the hallway would spill in when he opened his door. That way we could wake up and say goodbye before he left. I remember staring into the dark, feeling this awful uneasiness, like something was in the room with us. Then I saw it. A tall figure, dark and hazy, almost like a person made of smoke, stepped into our room. It was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned hat, maybe a bowler hat, something rounded and strange. It moved slowly to the side of my bed and just stood there, looking down at me. I was frozen. I couldn't speak. I couldn't pull the blanket over my head. I just stared at it, and it stared back. It felt like it went on forever, probably 5 minutes, maybe longer. Then, all at once, it leaned toward me, like it was falling right on top of me. And just before it reached me, it vanished. I didn't sleep at all after that. I lay there until morning, trying to make sense of it. I knew what sleep paralysis was, and I kept telling myself that had to be it. It had to be. I needed it to be. When I heard my dad's door open, I jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway. I threw my arms around him and just started sobbing. He kept asking me what was wrong, and all I could say was, "I don't know. I don't know what it was." He tried to calm me down, but he had to leave for work, and I was left there still shaking. Even then, I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe it was a bad dream. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe my mind made it up. But then my sister woke up. She looked unsettled, and she told me something weird had happened during the night. I asked her what she meant, and she described the same figure. The same tall, shadowy shape. The same strange hat. The same feeling of it standing there in the room. I can still remember the way my stomach dropped when she said it. And this is the part I still feel guilty about. I was so scared by hearing her confirm it that I panicked and told her it was just a bad dream, that everything was okay. I acted like I didn't believe her. For years, I let her think I thought she imagined it, when really I had seen the exact same thing. Eventually, I told her the truth. I told her I had seen it too, and she was furious. Not because she didn't believe me, but because she had spent all that time thinking she was crazy. I can't blame her for being angry. She had carried that alone because I was too afraid to admit it. But she's gone now. And that's the hardest part. Not just that people think I'm making it up, but that the only other person who truly knew what happened that night isn't here anymore. So I tell it the only way I can, exactly as I remember it. Because whether anyone believes me or not, I know what I saw. And so did Mara. I'm just a pretty ordinary guy, 19, nothing all that unusual about me on paper. But there's this part of my life I still can't explain, and honestly, even talking about it now gives me that same feeling I had back then. It really started when I was around 8, maybe 9. Over the course of a few weeks, I kept having these dreams, 3 of them in a row that felt way too vivid to brush off. In each one, there was this figure hiding in the closet in my room. It would just stand there watching me, taunting me, almost enjoying the fact that no one else could see it. And every time I got close enough to touch it, it would let out this horrible shriek that completely froze me in place. What stayed with me most wasn't even the way it looked. It was the feeling, that helplessness, like something was in my room and I was the only one who knew. Then one night, the dream changed. I saw that same figure, but this time it was bound up, powerless, and there was this calm, graceful woman beside it, telling me not to be afraid anymore. She told me to reach out and touch it. So I did, and this time, it screamed. But it didn't affect me. I wasn't frozen. I wasn't trapped. After that, the nightmares stopped, but I don't think they ever really left me. Ever since then, I've had this constant sense that someone might be in the house when they shouldn't be. I've never been diagnosed with anything, and I'm not trying to claim something I can't prove, but those dreams changed the way I move through the world. They left me hyper-aware, paranoid maybe, especially at home. And over the years, a few things have happened that made that feeling even worse. The first one happened when I was about 13. I was getting ready to play online with some friends, and I remember tossing my headset onto the couch while my console loaded up. Super normal, nothing weird about it. I looked away for maybe half a minute, just enough time to get settled. Then I turned back around, and my headset was gone. Just gone. At first I thought maybe it slid between the cushions, so I checked around the couch for a minute or two. Nothing. Then I went upstairs. My bedroom was right across from the top of the stairs, so the second I came up, I glanced inside. And there it was. My headset was sitting on my nightstand in my room, neatly coiled like someone had carefully placed it there. I just stood there staring at it. I hadn't gone upstairs yet. No one had passed me. The only other person home was my mom, and she'd been in another part of the house the whole time. The whole thing happened so fast that there's just no way it made any sense. But I picked it up and walked away trying to act normal, even though I definitely wasn't feeling normal. The second incident happened pretty recently, only a few weeks ago. We have this storage room in the basement, and nobody really uses it. It's one of those spaces that feels off the second you look at it. Dark, cluttered, quiet in a way that makes you not want to linger. You have to go through a door in the downstairs living room to get into it. I was hanging out in the basement with a couple of friends when we suddenly heard something fall in that room. Something clearly dropped off one of the shelves. Now, logically, stuff falls. I get that. But this room barely gets touched. No one had gone in there, and the sound was sharp enough that all of us noticed it immediately. My friends kind of brushed it off, and I did too on the outside. But inside, I felt that old fear hit me again. That same cold, creeping feeling from when I was a kid. Then came the third thing, and that one really got under my skin because it happened so close to the second. At first, I figured my dad must have done it, so I didn't think too much about it. But later that day, he asked me why I'd moved it. I told him I hadn't. Then we asked everyone else. My brother said it wasn't him. My mom said it wasn't her. And the strange part wasn't just that it had shifted. It was where it ended up. It wasn't like it had simply rolled forward. It had changed position and direction in a way that made it look deliberately moved. That happened sometime between 10 at night and 8 in the morning, while everyone was asleep. And that's the kind of thing that gets to me. Not because it's dramatic, but because it's pointless, random, like there's no reason for it at all. There have been other moments too. Me and my brother used to blame each other for strange things happening around the house all the time. We've both heard heavy footsteps on the stairs when nobody else was awake. There have been bangs, movements, little things that are easy to dismiss one at a time. But when you stack them all together, they start to feel like part of the same story. I know how this sounds. I really do. And maybe there are explanations for all of it. Maybe there always were. but living through it is different than hearing it afterward. When you're the one standing there, looking at something that absolutely should not have happened, it stays with you. So yeah, that's part of my life. Strange, uncomfortable, and still unresolved. And to be honest, I'm not even sharing the worst of it. Just the pieces I can talk about without feeling like I'm back in that house, listening for footsteps again. Hey, this is a long one, but I've carried it around for years, and I still catch myself wondering whether anyone else has ever gone through something like this. Honestly, it just feels good to say it out loud. I grew up around a lot of strange stuff. My older brother used to mess around with a Ouija board, and there were always little things that made you pause. Footsteps on the stairs when nobody was there. A doll my cousin owned somehow ending up in a different room when the house had been empty. Things like that. But even with all of that, I always tried to stay reasonable. I kept telling myself there had to be other explanations. I never had one single experience that felt absolutely undeniable. Well, not at first. Years later, I remember stepping out of the shower and standing in front of this mirror that was completely fogged over. I was brushing my teeth, half awake, just staring at all the steam on the glass. I bent down to spit, looked back up maybe a second later, and there was a handprint on the mirror. Not a faint little mark either. I mean a full, clear handprint, like the steam had been wiped away completely in that exact shape. The mirror was fogged everywhere else, but that one handprint was perfectly dry. And weirdly, that didn't scare me nearly as much as what happened later. The thing that really changed me happened about 8 years ago, when I was 22. I was in college, living alone, and going through one of the worst periods of my life. I was dealing with night terrors, a lot of stress, and pretty frequent sleep paralysis. If you've never had night terrors, they're different from regular bad dreams. You wake up shaken, but you usually can't remember what you were dreaming about. And sometimes, the fear and hallucinations linger even after you're awake. Most of the time, I'd see things like spiders crawling around, or every now and then this man with dark, slicked-back hair, this huge, unnatural smile, and these wild eyes. Terrifying, but I always told myself it was just part of the sleep issues. Then one night, I woke up suddenly and sat bolt upright in bed. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was in my throat. I checked the time. 3:54 a.m. And the fear I felt? I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't normal fear. It wasn't even the kind of panic you feel when you think someone's broken into your house. It felt deeper than that. It felt spiritual almost. Like something was wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Like I wasn't afraid for my body so much as for something inside me. And for some reason, I was staring straight at the far left corner of my bedroom. Every instinct in me was screaming, "Don't go back to sleep." I remember sitting there, thinking this had to be another night terror. Usually, if I hallucinated after waking, it would fade pretty quickly. Maybe 20 or 30 seconds, and then reality would settle back in. But this didn't fade. I sat there for minutes, completely frozen, exhausted, but too terrified to relax. At some point, I drifted for a second, then jerked awake again like something had snapped me back. I knew, with every part of me, that I had to stay awake. Eventually, morning came. The light started coming in, the feeling lifted, and only then could I finally sleep. The next night, it happened again. Same exact thing. I woke up in terror, staring at the same corner. I checked the time. 3:54 a.m. Again. That was when it really got to me, because now it wasn't just a one-time thing. I turned on the lamp and sat there against the headboard, just staring into that corner while this thought kept repeating in my mind. Do not fall asleep. Huge mistake. I dozed off, then suddenly woke up again, and this time, the fear was even worse. What terrified me most was that I wasn't staring at the corner anymore. I was lying on my side, facing outward, and I was looking directly in front of me. I still couldn't see anything, but somehow I knew it had moved. Or maybe more accurately, I knew my eyes had followed it. I can't explain that in any logical way, but that's exactly what it felt like. A couple more minutes passed, and I was struggling to stay awake again. Then I drifted off one more time. What woke me that time was the sound of a paper wrapper on the floor beside my bed. It had come from a snack I'd eaten earlier, and it was the only thing on the floor. I heard it crinkle. Not shift, not settle. Crinkle, like someone had stepped on it. That was the moment I stopped being able to write it all off as just being in my head. So on the third night, I asked this guy I was seeing at the time, his name was Pierce, to stay over. I didn't tell him why. I just said I hadn't been sleeping well. That night, I slept straight through. No terror, no waking up, nothing. I felt better than I had in days. Then the next morning, Pierce asked me if I was okay. I said, "Yeah, actually. Why?" And he told me that sometime in the night, he woke up and saw me suddenly sit straight up in bed, just staring into a corner. I got chills immediately and asked him, "Which corner?" It was the same one. I can still feel that cold rush through me even now. I left after that and stayed at his place for a few days. His house felt peaceful in a way I can't really explain. Calm, grounded, safe. The whole place just had this warmth to it. Someone suggested I hang something protective in the room when I went back home, but I didn't really have anything religious. I wasn't raised that way. Then I remembered a little beaded necklace my mom had given me when I was a kid. She used to work in a nursing home, and one of the residents had given it to her. It was made with rosemary-colored beads and had a small cross on it. My mom thought I'd like it, so she passed it to me years earlier. I found it and hung it on my bedroom door. Around the same time, I also found this little purple angel charm. Another elderly woman had once given it to my mom and told her, very specifically, to pass it on to me because I'd need it someday. I'd kept it all those years without thinking much about it. When I opened it, there was a tiny angel necklace inside. After everything that had been happening, I started wearing it constantly. I mean constantly. I slept in it, showered in it, checked for it without even realizing I was doing it. Every night before bed, I'd tuck it under my pillow or hold on to it until I fell asleep. For the next few nights, I still woke up at 3:54 a.m., but the terror was gone. I'd feel anxious, sure, probably because the whole thing had shaken me so badly, but it wasn't that same crushing, soul-deep fear. Still, things weren't completely over. I continued having sleep paralysis now and then, and once again I saw that same grinning man lying beside me, staring at me. But the final thing that happened, that was what ended it. One evening, not very late, I decided to take a quick nap before going out. The lights were still on. I remember touching the necklace at my collarbone and thinking, I'm only napping, I'll just leave it on. I fell asleep with my fingertips resting on it. In the dream, I was standing in front of this unbelievably tall mirror. Around me were these presences, beings I couldn't actually see, but I could feel them all around me. They were trying to lift me up, like they were trying to carry me away somewhere. They lifted me higher and higher, and I remember panicking and fighting with everything I had. Right when they had almost dragged me all the way up, I screamed at them to get the hell away from me. And suddenly, they dropped me. I woke up instantly and reached for the necklace. It wasn't on me anymore. I found it neatly wrapped up at the foot of the bed, on the opposite side from where I'd been sleeping. After that, everything stopped. Completely. I've never really been able to explain any of it. Maybe there is an explanation. Maybe there isn't. I still go back and forth sometimes, but even now, when I think about those nights, I get this nervous feeling in my chest. And to this day, I still keep those beads hanging up. I haven't taken them down once. When I was about 7, both of my parents worked long hours, so I spent most of my time at my grandparents' house. It was basically my second home. One evening, we were all sitting together watching TV when my grandfather, who had this really odd sense of humor, made a joke that my parents had gone away and weren't coming back for me. And, I was a little kid. I believed him completely. I remember walking into the hallway and just breaking down crying. And that's when I saw it for the first time. I don't even know if I should call it a person. It didn't feel human. All at once, my body went completely numb. I couldn't move, couldn't yell, couldn't even turn my head. And from the guest room at the end of the hall, this thing stepped out. It was unbelievably tall, almost brushing the ceiling. Just this dark figure with hardly any features except tiny eyes and this long, unnatural smile. It started walking toward me. And then, nothing. Everything just cuts out there. The next thing I remember, my grandmother was carrying me to bed, telling me I must have fallen asleep in the hallway. But that wasn't the end of it. Not even close. For years after that, it kept happening. I'd leave the bathroom or turn into the hallway, and suddenly that same numbness would hit me. The air would feel thick, heavy, wrong, and he would be there. Sometimes he'd just stand there staring at me. Sometimes he'd be sitting across from me, completely silent, just watching. He never said a word. Until one day, he did. My parents had brought me back home after a visit to my grandparents, and later they went out to the store while I stayed in the living room coloring. It was summer, early 2000s, and the windows were open because we didn't have air conditioning. Then I felt it again. That same paralysis. I looked up, and he was standing outside the window, staring in at me. And then he said, "Let me in. I can't come in unless you let me in." I was terrified. I couldn't do anything except stare back at him. Eventually the feeling lifted, and the second I could move, I ran into the hallway screaming and crying. I was completely hysterical until my parents came home. I told them, but it wasn't the first time. And like always, they said I needed to stop scaring myself, that I had an overactive imagination. So it continued. Year after year. Eventually, my mom got so worried that she took me to see this woman who lived a couple towns away. Looking back now, I honestly think she must have been some kind of spiritual healer, maybe even a witch. She told my mother that my third eye was open and that she was going to close it. I only remember pieces of that day, little flashes. I remember being carried. I remember being turned around over something burning, maybe bundles of sticks or herbs. I remember heat, way too much heat for a child to be that close to fire. But after that, he stopped coming. For a long time, I didn't see him at all. Then 2 years ago, when I was 26, I spent the night at my grandmother's house. My grandfather had passed away a few years earlier, and I was sleeping beside her. She was snoring so loudly that in the middle of the night, half awake and irritated, I grabbed my pillow and blanket and went to sleep in the guest room. Yes, that guest room. I didn't even think about it. I fell asleep, and then I woke up suddenly because something hit me in the head so hard that I actually fell off the bed. The first thing I said out loud was, "Absolutely not." I grabbed my stuff and ran straight back to my grandmother's room. I was shaken up, but eventually I managed to fall asleep again. Except when I woke up the next morning, I had this huge lump on my head, about the size of a tennis ball. After that, I just pushed it down and tried not to think about any of it. Then last year, I was talking to my brother about how creepy our grandparents' house always felt when we were kids. And out of nowhere, he casually brought up this very tall figure that used to come out of the guest room. I swear, I almost stopped breathing. I started asking him questions right away, and every single detail matched. Tall, dark, nearly ceiling height, tiny eyes, smiling. Same room, same feeling, exactly the same. My brother was born when I was around 6 or 7, and he told me he never said anything because by the time he was old enough to explain it, I was older and he thought I'd just laugh at him. But we both saw it. The same thing. And that's what really gets to me, because for years I tried to explain it away. I tried telling myself maybe I was just a scared kid, maybe my mind made it up. But hearing him describe the exact same figure from the exact same room changed everything. And when we asked my aunt about the house, she said strange things used to happen there all the time. She was always more open to spiritual stuff, so I knew she wouldn't brush it off. She told us they used to wake up and find eggs cracked on the walls. Light bulbs would explode for no reason. She always felt this heavy, unsettling presence, even if she never actually saw the figure I described. At one point, the electrical problems got so bad they almost caused a fire while nobody was home. So my grandfather brought in a sheik to bless the house. Things calmed down for a while after that, but eventually the problems came back. Even recently, there was an electrical short that knocked the power out for days, and the electricians couldn't fix it right away. As far as I know, nobody died in that house. My grandfather built it back in the 70s, and no other family ever lived there except ours. The guest room, though, used to be part of the kitchen before they renovated the house after all the kids moved out. So now, honestly, I don't know what to believe. I just know what I saw, and now I know I wasn't the only one. So, my husband and I spent the weekend at the DeSoto House Hotel for a little mini honeymoon. And honestly, it turned into one of the creepiest experiences I've ever had. We'd always talked about going to Galena, and when we finally planned the trip, we picked the DeSoto because the location was perfect, and it just looked charming. Cozy, historic, romantic, all the things you want for a getaway like that. What we didn't know when we booked it was that the hotel had a haunted reputation. The moment we walked into our room, something felt off to me. I couldn't explain it at first, but it was the bathroom that really got under my skin, especially the mirror. When the bathroom door was open, you could see that mirror clearly from the bed, and I immediately hated it. It had this strange energy to it, like it wasn't just a mirror. I remember telling my husband Aaron that it made me uneasy, but I brushed it off pretty quickly. I didn't want to sound dramatic, and honestly, he'd planned the whole trip, paid for everything, booked everything. I just wanted to enjoy it. And for a while, we did. We had a great dinner in town, grabbed drinks after, and came back to the hotel feeling relaxed. We were standing in the lobby, looking at one of the old glass displays, when the night manager came out from a side room and asked if we'd been waiting for him. We told him no, that we were just curious about the hotel's history. He started chatting with us and gave us a little background, not just on the hotel, but on himself too. He said he'd actually gotten married there years ago, in what used to be the library and is now part of the tavern. Then, almost casually, he mentioned that the hotel was haunted, though he said he didn't really believe in ghosts. That was strange enough, but then he encouraged us to wander around and look at the empty rooms and halls while it was quiet. After a bit, he told us to follow him downstairs to the basement because he wanted to show us something really interesting before he finished closing up for the night. So we followed him. He took us down into the basement while shutting off lights as he went, which already felt unsettling. Then he showed us this hole in the wall and told us the story of the Lady in Black. According to him, people had seen this woman in mourning clothes for generations, and she always disappeared into that opening in the wall. He said sightings supposedly went all the way back to the Civil War era. And then, despite saying he didn't believe in ghosts, He admitted some of his coworkers had seen her themselves while working late at night. At that point, the hairs on the back of my neck were standing straight up. Then he led us through this dark back area and shined his flashlight on what he said was part of the hotel's original facade hidden in the basement. He didn't want to turn the lights on because he said it looked better in the dark. And I'm sorry, but that did not help. Nothing actually happened down there, but the whole thing felt unnerving. I was trying to stay calm, but as a woman, you don't just blindly trust someone because they seem harmless, even if they're older and polite. I was with my husband, so I felt safe enough, but my heart was pounding the whole time, especially walking back through what felt like this endless dark service hallway to get upstairs again. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. So I started looking up the hotel's history, and that made everything worse. I found out the floor we were staying on, the third floor, was supposedly the most haunted part of the whole hotel. People had reported feeling a presence in their room, feeling something tug at their feet or ankles, even feeling the bed dip like someone had sat down beside them. But the second night was different. We came back a little earlier, and there was no one at the front desk. We'd mostly stopped thinking about all the ghost stuff by then, so this time we went to sleep with just one lamp on and the bathroom door open. Sometime in the middle of the night, both my husband and I woke up separately, and both of us saw something in that mirror. He told me later that he saw what looked like the back of someone's head reflected in the bathroom mirror, like someone was standing at the foot of our bed. He said he didn't wake me because he knew I'd panic, and he just tried to go back to sleep. I woke up at 3:26 a.m., which freaked me out even more because our room was 326, and when I looked toward the bathroom, I saw what looked like a man's shoulder in the mirror. Not a full figure, just enough to make my blood run cold. And I had this awful feeling in my chest, this deep certainty that someone, or something, was hiding just out of sight in that bathroom. I told myself it was probably a towel, or maybe a trick of the light, and somehow I forced myself to go back to sleep. But in the morning, there was nothing there. No towel hanging in a way that could explain it. Nothing jutting out from the doorway. Nothing at all that could have made that shape. And my husband swore he never got up during the night. By the time we checked out, we were both looking at each other like, what exactly did we see? And honestly, the weirdest part of all might have been that night manager. Because after everything that happened, we started wondering whether he was just a helpful employee, or whether maybe he was part of the story too. So this happened when my family and I went on a little staycation at a hotel in our own city. It was supposed to be simple, relaxing, nothing dramatic. We even ordered an extra bed for my younger sister Lila, and honestly, that's when everything started to feel off. The first strange thing was the bathroom door in our room. It would only open if someone pushed really hard from the outside, almost like somebody was inside holding it shut. At first we laughed it off, but then, throughout the day, we started hearing these random knocks. Not just from the walls, but from the table too. Just sharp, sudden knocking sounds that made no sense. It was weird enough that everyone felt uncomfortable, but since we'd already paid for the room, my family decided we were staying the night anyway. We complained to reception, and they did send staff to check. But there was no construction going on, no one in the rooms next to ours, nothing that could explain what we were hearing. So we just stayed. That night, I managed to fall asleep, but my cousins later said they heard crying, and something like howling. By morning we left, after breakfast of course. My family was very much in the, we paid for this, so we're at least getting one night and the free breakfast mindset. I kept saying we should just leave, but nobody wanted to waste the money. which looking back is kind of ridiculous, because apparently terrifying knocks from the walls, doors, and furniture still weren't enough to make us pack up immediately. Then about 2 weeks later, things started happening at home. At first, it was loud knocking on the wall behind my bed. Then it started happening in my grandmother's room too. The sounds were so loud and so frequent that they actually gave us headaches. We checked with the neighbors, thinking maybe someone was doing repairs or something, but they were out of town. And we live in a large house, so the noise really had nowhere obvious to come from. Then the intercom started ringing. We have intercoms in different rooms of the house, and they began going off on their own. Always around these really specific times, like 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. Whenever someone picked up, there was just silence. At first, we thought someone in the family had to be messing with us. So one day, everyone gathered in the living room on the ground floor just to prove nobody was near the system. And still, the intercom rang. Even the men in the family, who had been brushing everything off, got seriously shaken after that. My uncle even disconnected the intercom system completely, cut the wires and everything, and somehow it still rang. That was the moment it stopped feeling like a prank and started feeling genuinely disturbing. One evening, the knocking got so loud that we all ran to my grandmother's room because she was terrified. Later, 2 of my cousins swore they saw shadows moving behind the curtains, though I can't honestly say I saw that myself. Then my aunt told us she'd had a dream about a shadowy figure, almost childlike, asking her, "Why are you trying so hard to make me leave when I haven't harmed anyone?" That really stayed with all of us. Around that same time, my sister said she could hear the knocking at school too. We thought she was just frightened and imagining it, until her teacher confirmed it. She said they were in the library when loud knocking sounds started. The staff thought some student was causing trouble, so they lined everyone up and searched, but the knocking kept happening and no one could find where it was coming from. After that, we followed every instruction the priest gave us. We called my sister by her new name. No one slept alone anymore, always in pairs, and nobody was allowed to wear perfume. A few weeks later, he returned carrying this long, thin stick. He slid it across the walls of the house while reciting prayers the entire time. Slowly, little by little, the activity started to die down. The knocking became less frequent, then weaker, and eventually it stopped altogether. And since then, nothing like it has ever happened again. We still live in the same house now. I'm honestly not someone who scares easily, and I'm not the type to jump straight to paranormal explanations. But whatever that was, it shook me and my entire family in a way I don't think any of us will ever forget. Honestly, I don't even know how to explain this without sounding completely ridiculous, but ever since I was little, I've had these dreams that sometimes seem to show me things before they happen. Not every night, not even often enough for me to make sense of it, but when it does happen, it's weirdly precise. I've always been a vivid dreamer, so for years I told myself it was just my imagination getting carried away. Still, every now and then something from a dream shows up in real life, and it leaves me with that awful feeling of, wait, I've already seen this. The first time I really remember it happening, I was probably around 9 or 10. I had this random dream where I walked into a bedroom and saw a little homemade decoration hanging inside an open closet. It was made out of white pom-poms and string, kind of like a lopsided cloud for a school project. That was the whole dream. Nothing dramatic, nothing important. A few days later, I went over to my cousin Caleb's house, walked into his room, and there it was. The exact same closet, the exact same silly cloud thing hanging there. I remember just freezing for a second. Most of the time, that's what these dreams are like. Tiny things, odd details, stuff that would sound meaningless to anybody else. Sometimes they're even useful in a strange way. They've made me trust my gut more than I probably would have otherwise. But not all of them are harmless. A few years ago, the phone rang really early in the morning and woke everyone up. Before my mom even answered it, I sat up and said, "Something bad happened." I don't know why I said it. I just knew. And then she answered the phone and found out that my other cousin had died. For the longest time, I tried to write all of this off as coincidence. I really did. But after enough moments like that, it starts to feel less like chance and more like a pattern you don't know what to do with. And as I've gotten older, it's changed a little. Now it's not always a dream. Sometimes it's just this feeling, like something is off, like something is coming. The problem is I also deal with anxiety, so telling the difference between intuition and fear is almost impossible sometimes. That's part of why this has been weighing on me lately. For the past several months, I've been dealing with sleep paralysis. Usually it's the same kind of thing people describe. I wake up and can't move, can't properly open my eyes, and there's this heavy dread in the room. It usually passes pretty quickly, but almost every time it happens, there's some strange dream attached to it. A few nights ago, I had one of the worst ones yet. In the dream, there was this figure standing over me. I don't even know what to call it except something inhuman. It was holding this long staff or rod, and its body looked raw, almost skinless. It didn't say anything. It just stood there, then drove the staff straight into my head, and I woke up in a panic. I figured my brain had probably mashed together something I'd watched earlier in the week and turned it into nightmare fuel, so I tried not to think about it and eventually fell back asleep. Then I had another dream right after that, and this one felt completely different. There was an older woman there, maybe in her late 50s or 60s. She was calm, gentle, the kind of person who makes you feel safe immediately. She reminded me of a nurse, or maybe just someone used to taking care of people. In the dream, she was drawing blood from my arm through an IV, looking at it very carefully. Then she looked at me and said, very seriously, "Your blood is too thick." After that, she told me I had been cursed. Then she told me the cure was to drink a tea made with cumin and cinnamon twice a day for a long time. Something like a few months, or maybe close to a year. Now, I'm skeptical by nature. I really am. I question everything, especially my own brain. But later that day, out of pure curiosity more than belief, I stopped by a shop after work and bought cumin and cinnamon. I made the tea that night, and it tasted awful. Genuinely awful. But I drank it anyway. And the strange part is, the next morning I actually felt better. Clearer, lighter, more awake. Maybe it was placebo. Maybe it was just the comfort of feeling like I was doing something. I don't know. I did look it up afterward and saw that too much cinnamon can be harmful, so I'm not about to blindly follow dream instructions forever. But still, I can't deny that I felt different. That's the part that keeps bothering me. I'm not asking anyone to believe me, because honestly, I'm not sure I fully believe myself. But these kinds of things have been happening for so many years now that I can't just dismiss them and move on. They stick with me. They make me wonder. And they make me feel like there's something happening just outside what I can explain. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I keep having dreams that seem to know things before I do. And lately it feels like they've started trying to talk to me directly. And I can't tell whether that's a gift, a warning, or just my mind doing something I don't understand. I've learned something the hard way. Just having religious or spiritual objects around you doesn't automatically make the scary stuff disappear. I really think you have to believe those things can protect you. You have to feel it in yourself. From what I've experienced, Supernatural things seem to go after people when they're vulnerable, when they're exhausted, when they're already afraid. It's like they feed off doubt. And honestly, I don't think they can do much unless they sense that weakness in you. That's why I started understanding why people turn to all kinds of protection: religion, spiritual practices, prayer, rituals, runes, chants, incense, sage, bells, singing bowls, salt, holy water, crystals, scripture, keeping the lights on, wearing a cross, carrying a charm, even just surrounding yourself with people who make you feel calm and safe. Things like rosaries, the evil eye, a Hamza, whatever speaks to you. I think the point is not just the object itself, it's what it awakens in you. And I'll be honest, I think there's something beautiful about that. Starting from nothing, from total fear, and slowly building belief. Over time, the things that once felt like ordinary objects start to feel charged with comfort. They begin to mean something. They help you feel protected, grounded, held. When my own strange experiences started around February 21st, I was terrified. I didn't know what was happening, and my mind went straight to the worst possibilities. I thought something could really hurt me. But over time, I started noticing that whatever was happening only ever seemed small. Little noises in the house, tiny shifts, the faintest sensation, like something brushing against you so lightly you almost question whether it happened at all. Maybe that sounds ridiculous, maybe it sounds unbelievable, but that's truly what it felt like. And the biggest thing I want to say is this: do not let it consume you. Do not let fear convince you that you are powerless. Also, please take care of your mental health. I mean that with my whole heart. Take your medication if you need it. Go to therapy. Keep your space clean. Make your room, your home, your bed, your corners of the world feel soft and safe and lived in. That matters. Safety matters. Stability matters. Sometimes the most powerful protection is being cared for properly. I'm not even someone who grew up deeply religious. I've always been skeptical, and I've definitely always been afraid of the dark. So if I can find ways to calm myself and keep going, I really believe other people can too. If faith helps you, lean into it. Go to church. Pray. Read scripture. Wear something blessed if that brings you peace. Visit a crystal shop if that gives you comfort. Choose the things that make you feel stronger in your worst moments. Hold on to whatever reminds you that you are not helpless. And if you've dealt with anything like this, I just want to say, I'm sorry. It's such a lonely thing to talk about. People judge so quickly. There's so much stigma, and that makes it even harder to ask for help or be taken seriously. So truly, if you're going through something you can't explain, I hope you find support. I hope you find peace. And more than anything, I hope you remember that fear does not have to own you. I still get chills when I think about what happened to me in May of 2010. My partner, Marcus, and I live in this old house that was built back in the 1920s. And if you've ever lived in a place like that, you know they're never really quiet. The floors pop, the walls creak, and at night it always sounds like someone is moving around, when really it's just the house doing what old houses do. I'd gotten so used to it that I stopped paying attention. Most nights, if the sounds got louder, I'd blame it on Marcus shifting in his sleep, or one of us having a bad dream. But that night was different. Marcus had been away in Singapore for work for nearly 2 weeks, so I was in the house alone. I went to bed a little after midnight, completely worn out, and I fell asleep fast. Then, sometime around 3:40 in the morning, my phone buzzed twice on the nightstand. It was on vibrate, and I remember thinking, half asleep, that it was probably Marcus messaging me during his afternoon. I reached for it and checked. Nothing. No text. No missed call, no voicemail, nothing at all. I remember staring at the screen, confused, then putting it back down and telling myself I must have dreamed it. But maybe a minute later, it buzzed again. This time, there actually was a message, but it was just some junk spam. I was irritated, but more than that, I suddenly felt off. Wide awake, cold, like my whole body had gone tense for no reason. I tried to settle back down, but I couldn't get comfortable. I kept shifting under the covers while the house made its usual noises. Only after a moment, I realized the sounds weren't coming from the hallway or the floorboards anymore. They were inside my bedroom. Close. Too close. Near the bed. Near the nightstand. Right by the headboard. I went completely still. I was trying to make sense of it, trying to tell myself there had to be some explanation, when I became aware of this strange sound in my head. The only way I can describe it is like radio static, soft but constant, except it wasn't coming from the room. It felt like it was happening inside my skull. And then I heard it. A child laughing. Not loudly, just this soft, almost playful giggle coming from outside my open bedroom window. I froze. Because who hears a child outside at that hour? Who hears that in the dead middle of the night and doesn't instantly know something is wrong? The giggling got closer. Not louder in a normal way, but nearer. Intentional, like it was moving toward me. And somehow, without hearing footsteps or anything I could explain, it felt like whatever it belonged to had come through that window and climbed right onto the bed. I was lying on my side, facing away from Marcus's side of the mattress, and then I heard movement over there. I felt the bed dip. I felt the covers shift under a weight I couldn't see. Something was crawling across the mattress toward me. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body locked up. I just lay there, staring into the dark, while that giggling came closer and closer until it was right beside my ear. And all the while, that static kept buzzing inside my head. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Then all at once, the giggling stopped. And what came next was one of the most horrifying things I've ever heard in my life. It exploded into this single, deep, guttural scream right into my ear. Not human, not animal, just raw and violent and wrong. It felt like it tore through me. For 1 second, I couldn't do anything, and then I snapped out of it. I still can't explain what happened that night. I know how it sounds, I do, but I also know what I felt. The mattress sinking, the thing moving toward me, that laughter, that scream. Whatever was in that room with me, I don't believe it was human. I'm not really sure how to start this, but a few nights ago, something happened that honestly still has me shaken. So, for a little context, we have this garage that I use like a little hangout spot. It's where I go to sit, smoke, unwind, and just be by myself for a while. The garage door is pretty old, definitely not new, and until recently, I didn't even have a working key for it. The only way to open it was from the inside by pressing the wall button, and that matters later. Ever since we moved in, I've had this weird feeling in that garage. The room above it too. Nothing dramatic ever happened at first, but I always felt uneasy in there, especially when I was alone or when it got dark. Just one of those spaces that never feels fully empty, you know? A few days before all of this, I was sitting out there with my boyfriend Levi, just hanging out. I was rolling, and I dropped a little stem into the ashtray without really thinking about it. Later on, I looked down and somehow it was back on the table. I figured maybe I imagined putting it in the tray, so I picked it up and tossed it back in. Then, after a while, it was back on the table again, in almost the exact same spot. Now, sure, maybe it could have fallen out. I tried to tell myself that. But twice? Landing in the same place? It just felt odd. I laughed it off and made some joke about the garage being haunted, but deep down, it definitely stuck with me. Then the next night, we were in the garage again, just sitting there, and out of nowhere, the garage door opened by itself. Not just a little twitch or a partial lift, I mean it rolled all the way open. Both of us froze. What made it so unsettling is that the door shouldn't have been able to do that. The key was in my pocket, and even if someone wants to say maybe the remote got bumped, it's not that simple. The button on it has this little cover you have to slide down first, and you have to aim it just right at the sensor because it's old and finicky. It's not the kind of thing that just goes off by accident. That was already enough to freak me out, but what happened later is what really got to me. That night, I was out there by myself, just about to head back upstairs. Everything was quiet. Then I heard the motion sensor click 4 times really fast, one after another. And right after that, the garage door started beeping. That beeping only happens when something is physically pressing against the door. I know that for a fact because I tested it later. You actually have to lean on it with some weight for a few seconds to make it do that. But there was nobody there. Nothing was touching it. No draft, no animal, nothing I could see. And then the red sensor light started blinking like crazy. I can't even explain the feeling that hit me in that moment. It was like every part of me knew I was not alone in there. I backed out so fast I don't even remember shutting anything off. I just wanted out. The next day, I went back to try and recreate it because I wanted some logical explanation. I really did. But I couldn't. I pushed on the door myself, tested the timing, watched the sensors, everything. The door would only beep if I leaned my weight into it for a few solid seconds, and I couldn't get the motion sensor to click in that same fast pattern no matter what I did. Levi keeps saying it was probably smoke, wind, or dust messing with the sensors. And maybe that would make sense if anything like this had happened before. But it hadn't. That's what I can't get past. So, I've never really told this story out loud before, because even saying it makes me feel like it can't possibly be true. Both sides of my family have had these strange things happen for years, but they don't talk to each other about it. My father's family keeps their distance from my mother's family, and somehow the only connection between those two worlds is me, my mother, and my sister. And over time, we started noticing a pattern that was hard to ignore. It felt like something was following our bloodline. Not haunting us exactly, just taking things, moving them, putting them in places that made no sense at all. On my father's side, it started years ago in our old family home. My father's older brother, my uncle Raghav, was the one it seemed to focus on. He was a very particular man, very routine-driven. He always kept his scooter keys in the exact same place, every single day. Then one day, they disappeared. At first, nobody thought much of it. But then it happened again, and again. After a while, it had happened so many times that everyone in the house started accusing each other. It felt like someone had to be playing a joke, except nobody was laughing. Finally, my uncle got a duplicate key made. He was frustrated, and I think he wanted to prove that he wasn't imagining things. So one evening, he placed that new key right in front of the prayer room, the one place in the house everyone treated with the most respect. Then he stepped into his bedroom for just a moment. When he came back, the key was gone. Just gone. After that, other things of his started disappearing too. His phone, his heart tablets, small personal things, always his. It kept happening until he passed away about 4 years ago. And after that, everything stopped. Or at least, that's what we thought. Then last year, we were out in the garden planting a sapling. The soil there was hard and untouched, really packed down. We were digging maybe 2 feet deep when the shovel struck something solid. We thought it was a stone. It wasn't. We pulled out my uncle's old phone. The same phone that had vanished years earlier from inside the house. It was buried deep in the ground, under soil no one had disturbed. And I still can't explain how something could disappear from a table indoors and end up underground in the garden like it had been hidden there forever. Now, on my mother's side, the pattern was different, but just as strange. In her family home, phones used to go missing all the time, especially during family get-togethers. Somebody would set a phone down, turn around, and it would be gone. We'd call it, and it would ring, but the sound never seemed to come from inside the house. And then later, after everyone had searched everywhere, we'd find the missing phone outside, in the drainage pipes. Not once or twice, again and again. Naturally, the adults blamed the children, but the kids were always frightened, genuinely frightened, and they kept insisting they hadn't touched anything. After several incidents, it just stopped on its own, as suddenly as it had started. And then something happened more recently that shook me even more, because this time, I was right in the middle of it. My cousin lives in Palakkad. About 6 months ago, he lost his wallet. There wasn't any cash in it, just his ID card and a few bank cards. So after a while, everyone assumed he had dropped it somewhere, and that was the end of it. Then last week, my mother, my sister, and I went to Kochi. At first, that sounded normal enough. Then my cousin said, "But I'm still in Palakkad. Aren't you in Kochi today?" The man said he's in Kochi. And I just froze, because at that exact moment, I was standing right across the road from that exact jewelry store. Out of all the days, out of all the places in Kochi, out of every possible coincidence, I was there. Right there. So I walked across, met the man, and he handed me my cousin's wallet. The wallet that had vanished from a house in Palakkad months earlier. The wallet that somehow turned up over 140 kilometers away. The wallet that appeared directly in front of me on the one day I happened to be standing there. That's the part that stays with me. My father's side doesn't know about the wallet. My mother's side doesn't know about the phone we dug out of the earth. These stories live separately in different corners of our family. But me, my mother, and my sister, we know all of them. And when you put them together, it starts to feel like more than coincidence. I don't know what it is. I don't know how a phone vanishes from inside a locked home and ends up buried underground years later. I don't know how a wallet travels across cities and waits for me to arrive. I don't know why these things seem to happen around the same bloodline, across both sides of the family, as though something unseen keeps reaching into our lives and rearranging them. But sometimes I think about it like this, as if something is still there, quiet and patient, moving things just enough to remind us it can. Not to steal, not to hurt, just to let us know it's watching. I've always thought of myself as a skeptic, really. I'm the kind of person who needs to see something with my own eyes before I believe it. Years ago, I even had a conversation with my granddad about it, because he knew I'd always been drawn to the paranormal, the unexplained, all the strange and unsettling things people can't quite make sense of. I remember saying to him, "Granddad, when you pass, if there really is an afterlife, please send me a clear sign so I'll know it's you." But nothing ever happened. Not from him, not from any of my grandparents, and I was so close to them all. So for the longest time, I stayed in that skeptical place. Then life started putting stories in front of me that I just couldn't explain away. About 8 years ago, a close friend of mine lost her sister in the most horrific way imaginable. She had gone traveling from the UK to Thailand with a male friend, and the two of them were killed there. What happened to her was absolutely brutal. She was treated with such cruelty, and her injuries were so severe that she had to be identified through dental records. It was devastating. I had actually met her sister before, while we were both in hospital dealing with the same neurological condition. She was one of those people who really cared. She worked so hard to warn other backpackers about the dangers in that area because there had already been so many suspicious deaths connected to that island. After she died, my friends started experiencing all sorts of strange things that honestly made my skin crawl. And then something even more tragic happened. My friend herself, who had the same health condition as me, was in hospital with what should have been manageable issues, nothing that seemed life-threatening. But she died suddenly. And not just suddenly. She died on the exact same date her sister had been taken from the world, 5 years later, to the day. She was only 35. During the post-mortem, they discovered she had been pregnant and didn't know it. They never found a clear reason for her death. In the end, it was recorded as sudden natural causes. I still think about her parents. The grief they carried was just unbearable. She had told me things before she died, stories about what she'd experienced after losing her sister, and she was not the kind of person to invent things. Not for attention, not for comfort. She was grounded, honest, and what she shared with me stayed with me. Then, about a year later, another friend of mine lost her daughter. She was only 19. She took her own life, and her mom was the one who found her when she came home from work. I can't even put into words how awful that was. Her daughter had been training to become a nurse, and because of that, her mom always associated this strong hospital disinfectant smell with her, especially when she came home from shifts. She hated bringing that smell into the house, so she kept a bottle of her favorite perfume, Angel, in the car and would spray herself before going back inside. After her daughter passed, she started noticing things. She told me there were moments when she could suddenly smell that exact mix, hospital disinfectant and Angel perfume, so strongly and so randomly that she just knew her daughter was near. I remember thinking how unlikely that sounded, especially because it was February. It was bitterly cold, snowing even. The kind of weather where you'd never expect to see a butterfly at all. We sat down on the bench and started talking about her daughter. My friend got emotional, and as soon as she started crying, the air around us filled with that exact scent, disinfectant and Angel perfume, both so strong that it stopped me in my tracks. I knew the perfume well myself, so there was no mistaking it. Then the butterfly appeared. And not just any butterfly. It was exactly the one my friend had described to me before we arrived, with the same striking colors and markings. It came right over and landed gently on her hand while she was crying and talking to her daughter, telling her how much she missed her, how much she loved her. And it stayed there. Not for a few seconds, not for a minute, but for around 25 minutes. I just sat there in disbelief. My friend looked at it and softly said, "I love you, Poppy. Thank you for coming to see me." Eventually, we had to leave to go pick the children up from school, and I swear that butterfly followed us the whole way back to the car. That was the moment something shifted in me, because up until then, I'd always needed proof. And there I was, witnessing something with my own eyes that I simply couldn't rationalize. My friend later told me that every single time she visits, that same butterfly appears within minutes, no matter the season, no matter the weather. Rain, cold, even winter, it still comes. And unless I'm mistaken, butterflies don't survive like that for years on end, especially not in freezing temperatures. So now I do believe. Maybe not in a neat, certain way where I have all the answers, but I believe there's something. What I've noticed, or at least what it feels like, is that people who pass away peacefully, through old age or natural causes, seem to move on somehow. Where to, I honestly don't know. But the people who die in sudden, violent, or deeply tragic ways, they seem to linger. Maybe they stay because justice hasn't been done. Maybe they stay to watch over the people they love. Maybe it's both. I really can't say. All I know is that the people who told me these things were not people who would make them up. And in one case, I saw it for myself. That's what changed me. That's what made me believe there are signs, if we're willing to notice them. And I still find myself wondering why it seems to happen more with tragic deaths than peaceful ones. It fascinates me, honestly. And ever since then, I've wanted to know if other people have experienced anything like this too. Hello, my dear listeners. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry, I'm here to help. I'm going to share some mysterious stories with you to help you relax and drift off to sleep. You know, I truly love doing this. And by the way, thank you so much for sending me so many mysterious experiences. Please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you won't miss more mysterious stories. Good night. So, a while back, my friend Lena came to stay with us during a road trip she was taking with her new boyfriend. They'd stopped in Salem on the way, fully leaning into the Halloween mood, and picked up a couple of ghost hunting gadgets for a laugh. You know the kind. An EMF meter, a spirit box, all that stuff. When they got to the house, we spent ages messing around with everything. We walked those gadgets through the living room, the basement, up near the attic hatch, even around the fuse box, just to see if anything would happen. The spirit box gave us a bit of muffled radio noise here and there, but nothing that seemed meaningful, and the EMF meter barely reacted at all. Honestly, we were mostly just laughing at ourselves. It felt silly and harmless, and that was the whole fun of it. Later that night, we were all just lounging around, half tired, half wired, and Lena asked if I still had my tarot cards. I actually did. My mom had always loved anything paranormal, and years ago we'd tried figuring tarot out together. Neither of us ever became experts. We kind of decided tarot worked more like a mirror than magic, like therapy really. You see what you need to see in it. I've always been skeptical by nature, but in a curious way. I'm open-minded enough to admit it would be pretty amazing if there really was something more out there. So I dug out the old deck and the little guidebook that always came with me as backup. I still don't know all the meanings by heart, so that book is basically my comfort blanket. I started with Lena, laying out a few cards and checking the meanings as I went. And almost immediately, I wanted the floor to swallow me whole. Because the message I was getting, plain as day, was basically, this man sitting in your living room is not the one for her. It pointed to a relationship that wouldn't last, and some huge decision coming around Christmas. And in my head, I'm thinking, oh no, he's probably going to propose. She's going to want to say no. There is absolutely no way I can say any of that out loud. So I panicked. I did what any deeply unqualified fake tarot reader would do. I completely bottled it. I gave her some vague, fluffy nonsense instead, just enough to get through it without detonating the evening. Thought I'd got away with it. Then she smiled and said, "Do him next." And I thought, oh, come on. I've only just met this guy. But everyone was in good spirits, so I said fine and started laying out cards for him. The second I did, everything changed. 1 minute I was joking around, completely normal. The next, I felt absolutely awful. Not anxious in a vague way, physically awful. My head started pounding, my hands went clammy, and I felt this wave of sickness come over me so suddenly it was frightening. I remember thinking, Brilliant. I'm about to have my first ever panic attack in front of my friend and her brand new boyfriend. Fantastic timing. I dropped my eyes to the guidebook, trying to focus, trying to find something, anything to say. But I couldn't. My mind just went blank. My head was throbbing harder and harder, and with every pulse, there was one word in my mind. Mum. Just that. Over and over. Mum. 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 I tried to speak around it, tried to say literally anything else, but I couldn't get the words out. It was the strangest feeling. I felt like my tongue had gone thick and heavy, like my mouth just would not cooperate. And the only word I could say, the only one that seemed allowed through was, Mum. And the instant I said it out loud, everything stopped. Just like that. I looked up, and Lena was staring at me with these huge, wide eyes, like she was on the verge of tears, asking if I was all right. And I was. By then, I really was, but only just. I told her I thought I might have had some kind of panic attack. Then she held up the EMF meter. Apparently, while I'd been having my little meltdown, she'd quietly switched it on. The needle was going wild. Absolutely buried in the red, jerking around at the top end. And she just looked at me and said, very calmly, "You are not yourself." We all kind of laughed, because what else do you do with something like that? It was too weird not to laugh. Her boyfriend, though, barely reacted, just sat there like nothing had happened. Totally unreadable. So I tried to lighten the mood. I made a few jokes, looked up toward the ceiling like I was addressing the universe, and said, "All right then, if that was Mum, I'm sorry for making a mess of your message and nearly having a panic attack. But nice to meet you." He laughed. We all laughed. The tension broke a bit. And then, right at that moment, the spirit box, which Lena had turned back on, spoke. Clear as anything, in a woman's voice, it said, "Perfect." And that was the moment every single one of us completely lost it. So this happened in Southern California a few years back. Back then, my old friend Marco and I had this habit of getting a little lit and hiking the trails after sunset. Out there, away from the traffic and noise, it honestly felt like meditation. Just quiet, darkness, and a chance to breathe. One evening, we parked near the trail lot right before the sun went down and walked maybe 3/4 of a mile in. We had a usual little spot we liked, nothing special, just a concrete retaining wall where we could sit and relax. The trail stretched ahead of us. There was a narrow creek off to the left, and on the right, there was this side path that didn't really go anywhere. Behind us, the main trail kept winding up the hill, and right behind the wall stood this tall tree that kind of loomed over the whole area. We got settled in, lit up, put on some low music, and just started talking. For the first half hour, everything felt normal, peaceful. No one else around, no movement, no voices. Just the two of us sitting out there in the fading light. Then we heard it. At first, it sounded almost like someone calling out to a friend in the distance, kind of a drawn-out cooing sound. If you've spent enough time around LA, you know the kind of sound I mean. Marco and I both went quiet and started scanning the trail, expecting somebody to come walking toward us. But the sound didn't stay in one place. It started out ahead of us, then shifted off to the left, almost like it was moving in this strange zigzag pattern. We kept waiting to see a person, or an animal, or anything really, but there was nothing. And the closer it got, the weirder it sounded. Not like any owl or bird I'd ever heard. The only way I can describe it is like something between an injured owl and a completely unnatural imitation of one. It was off. Deeply off. Like whatever was making it didn't fit the sound at all. By then, it was getting properly dark. The sound stopped for a moment, and everything went still. Then suddenly, right above our heads, from the tree behind us, this loud, sharp, drawn-out coo blasted down at us. I didn't even think. I just grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, pointed it straight up into the branches, and shouted, "Hello?" Nothing. No eyes reflecting back. No bird shifting in the leaves. No person. No animal. Just total silence. Marco had already slung his bag on and stepped forward like he was ready to bolt. Meanwhile, I had all my stuff spread out beside me. My notebook, water, everything. And I swear those 10 seconds it took me to throw it all into my bag felt way longer. I was standing right under that tree, right under whatever had made that sound, and after I yelled and shined the light up there, it never made another noise. That was the moment the whole thing stopped feeling weird and started feeling wrong. We took off running. Full sprint down that dirt trail, straight back to the cars, no stopping, no looking back. To this day, I'm still amazed neither of us ate it in the dark because we were moving fast. When we finally got back, we were standing there by the cars trying to make sense of it, doing that thing where you nervously laugh and keep asking, "What was that?" But even then, it wasn't over. There was a ditch in front of the parking area, full of brush and little trees, and from down in there, we suddenly heard this loud, aggressive snarl. That one could have been a raccoon or an opossum, sure, but at that point, it just felt like the place was telling us to leave. So we did. And whatever that was, I have never heard anything like it before or since. So yeah, that's one I still think about. And honestly, I still don't know what was in that tree. I'm a 31-year-old guy, and I was diagnosed with ADHD as an adult. I know that probably sounds unrelated at first, but it really does connect to what I'm about to tell you. For as long as I can remember, my mind has always been moving fast. I've dealt with the usual stuff: trouble focusing, constant thoughts bouncing around, moving a little awkwardly when I'm distracted, all of that. But there was also something else. Ever since I was young, I'd catch what looked like a person out of the corner of my eye. It would happen in the middle of ordinary moments. I'd be doing something, glance up, and for a split second, I'd think someone was standing there or walking past. Then I'd look straight at it, and there'd be nothing there. No one. Just empty space. When I was younger, I brought it up to my psychologist. He told me it could happen with ADHD, that my brain was trying to process too much at once, and sometimes it would sort of fill in the blanks. He said I'd probably grow out of it. I never did. What I did do was get used to it. Over time, it stopped feeling shocking and just became part of life. Weird, sure, but familiar. I stopped mentioning it. Honestly, it felt too strange to explain, so I mostly kept it to myself. A few years later, I met my wife, Mara. After we'd been together for a while, I finally told her about it. The conversation only came up because there had been a few times when I asked if she'd just walked into a room, and she'd say she hadn't even been nearby. After enough of those moments, she looked at me like, "Okay, why do you keep asking that?" So I told her, not in detail, just enough, that sometimes I thought I saw someone in my peripheral vision. I never really described it, and after that, we didn't talk about it again. Then, when we were both around 29, something happened. I had just gotten home from work and went into the kitchen to throw together something to eat. I heard Mara coming from the living room, and as I looked toward one doorway, I caught movement in the other one. That same familiar shape, that same passing figure. I turned toward it automatically, then looked back. Mara was standing in the opposite doorway, staring at me. And she asked, "Did you see that?" I remember just looking at her and saying, "See what?" She paused, like she wanted to say more, but then she brushed it off. and somehow we both let it go. We never brought it up again. Until last night. It was around 1 in the morning. I woke up half asleep to use the bathroom. The bathroom is attached to our bedroom, and the bed faces the door. Mara was still awake, lying there, scrolling on her phone with the lamp turned low so I could get around without my glasses. I got up, headed toward the door, and there it was again. That shape. Same as always. At this point, I'm so used to it that I barely reacted. I just shifted around it without even thinking, went into the bathroom, came back, and got into bed. Then suddenly, Mara turned the light up and grabbed my arm. I was groggy, confused, trying to figure out what was going on. I had work in a few hours, so I really wasn't all there yet. But when I looked at her, she was pale, completely rattled, trying hard to keep it together, but scared. She looked right at me and said, in this shaky voice, "I saw it." And I asked, still half asleep, "Saw what?" That was the moment I fully woke up. Because the way she described it, it was exactly right. Exactly how I've seen it my whole life. And I had never described it to her like that. Not once. So now I don't really know what to think. When it was only me seeing it, I could write it off. I could live with it. I had lived with it. It had become background noise, basically. Creepy sometimes, sure, but manageable. But now she's seen it too. Now she's scared to be alone. She's talking about moving. And I don't even know how to explain to her that moving might not matter, because this thing hasn't belonged to one house or one room. It's been with me for as long as I can remember. That's the part I can't stop thinking about. Not that she saw it. Not even that she described it perfectly. It's the fact that she said it was standing there, waiting by the door, waiting for me. I was in 6th grade when this happened, and even now, years later, I still can't really explain it in a way that makes sense. It was me and my 2 friends, Mason and Sarah, walking home after school one afternoon. We were cutting past the neighborhood park like we always did when we saw this bunch of kids tearing out from that direction, full speed, like something had scared them half to death. At first, we thought maybe there was a fight or somebody got caught doing something stupid. But when we got closer, it was obvious they weren't coming from the playground or the basketball court. They were running from the woods behind the park. And because we were 12 and not nearly as smart as we thought we were, we decided to go look. We'd never really gone into those woods before. Everybody knew about them, though. There were always rumors. Old stories about high schoolers hanging out under this huge bridge back there, partying, doing drugs, whatever. But people had supposedly stopped going because they said squatters were living out there. At the time, that just sounded creepy enough to make it interesting, so we kept walking. We went deeper than I realized at the time, maybe close to a mile in, and eventually we found the bridge. It was massive, all concrete and rust and shadows underneath. The whole place felt abandoned in the worst way, like it had been left behind but was still somehow being watched. We moved farther under the bridge, and that's when we saw them. 3 symbols drawn on the ground, laid out like ritual circles with stars in the middle. I don't know what they actually were, but to a bunch of kids standing in the dark, they looked satanic. That's the only word I had for it then, and honestly, it's still the word that comes to mind now. The second we saw them, the mood changed. You know that feeling when your stomach drops and every part of you suddenly knows you shouldn't be there? That's what it felt like. None of us even argued. We just turned around and started heading back. Then a rock slammed against the side of the bridge. It was so loud it made all 3 of us jump. We spun around immediately, expecting to see someone there, but there was nothing. No movement, no voice, no one. That's when we ran. At first it felt normal, just blind panic, crashing through leaves and roots and branches. But after a while, something started to feel wrong. We should have made it out by then. Instead, every turn led to more trees, more dark, more nothing. We kept making random lefts and rights, trying to remember where we came from, until finally we stumbled into the same clearing again. The bridge. We had somehow made a full circle. By then, it was getting late. I remember trying to call my mom, hands shaking so bad I almost dropped my phone, but there was no service. Mason checked his too, same thing. Our batteries were dying anyway. We were scared, trying not to show it, but it was obvious. The sun was gone, and the woods looked completely different at night. Then we started hearing something moving behind us. Not just in one direction either. Branches snapping from different sides, like something was circling us. Fast. Too fast. We kept turning around, trying to see through the dark, and then all at once I realized Sarah wasn't with us anymore. She was just gone. I remember yelling her name over and over. Mason was shouting too. We searched everywhere we could without really knowing where we were going. Every second felt longer than it should have. I don't know exactly how much time passed, maybe close to an hour, but it felt endless. And then we heard her scream. We thought she was dead for a second. I really did. We shook her, called her name, begged her to wake up, and eventually she opened her eyes. But she was not okay. Not even close. Sarah was always the bright one in our group, always laughing, always making everybody feel less scared. But in that moment, she looked completely broken. She couldn't speak. She was trembling so hard her teeth were chattering, and her heart was pounding so visibly I could see it in her chest and throat. She curled up into herself and just stared, like whatever she'd seen had taken something out of her. We knew we couldn't stay there, so Mason helped her up and kept an arm around her while we kept moving. We didn't have a plan anymore. We were just walking, hoping the trees would finally open up. At one point, I heard a voice. It was low, quiet, almost like a whisper right near us. Leave. I stopped for half a second, but Mason said it was probably the wind, and honestly, I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. A few minutes later, we started hearing those sounds again. Rustling, snapping branches, movement from too many directions at once. And then I looked off to my left and saw it. There was a figure standing behind a tree, just barely visible, like it was leaning out enough for us to notice it. We ran immediately. I didn't think. I didn't say anything. I just ran. And I could hear it behind us. Heavy steps, branches cracking under its feet. Sarah started crying, over and over, saying, "Not again, not again, not again." And hearing that come from her made everything worse, because it meant something had happened while she was missing, something she never told us. We kept running until, out of nowhere, we saw the edge of the park. I have never felt relief like that in my life. We burst out of the woods and onto the grass, just gasping and stumbling, and then all three of us turned around. Standing at the tree line was this tall, shadowy figure, easily 7 feet, maybe more. It didn't move toward us. It just stood there, perfectly still, staring straight at us. And then it stepped back and disappeared into the dark. I'm 23 now, and I still think about that night more than I want to admit. None of us ever really talked about it afterward. Mason tried to act like it was just some messed up night in the woods, but even he never went back. And Sarah, whatever happened to her out there, it stayed with her. As for me, I've never stepped foot near that park again. Not once. And honestly, I don't think I ever will. I want to tell you something that still unsettles me, even now. And to be honest, I've never really been the kind of person who believes in paranormal stuff. I'm naturally skeptical. I always look for a rational explanation first. But every now and then, something happens that doesn't sit right with you, no matter how much you try to explain it away. This was one of those things. I hadn't thought about it in years. It was like my mind had tucked it away somewhere deep and decided not to revisit it. But not long ago, I was talking with someone, and the memory came rushing back so clearly that I got goosebumps all over again. That cold, prickly feeling just came right back. This happened a long time ago, when I used to babysit for my cousin's 2 girls. The older one, Mia, was maybe 7 or 8, and the younger one, Lila, was around 4. Lila was a very sensitive little kid. Every time her parents left, she'd get really upset and cry for hours. Sometimes she'd get frustrated and lash out too, but honestly, I mostly just felt sorry for her. She seemed deeply unhappy in a way I couldn't quite explain. They were living in a fairly new house at the time. It had only been built not too long before they moved in. Everything looked normal, clean, modern, bright during the day. But at night, that house felt different. It's hard to explain. There was just something off about it. Little noises, strange shadows in the corners. That quiet kind of atmosphere that makes you feel uneasy, even when nothing obvious is wrong. Usually, once the girls were asleep, I'd sit downstairs, watch TV, and check on them every so often. Mia's room was on the 2nd floor, and Lila's room was up on the 3rd. My cousin's bedroom was across the hall from Mia's. One night, after I'd been babysitting there for a while, something happened that I've never forgotten. I went upstairs to do my usual check. Mia was sound asleep, nothing unusual there. Then I went up to Lila's room. When I walked in, I stopped for a second because there was a chair sitting on top of her bed, and she was asleep curled up underneath it. It was odd, sure, but kids do strange things all the time, so I didn't think too much of it. I quietly lifted the chair off the bed, set it back where it belonged, and went downstairs. She never even stirred. A while later, I went up again. Same thing. The chair was back on the bed, and Lila was under it again. That's when I started feeling a little uneasy. I remember just standing there for a second, staring at it, trying to think of how that could have happened. But again, I took the chair down and left the room. Later on, I did one last check before her parents got home. And once again, the chair was on the bed. At that point, I was genuinely rattled. I didn't want to leave it in the room anymore, so I picked it up and carried it downstairs with me, thinking at least that would put an end to it. But as I came down the stairs, I suddenly got that unmistakable feeling that somebody was watching me. You know that feeling when the back of your neck tightens and every little instinct in your body goes on alert? That's exactly what happened. I turned my head and noticed that my cousin's bedroom door, across from Mia's room, was slightly open. Just barely. Only enough to leave a narrow crack. The room was dark, so I couldn't clearly see inside, but I had this overwhelming sense that there was someone standing there, looking directly at me. Then suddenly, the bedroom door slammed shut. Not slowly, not like it drifted on its own. It slammed. At that exact moment, Mia woke up and stepped out into the hallway, rubbing her eyes. So I knew it wasn't her. And I had just been upstairs with Lila, who was still asleep. I was terrified. I mean, truly terrified. I must have looked it too, because Mia took one look at me and asked what was wrong. Before I could even explain, she glanced toward her parents' room and gave me this look I still remember. It was this calm, knowing expression, like she already understood. Then she said, very matter-of-factly, that I didn't need to look in there, that it was better if I just went back downstairs. That made everything worse, because it didn't sound like a child imagining something. It sounded like someone who was already used to it. I asked her to come downstairs with me, and she did. I didn't want to be alone, not even for a second. Not too long after that, her parents came home. I got out of there, and I never babysat for them again. I did try to bring it up later with my cousin, more than once actually, but every time she'd brush it off and say something like, "I know, just leave it alone." And honestly, that's the part that still gets to me. Because what does that mean? What was going on in that house? Why did Mia seem to understand? Why did my cousin act like it was something already known, something not worth discussing? I still don't have an answer, and even now, thinking about that night gives me chills. So, I'm not really sure how this is going to sound out loud, and honestly, part of me still wonders if I'm just overthinking everything. I do have OCD, so I know my brain can latch onto things and make them feel bigger and heavier than they probably are. But this has stayed with me for so long that I finally felt like I needed to say it out loud to someone. A while back, I had this dream that genuinely unsettled me in a way I still can't explain. I've always had really vivid dreams, the kind that feel almost too real, like I've actually lived through them. And every now and then, I'll get these strange little flashes or feelings when I'm awake, like something is about to happen before it does. I don't really know what to make of any of that, and I'm not someone who knows much about paranormal stuff, so I've mostly just kept it to myself. In the dream, I was at this little off-campus house connected to my old university. It wasn't a place I'd ever actually been, but it felt familiar in that dream way, like my mind had built it out of pieces of real places. I remember starting out on the back porch with someone, and they kept urging me to come inside. Not aggressively, just insistently, like they really wanted me to see something. So eventually I went in with them. Inside, it felt like there was some kind of small gathering going on. Nothing wild, just a handful of people standing around, talking, moving from room to room. Some of them were people I recognized from real life, and some weren't. At first, everything felt normal enough. I was in one of the rooms chatting with a few people about completely ordinary things, and then my former advisor, though in the dream I'll call her Dr. Mara instead of her real name, walked over to a bookshelf and pulled out a book. She looked at me like she knew something I didn't, and asked whether I wanted to see my future, like my career, my life, where I was headed. And then, the dream shifted, the way dreams do, suddenly and without warning. All at once, everyone was looking for a different book. It was like the room changed emotionally before it changed visually. People got frantic. They were searching shelves, stacks, corners, drawers, everywhere. There was this feeling that the book mattered a lot, even though I didn't know why. At one point, they video called this older woman who seemed to know something about it, and she kept saying, almost casually, "It's in there, keep looking," like she was completely certain. Then, they found it. The second that book appeared in front of me, I felt this huge wave of dread. Just pure dread. I can still remember that feeling more clearly than some real memories. The book was large, very old-looking, and completely black. Not dark blue or brown black, just black. That alone felt strange. I love books. I own way too many, and there was something deeply wrong about the way this one looked. It had these metal details on the cover and spine, almost like clasps or bindings, like it was being sealed shut or reinforced somehow. It looked heavy, serious, almost ceremonial. And on the front, there was only one word: Archaon. Even saying that now makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why that word bothered me so much, but in the dream it felt charged, like I was looking at something I absolutely was not supposed to open or even know about. And right when I saw it, right at the peak of that horrible feeling, the dream ended. That would have been strange enough on its own, but what made it stick was what happened not too long after. It was black, and the second I really looked at it, I got hit with this awful flash of recognition. It wasn't exactly the same book from the dream, not perfectly, but it was close enough to make my stomach turn. I remember just standing there staring at it, feeling that same cold panic rising up again. I opened it and checked the first few pages, and the back pages too, searching for that word from the dream, hoping I wouldn't find it. I didn't. But even so, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with it. I ended up shoving it into a drawer where I kept gifts and random things I meant to deal with later, and it stayed there for months. Every time I remembered it was there, I felt uneasy. Eventually, I took it out and got rid of it. I know that probably sounds dramatic, but I was honestly scared of it by that point. It felt cursed, or at least tied to something I didn't understand and didn't want near me. And then there was the part that made everything feel even stranger. Around that same time, my dad, who is deeply religious, more than I am, had a disturbing dream of his own. In his dream, he walked up to a house where some kind of gathering was happening and knocked on the door. When the door opened, it was the devil standing there. Now, my dad is the kind of person who avoids anything even remotely connected to that kind of imagery, so for him to have a dream like that was completely out of character. It rattled him. And what really got to me was that his dream happened either the same night as mine or within a day of it. Very close together. My mom may have dreamed something odd too, but she almost never remembers her dreams long enough to say. So ever since then, I've had this lingering feeling that there was some meaning to it, or at least some connection I can't explain. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it was just a vivid dream that collided with coincidence and my own anxiety. I know that's possible. But even now, when I think about that house, that search, that black book, and that single word on the cover, I get the same chill I felt in the dream. I still don't know what it was supposed to represent. I don't know why it felt so forbidden, or why finding that real book afterwards scared me as much as it did. I just know the whole thing has been sitting heavy with me ever since, and I've never really known who to tell. So I guess I'm saying it now exactly the way it's been living in my mind. Confusing, unsettling, and impossible to fully shake. So I need to tell you about something that happened, because even now, it feels too meaningful to keep to myself. A few nights ago, I had a dream. I was sitting in my grandmother's sitting room with her. There were other people there too. Soft, indistinct shapes I somehow recognized as relatives. Maybe cousins, maybe aunts and uncles. But they faded into the background. What stood out clearly was the room, and her. She looked at me with those bright gray-blue eyes and asked very simply, "Why don't you come see me anymore?" And the truth is, that question cut straight through me. She wasn't just my grandmother. She was also my godmother, and in many ways, she felt like a second mother to me. We'd always been deeply close. But after her partner died years ago, she moved in with one of her sons so she wouldn't be alone. Over time, that home became a hard place to walk into. The atmosphere felt cold, uncomfortable, heavy. I live in another country, so at first I still visited often. Then every few months, then less and less. Eventually, I think part of me just shut down emotionally because it hurt too much. So in the dream, I answered her honestly. I said, "Grandma, of course I want to see you, but when I come, I feel like I shouldn't be there. I feel like a burden. It never feels warm or welcoming. In another situation, I'd come see you all the time." At first, she looked serious, but then her face softened. She gave me this gentle, knowing smile and said, Yes, I understand." Then I woke up. It was 3 a.m. I almost never remember my dreams, so this already felt unusual. I lay there for a while, thinking about it, and then drifted back to sleep. At 5:30, my father called me, crying. My grandmother, my godmother, had passed away around 2:30 that morning. It was sudden. Her heart gave out while she was getting up during the night. They found her later, and by the time help arrived, there was nothing anyone could do. The moment I heard, the dream came flooding back in full. And honestly, in that instant, I knew. She had come to me before she left. We hadn't been able to have that conversation in life, so she found another way. She said what she needed to say, and I said what I needed to say. We understood each other. We made peace. That's why, as strange as it may sound, I don't feel consumed by guilt. I feel sad, of course, but underneath that, I feel calm, deeply calm. I truly believe she came to say goodbye and to let me know that we were okay. And then, as if that weren't enough, later that morning, around 7, I said out loud, half teasing, half sincere, "All right, Grandma, if that was really you, send me one more sign." I had barely finished speaking when the TV in the background announced, "And today, we celebrate Grandmother's Day." I just froze. Then I started laughing. I looked up and said, "Okay, message received, loud and clear. Love you, Moraine. Rest easy." So I have this pair of rings I've worn since I was about 14, and at this point, they've been with me for nearly 3 decades. They mean a lot to me, so much so that I almost never take them off. The other morning, I left the house really early, and while I was driving, I suddenly realized my rings weren't on my fingers. My stomach just dropped. I had no idea where they could have gone, and I immediately started panicking. When I got back, I searched everywhere I could think of. I looked under furniture, behind the bed, in the bathroom, in the kitchen, in the trash, in my car, and even outside around the porch and yard. I checked every place that made sense, and when nothing turned up, I got more and more upset. Now, my grandmother passed away years ago, but I've always had this feeling that she still helps me find things when they go missing. I know that might sound strange to some people, but in that moment, I stopped and quietly asked her to help me bring the rings back. After that, I kept searching, but this time I started looking in places that honestly didn't make much sense, and somehow, that's exactly what led me to them. I found my rings sitting on a windowsill in a part of the house I barely even use, except maybe once in a while to tend to a plant or open the blinds. I hadn't been over there recently at all. I still can't explain why I would have taken them off there. Unless I was sleepwalking or something, it just doesn't add up. But deep down, I really feel like my grandma helped me. And this isn't the first time I felt that way. Years ago, when I was in my early 20s, I was with a longtime boyfriend, and on my birthday he took me out to dinner. That night, I wore this necklace that had belonged to my grandmother. It was delicate, a little long, and really special to me. On the drive home, we pulled off somewhere private and ended up fooling around in the car. Before that, I remember taking off the necklace because I didn't want it to get tangled or broken. I was sure I had tucked it into my purse. But later, when I reached for it, it was gone. We tore the car apart looking for it. I searched everywhere, under the seats, between the cushions, in every pocket of my bag. Nothing. I went home completely heartbroken, convinced I had lost something I could never replace. Then, a few months later, I was standing in my parents' room talking with my mom, and I happened to glance at the closet door. Hanging there was the necklace. I just stared at it. I asked my mom where she found it, and she told me she hadn't found it at all. It had just appeared there one day, and she assumed it belonged to either me or my sister. To this day, I cannot explain how that necklace could have gone from the car that night to my parents' bedroom closet. It makes no logical sense to me. And honestly, that's exactly how I feel about the rings showing up on the windowsill. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that in both moments, when something precious was missing and I felt helpless, it somehow found its way back to me. And in my heart, it feels like my grandma still looks out for me. So this happened when I was about 6, sometime in the mid-90s, and I still remember it like it happened yesterday. I was curled up in my mom's bedroom late at night, watching TV with her while the rest of the house had gone completely still. The screen was the only real light in the room, throwing those soft, flickering shadows across the walls. We were watching one of those goofy home video shows, laughing together, and for a while everything felt normal. Cozy even. Back then, we were living at my grandma's old house. It had that kind of heavy nighttime quiet that makes every tiny sound feel bigger than it is. The floorboards creaked, the air always smelled a little dusty, and the whole place had this strange, worn-down feeling to it, like it was carrying 100 stories it hadn't told yet. At some point, I got up to go to the bathroom. I stepped out into the hallway, and the wood floor was cold under my feet. The living room was off to my left, almost completely dark except for a little bit of moonlight slipping in through the curtains. Now, my grandma had this habit of sleeping on the couch instead of in her bed. She used to say she hated sleeping in the bedroom, though as a kid I never really understood why. So there she was, asleep against the wall, snoring softly like always. And then I saw him. I just froze. It looked like a man was coming straight out of the wall, not opening a door, not stepping around anything, just moving through it. He passed right through my grandma like she wasn't even there, and kept going across the room. He was tall, really tall to my little kid eyes, and he had on this old-fashioned hat, more like a dark fedora than anything else, and a long coat that hung off him in this strange way. But the part I can never forget, the part that still gets under my skin, was what he was made of. He didn't look solid. He looked like television static. Not like a normal person, not like a shadow. His whole body had that grainy, flickering black and white look, like a dead channel on an old TV. It was almost like the air around him was buzzing. I remember staring and thinking, this can't be real. I actually pinched myself because I thought maybe I was dreaming, but I wasn't. He kept moving, calm and deliberate, crossed the room, stepped up onto the little side table near the couch, and then just disappeared through the opposite wall. Just like that. I was absolutely terrified. I wet myself right there in the hallway because I was too scared to move. Then I finally snapped out of it and ran back to my mom's room, crying so hard I could barely talk. I jumped into the bed and yelled, "Mom! Mom! There's a man in the living room!" She sat straight up, startled, and asked me what I was talking about. I was sobbing, trying to explain this man made of static, with the hat and the coat, walking through the walls like it was the most natural thing in the world. My mom took my hand and walked with me back down the hall. I remember that walk feeling so much longer than it really was. When we got to the living room, my grandma was still asleep on the couch like nothing had happened. My mom turned on the lamp beside her, and the light woke her up. Then my mom told her what I'd seen. And my grandma just looked at me with this calm little smile, like none of it surprised her at all. She said, "Sweetheart, that was your grandfather. He used to wear that hat and coat whenever he went out at night to have a drink." And there he was. Same face, same coat, same hat. I remember just staring at that picture, feeling cold all over, because I knew what I'd seen. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't made it up. Somehow, that night, I saw someone from my own family who was supposed to be gone. And honestly, even now, I still don't have a good explanation for it. I just know that for one brief moment in that old house, the dead didn't feel very far away at all. I've had sleep paralysis before, but there are two experiences that have stayed with me in a way I still can't really shake. The first time happened in early spring of 2021, just after sunrise, somewhere around 6:30 in the morning. I was asleep, and as I started trying to wake up, I slipped straight into that awful in-between state where your mind is alert, but your body won't move. It felt like I was fighting to pull myself awake, blinking hard, trying not to sink back under. And then, in those blinks, I saw them. There were 4, maybe 5 small gray beings in my room. 2 of them were right up close to my face, 1 on either side, and at least 2 more were standing near the foot of the bed, just watching me. I have this faint memory that there may have been another one standing off in the far right corner, but that part is less clear. One of the ones near me seemed to be holding something, some kind of object, and it was close to my face or chest. I still couldn't tell what it was. What I remember most clearly is the way they reacted when I started fighting the paralysis. They looked startled, almost panicked, like they hadn't expected me to be aware of them. One of them, on my left side, moved suddenly and sharply, almost like it jerked back toward the window beside my bed. And through all of it, I had this intense sensation that I was lifting, like my body was floating even though I was still trapped there. After what felt like forever, maybe a minute or 2, I finally managed to move again. I sat straight up in bed, blinking, trying to get my bearings. And just like that, they were gone. At the time, I didn't let myself dwell on it too much. I'd never fully believed in aliens, and I told myself maybe it was just a one-time thing, some terrifying sleep paralysis hallucination that happened to feel more real than anything I'd ever experienced. But then it happened again. This was in 2026, just a couple of nights ago, around 1 in the morning. Same kind of beginning. I woke into sleep paralysis, completely still, fully aware. But this time, it was different. There was only one figure. This one was taller than the others had been, more medium height, and something about the presence felt different too. I got the strange impression it might have been female, though I know that sounds ridiculous, and honestly, I have no idea whether that even makes sense. It was wearing something that looked like a dark fitted suit, almost like a flight uniform, and unlike the others, it didn't seem alarmed at all. It was calm. It just stood at the end of my bed, staring at me in this steady, focused way, almost as if it was observing me, studying me. What surprised me was that I didn't panic the same way I had the first time. I didn't struggle to break out of it. I just looked back. I couldn't move, but I stayed there, completely locked in, staring at this being while it stared at me. And behind it, somehow, there was what looked like a UFO in my room, as if it had simply appeared there. That part had never happened before. We stayed like that for about a minute, maybe a little longer. Then I blinked, and it was gone. The room was empty, the paralysis lifted. I sat up in bed again, heart racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. This happened close to a year ago, maybe a little less. It was around the end of 9th grade, right before finals, on a school night. Back then, my sleep schedule was completely wrecked. Where I live, we have to get up ridiculously early for school, around 5 in the morning, and I was the kind of person who would still be awake at 1 or 2 a.m., running on maybe 3 hours of sleep if I was lucky. That night, I remember feeling off. Not exactly sad, not exactly angry, just wrong. Restless, heavy. Around 1:30 in the morning, I was lying in bed, scrolling through YouTube, trying to distract myself. To make sense of what happened, I need to explain the layout a little. Right outside my bedroom was this small sitting area with a huge frosted window, maybe 7 feet tall. It didn't have curtains, so even though you couldn't clearly see through it, it still gave off this strange, exposed feeling at night. If you stood in that space facing away from the window, my bedroom door was right behind you. Inside my room, my bed sat a little way in from the door, and there were 2 windows along the wall near the foot of the bed. The room itself wasn't huge, just enough for the bed and a bit of walking space. I always sleep with the curtains shut and the room completely dark. I hate sleeping with lights on, but for a few nights before this happened, I'd already been feeling uneasy in that room. That kind of fear you can't explain. Like the space itself felt wrong. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. Anyway, sometime around 2 a.m., I came across this video called something like, "How to Make Yourself Faint." And because I was tired, bored, and clearly not thinking straight, I decided to try it. The video said to lie down, take 40 deep breaths, and then on the last one, stand up quickly and try to inhale hard. So I sat on the edge of my bed, thinking if anything happened, I'd just fall back onto the mattress. I followed the instructions, and on that last breath, everything got strange. I didn't black out exactly, but I went into this awful fog. It felt like my brain had slipped sideways, like I wasn't fully there anymore. For a second, I couldn't tell what I was feeling or even where I was. Then it was almost like time skipped. The best way I can describe it is that weird sensation of suddenly realizing time has passed after you fall asleep. Except I was still sitting there. When I came to, my vision was blurry. My room lights were still on, just like I'd left them. As things started to come back into focus, my body began jerking and trembling, and I couldn't control it. It felt like that intense pins and needles sensation when your leg falls asleep, except it was my whole body. After maybe 15 seconds, it stopped. I just sat there, stunned, thinking, what was that? At that point, I decided, okay, enough. I shut off the lights, pulled the curtains closed, and tried to go to sleep. But the fear that had been lingering the past few nights got so much worse. It was overwhelming. I usually fall asleep to scary stories or white noise, but that night I switched to a prayer because I was too freaked out to listen to anything else. Eventually, it calmed me down enough that I drifted off. And then almost immediately, I was dreaming. Or at least, I thought I was. In the dream, I was still in my room. It was dark, exactly the way I'd left it. But I instantly felt that same presence again, only stronger now, like something was standing just outside my room, watching, waiting. Then my focus shifted to the doorway, and there was this woman standing there. But her eyes were not human. They were huge, unnaturally wide, and the whites were this deep, textured red, almost like stone. Her pupils were yellow, sharp and reptile-like, and she was smiling at me. Not kindly, not gently. It was this stretched, taunting smile, like she could see exactly how terrified I was and was enjoying it. Behind her, through the frosted light from outside, was this eerie blue glow, almost like exaggerated moonlight. Everything about it felt theatrical and horrible. The second I saw her, I shut my eyes in the dream. I was lying in bed facing the door, and even with my eyes closed, I could feel her come into the room. That's when I tried to move, and I couldn't. Not even a little. That was the worst part. I fought with everything I had to sit up, to scream, to move my arms, anything. But my body just wouldn't respond. It felt like being trapped inside myself. I kept my eyes squeezed shut and started begging myself to wake up. Then I felt hands on me. Actual hands. I felt my body being shaken, like someone was trying to wake me up fast. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was in my throat. I was panicking, praying, trying to think of anything safe, and for some reason I thought of my grandma, my real grandma, and held on to that as hard as I could. And then I heard her voice, right in my ear, clear as anything. She said in her language something like, "Hey, kiddo, it's me, Grandma." It sounded exactly like her. Same tone, same softness, the way she used to comfort me. And somehow, Even in that terror, it calmed me a little. After that, everything gets blurry. I don't remember exactly how it ended. I just know I woke up at 5 a.m., completely terrified, fully convinced that something evil had tried to get into me that night. And honestly, even now, remembering it still gives me chills. Let me tell you about the first really strange thing that ever happened to me in that house. This was back around the summer of 2016, maybe late June or early July. We lived way out in rural Wisconsin, a good half-hour from the nearest town, surrounded by woods and open land. A lot of unsettling things happened in that house over the years, but this was the first one that really stayed with me. I woke up really early one morning, somewhere around 4:30, maybe 5. It was that in-between time of day when it's not fully night anymore, but the sun still hasn't come up. The sky outside had just started turning that pale blue-gray color, and inside the house, everything looked like shadows and outlines. From my bed, I could see through my bedroom door into part of the living room. I remember sitting up, still half asleep, and just staring out there. At first, I didn't even know what I was looking at. I just had this weird feeling that something wasn't right, and I couldn't pull my eyes away. After a few seconds, I laid back down and tried to shake it off, but that feeling only got stronger. So I sat up again and looked toward the living room one more time. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, we had this old rocking chair, and there was someone sitting in it. I know how that sounds, and I know it sounds like every creepy story you've ever heard, but I'm telling you exactly what I saw. The room was still dark enough that I couldn't make out details clearly, so all I could really see was the shape of a person. Just a dark figure in the chair, outlined by the faint light coming through the windows behind it. But I could see the head. That's the part I remember most clearly. It rose above the back of the chair, and it looked smooth, almost bald. I just stared at it. That was the weirdest part. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't frozen in pure terror, but I also wasn't okay. It was more like this heavy, unnatural feeling that kept me locked on it. I genuinely felt like I couldn't look away. My younger brother, Mason, was asleep in the bed across from me the whole time. He didn't move once. And I remember thinking, more than anything, that I didn't want whatever was out there to notice either of us. So I got up, walked over, and quietly shut the bedroom door. That was it. No huge dramatic moment, no footsteps, no voice. It just felt like the only thing I could do. Then I laid back down and listened. I stayed there for a long time, wide awake, waiting to hear something, anything. A creak, a footstep, the rocking chair moving, whatever. But the house was completely silent. Not one sound. At some point, I must have fallen back asleep, because when I woke up again a couple hours later, everything was normal. The house was busy, people were up, morning had started like usual. Later, I told my mom what I'd seen. She didn't seem too concerned. She told me I probably saw the pattern on the blanket draped over the chair, and that my mind filled in the rest. She said it might have looked like my grandmother's face or something in the low light. Then she added that, for some reason, she'd actually slept on the couch in the living room that night. I remember thinking she completely misunderstood me, but I didn't push it. Because I know what I saw. It wasn't a face in a blanket. It wasn't a trick of the light. There was someone, or something, sitting in that chair. I could see the shape of its head above the backrest. It was real enough that I still remember exactly how wrong it felt. Nothing big happened right after that, but more strange things came later. Looking back, that morning felt like the beginning of it all. I've always been somewhere in the middle when it comes to paranormal stuff. I'm open to the idea that ghosts or darker things might exist, But I also think most stories people tell have a normal explanation, or they're just made up. That's how I felt before this happened, and honestly, it's still how I feel now. But there is one experience I've never been able to explain away. This happened around 12 years ago, in the middle of winter. My parents and I had gone to visit my Aunt Lena's grave on the anniversary of her passing. We went late in the day because my parents had both been working, so by the time we got there, the cemetery was only a few minutes from closing. It was just before 5. Not especially late, but in winter it was already getting dim. That gray-blue kind of evening where everything feels quieter than usual. The place was almost empty by then. We'd spent a little while at the grave, and the three of us had just turned to head back to the car when we noticed a woman walking some distance away. What struck us immediately was that none of us had seen her before. She wasn't far enough away that we should have missed her. The cemetery grounds in that section were flat and open, and there really wasn't anywhere she could have come from without us noticing. I don't think any of us said the word ghost in that moment, but there was this strange feeling, like something about it was off. So we kept watching her. She walked for maybe 10 seconds or so, just moving at a normal pace, and then she was gone. Not hidden, not blocked from view, just gone. I know how that sounds, and I'm not claiming I can prove it. I'm only telling you exactly what I saw, and I am completely convinced that this woman vanished right in front of us. 1 second she was there, and the next second she wasn't. My mom is one of the calmest people I know, and even she reacted. She didn't scream or anything, but she definitely got rattled. I still remember her blurting out, "What the hell was that?" And then, "Are you kidding me right now?" She was trying to make sense of it, but you could hear in her voice that she was shaken. My dad handled it differently. Looking back, I think he was more unsettled than he wanted to admit. At the time, he gave this awkward little laugh and said something like, "Well, that was strange. Maybe we just saw a ghost." Then he immediately followed it up with some joke about how we needed to leave before the shopping center parking lot got more terrifying than the cemetery. We were planning to stop and pick up a few Christmas gifts afterward, and I think he was trying to steer us back into normal life as quickly as possible. But the thing is, all three of us saw it. That's what has stayed with me all these years. If it had just been me, I probably would have talked myself out of it by now. I would have assumed the light was weird, or I was tired, or I just filled in the blanks wrong. But it wasn't only me. My parents saw the same woman in the same place disappear at the same moment. I don't. But I do believe something happened in that cemetery that evening, and to this day, I can't explain it. I'm not really the kind of person who jumps straight to ghosts or the paranormal, but honestly, after everything that happened growing up, I still can't come up with a better explanation. The first strange thing I can remember happened when I was about 9. There was some kind of moon event that night, maybe an eclipse, maybe something else, and I had gone outside to look at it before heading back in for bed. Everything felt normal at first. My room was quiet, the house was still, and then out of nowhere, I heard whistling. And not normal whistling either. It sounded distant, eerie, almost like someone was trying to get my attention without being seen. The weird part is, it couldn't have been neighbors. We lived way out in the country, down this long gravel road with woods all around us. The nearest house wasn't close enough for that. I remember looking out my window and seeing absolutely nothing. No movement, no person, nothing. The whistling would come back every now and then, and every time it did, it made my skin crawl. But that wasn't even the part that scared me the most. Some nights, when I was trying to fall asleep, I'd hear drums. We never had drums in the house, and none of my brothers or sisters played anything like that. It was this low, rhythmic beating that sounded almost ceremonial, and hearing it late at night made everything feel wrong. It's hard to explain, but it didn't sound like noise from far away. It sounded close. Too close. The worst thing, though, the thing I still think about, was the whispering outside my window. My bed was set up right next to it, just because that was where it fit best. And every once in a while, I'd be lying there in the dark, and the whole room would be silent. Like someone was standing just outside, whispering words I couldn't quite make out. Not loud enough to understand, but clear enough to know they were there. That terrified me more than anything else. What really gets me is that it wasn't just me. My dad, Rowan, used to talk about how that place always felt off. He'd say that whenever he was out near the tree line, he had this constant feeling that something was watching him. He mentioned hearing movement in the leaves, little rustling sounds, like something was staying just out of sight. And honestly, I understood exactly what he meant. I felt it too. One morning, years later, I woke up really early for work, before sunrise, and immediately felt like something was in the room with me. I know that probably sounds dramatic, but I don't mean I was just nervous or half asleep. I mean I felt a presence, a real one, heavy, aware, like it knew I was awake. And whatever it was, it did not feel harmless. It felt deeply wrong, almost hateful. I had never felt anything like that before, and strangely, I never felt it again after that one morning. That land has been in my family for generations, close to 100 years now, and even before that it was just old, untouched ground. A lot of history could be tied to a place like that. I've wondered before if maybe people lived there long before my family ever did. I don't really know enough about spirits or hauntings or any of that to say what it could have been. All I know is, I didn't used to believe in this kind of thing. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. I've only recently started talking about the stranger things that happened to me growing up. For a long time, it just felt pointless. People either laughed, tried to explain it away, or acted like they understood when they really didn't. I'm not trying to convince anyone anymore. I guess I'm just hoping to share it with people who are willing to listen. When I was younger, my friends and I used to wander through abandoned places out in rural Nebraska. At first, it was just the thrill of exploring old, forgotten houses and barns. But after enough weird things started happening, we half-jokingly started calling it ghost hunting. Not exactly creative, but it stuck. There was one house in particular that never left me. It sat way back from a dirt road, so far out that at night it felt like it barely existed. When you stepped through the front door, there was a small kitchen off to the left, and through a narrow opening on the right was the living room. The place was mostly bare, almost stripped clean, except for a few cabinets still hanging crooked on the walls, and this one old armchair sitting in the middle of the kitchen, like someone had carefully placed it there. And on the arm of that chair was a book. It was huge. I mean, absurdly huge. Thick, heavy, packed with page after page. We brushed the dust off and realized it was an old Connect the Dots book. I remember laughing because it was so strange. This giant book, filled with hundreds of nearly identical puzzles, just sitting there in an abandoned farmhouse. We took it with us, mostly as a joke. On the drive back, my friend Mara sat in the back seat doing a few of the puzzles with a pen she found in my center console. After I dropped everyone off, I forgot the book was still in my car. Over the next few days, I kept noticing it in the back seat whenever I glanced behind me. Then by Friday, after work, I decided I should finally clean the car out and toss it. But when I opened the back door, the book was gone. Just gone. My car stayed locked most of the time, and I was pretty obsessive about that, so the only explanation I could come up with was that maybe one of the doors hadn't latched properly and someone took it. It didn't really make sense, but I wasn't that upset about it. I probably would have thrown it out anyway. Still, I texted Mara and asked if by any chance she'd left it there on purpose, or maybe come back for it. She said no, of course not. So I told her it had disappeared, and that kicked off a whole conversation about the house again. The more we talked, the more uneasy I felt. By that night, we decided to drive back out there and take another look. We went in through the same front door, same little kitchen, same opening to the living room, same silence. And there, in the middle of the kitchen, was the same armchair, with the same giant book resting on the arm. I remember us just staring at it for a second. Then we walked over, picked it up, and wiped the dust from the cover again like we were hoping we were wrong somehow. I laughed, but it came out shaky that time. Not amused, more like my brain didn't know what else to do. We flipped through the pages. Every single puzzle was blank. Not one pen mark, not one line, nothing. The pages Mara had filled in on the drive home were clean, like no one had ever touched them. What makes it even stranger is that we went back to that house more than once after that, and we never saw the book again. Not on the chair, not on the floor, nowhere. It was like it had shown up twice and then decided that was enough. I still can't explain it. I don't know where the book went when it was in my car, and I definitely don't know how it ended up back in that house looking untouched. Of all the things I saw in those years, that's still one of the most baffling. And honestly, it's the kind of thing that stays with you. Not because it was loud or dramatic, but because it made absolutely no sense at all. I've worked some eerie jobs in my life, but one of the strangest was doing night patrols as a security officer for NSC. Most nights were equal parts interesting and unsettling, and over the years I saw enough odd things that I usually kept my mouth shut. Partly because I didn't want people thinking I was making things up, and partly because I didn't want to risk my job. But this story is different. I wasn't alone. 3 other people were there that night, and every one of us walked away shaken. Let me set it up for you. Back then, I was doing patrols around Beresfield and Thornton. The way the shift worked was simple enough. One officer started at Beresfield at 6 p.m., and another started at Thornton at the same time. Then, around midnight, we'd swap locations and finish the other person's patrol. It was just the routine. Creepy routine, sure, but routine all the same. So, on this particular night, sometime after 1 a.m., I was on the Thornton side when I got a call from the other guard, a guy I'll call Terry. His voice had that edge to it that told me right away something wasn't normal. He said he needed me over at the school in Beresfield, and I told him I'd be there in 5 minutes. When I pulled up, Terry was arriving too, and sitting there already was a police vehicle. 2 officers stepped out, and for a split second, Terry and I made some dumb joke to each other, just trying to lighten the mood. But once the officers started explaining why they were there, the joking stopped pretty quickly. They told us the local station had received a call from one of the classrooms in the school, Classroom 6, around 12:45 in the morning. Not a normal call either. When someone answered it, all they heard was a child giggling. That alone would have been enough to unsettle anyone, but in the background there was this soft, tinkling music, like the kind that comes from an old jewelry box with a little ballerina turning inside. I've never liked that sound, not even as a kid. There's just something about it that gets under your skin. The sergeant apparently thought maybe a child had somehow been locked in or left behind, so he sent the officers out to check. Now, this school was fully fenced, tall black fencing, pointed spikes on top, not the kind of place you just casually wander into. Terry unlocked the gate, and the 4 of us headed inside together. We walked through the main glass doors into the front hall. Offices lined both sides, and at the end of the corridor was the main office, where the internal phone system connected to all the classrooms. Then, the second we stepped into that office, the phone rang. Not only rang, it lit up, and the display clearly showed Classroom 6. I remember every one of us freezing for a second. One of the officers said she'd answer it. She picked up, listened, and I watched the color drain right out of her face. Then she said, very quietly, "It's the kid giggling, and the music's playing again." That was enough for me. I said I'd go check Classroom 6, and before anyone could stop me, I was already moving. I ran down the corridor, out through the glass doors, and straight toward the room. The windows stretched across the classroom wall, so I glanced in first. Nothing. No movement. No child. I opened the door and stepped inside, and I can still remember exactly how that felt. The air in that room hit me like ice. Every hair on my body stood up. I had goosebumps everywhere. It wasn't just fear. It was that horrible, instinctive feeling that something was deeply wrong. I turned and looked back toward the office through the glass, and I could see Terry and the two officers staring at me, wide-eyed, waiting. Then I noticed something odd. There was no phone on the teacher's desk. That didn't make sense. This was supposed to be the room making the calls. I looked closer and spotted a phone cord running toward one of the wall cupboards. I opened it, half expecting, honestly, dreading, that I might find a child hidden inside. Instead, there was the phone, tucked away inside the cupboard, and it was off the hook. I could hear the dial tone coming from it. I just stood there staring at it for a second, feeling sick. Then I put the receiver back in place. And that's when I noticed the folding divider wall between Classroom 6 and the room next door. I slid it open just enough to squeeze through into Classroom 5. The moment I stepped in there, the same feeling hit me again, stronger somehow. My whole body tensed. I didn't even finish checking properly. I backed out, shut the divider, hurried out of Classroom 6, slammed the door behind me, and made it back to the office faster than I'd like to admit. I told them exactly what I'd found, and to my surprise, the two officers looked at each other and basically said, "Nope, we're done." They were genuinely rattled. One of them said they were leaving the rest to us. I remember blurting out something like, "That's nice, you've got guns and we've got flashlights." But they were already mentally out the door. One officer's radio crackled, and the sergeant asked for an update on the school call. She told him they'd explain when they got back to the station because they didn't want the rest of the officers hearing it over the radio and taking the piss out of them. He agreed. Then they left. So there it was, just Terry and me. We looked at each other, both of us trying to act steadier than we were, and decided we had to do one more full sweep of the classrooms together. So we did. All 6 rooms. Thoroughly. Nothing. No child, no intruder, no explanation. Once we'd locked everything up, we stood outside Classroom 6, both of us shaking a little, both needing a smoke. We lit up and just stood there in silence for a second, trying to process what had happened. And then, from directly inside Classroom 6 behind us, came this enormous bang. Not a creak, not a tap, a proper bang. That was it. We didn't hesitate. We ran. Absolutely ran for our lives, locked the place up as fast as we could, got to our patrol cars, and drove out of there. A few minutes later, we pulled into a service station and just sat there talking, going over every detail again and again, trying to make sense of it. We never could. And I'm telling you now exactly as I remember it, because that night stayed with me. It still does. This happened sometime after 2010, and I've had more strange experiences in my life than I can count. Enough that I could tell you story after story. Some of them go all the way back to when I was barely old enough to talk. The first thing I ever tried to describe as a child, apparently, was something I just called the eyes. That was all I could say. The eyes. My parents never understood what I meant. Honestly, I'm not sure I ever did either. But that night at the school, that one was real. 4 of us were there. 4 of us heard enough, saw enough, and felt enough to know something wasn't right. And I truly hope you never experience anything like it for yourself. Hello, Paranormal M viewers. I absolutely love what I do. It's such a pleasure to be here sharing these paranormal experiences with you. Thank you so much for sending in so many of your own stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can be among the first to comment. Now get cozy in bed, pull the covers up, and let's dive into today's paranormal experiences. So this happened when I was working at an old hotel in downtown Seattle while I was in college. I was a valet in Bellman, and the place had this mix of elegance and age that made it memorable. It was one of those historic hotels where famous people would check in now and then, but it also had a reputation. Staff used to swap stories about strange things happening there, hearing voices downstairs, feeling someone brush past them when nobody was around, that kind of thing. The top floor of the hotel was the 6th floor, and it was mostly used for events. There was a kitchen up there, a couple of big banquet rooms, and a few guest rooms that hardly anyone ever stayed in. One night, I was working the evening shift, getting close to the end of the night and trying to finish up my closing tasks before the overnight guy came in. I was standing at the concierge desk, sorting through valet slips and checking them against the nightly log when the phone rang. I picked it up and said, "Concierge desk, this is Nate. How can I help you?" The guest on the other end sounded tired. They said, "Hi, we're in room 505, and we were wondering how much longer the party upstairs is supposed to go on. It's pretty loud, and we're trying to get some sleep." That immediately caught me off guard, because there weren't supposed to be any events happening that night. Still, I figured maybe a few guests had wandered up there. One of the banquet rooms opened onto a rooftop patio, and people sometimes like to sneak up for the view, have a drink, and hang out a little longer than they should. So I told them, "I'll go check it out right now." I got in the elevator and headed up to the 6th floor. The second the doors opened, I could hear it all. Voices, laughter, glasses clinking together, and a piano playing, clear as day. It sounded like a full gathering, dozens of people, easy. There was one banquet room up there with an old piano inside, so it all seemed to line up. The strange part was that when I walked over to the double doors and tried to open them, they were locked. I knocked, expecting someone to answer, or at least for the noise to shift a little, but nothing happened. The sound kept going, like a full party was happening just on the other side. At that point, I was more confused than anything, so I went back downstairs to grab a master key. It only took a few minutes, really. I came right back up, but this time, when the elevator opened, the whole floor was silent. Completely silent. No voices, no laughter, no clinking glasses, no piano, nothing. I walked straight to the banquet room, unlocked the doors, and opened them up. The room was empty. Not just mostly empty, completely empty. And that's what got me. There's no way that what sounded like 50 people could have packed up and disappeared that fast. There was only one elevator, and it was small. Even if everyone had decided to leave the exact second I went downstairs, there just wasn't enough time for that many people to get out without me seeing or hearing at least some of it. I just stood there, staring into this silent, empty room, trying to make sense of it. To this day, I can't really explain it. Maybe it was some kind of leftover energy, like an echo of something that had happened there years before. I don't know. I'd heard plenty of ghost stories from other employees and guests, But that was the only thing that ever happened to me personally. And honestly, that was enough. I honestly never took ghost stories seriously. Not until a few weeks ago. I live alone in this old studio apartment in the city. It's nothing fancy. The floors creak, the pipes groan, and the walls are so thin I can practically hear my neighbors sneeze. But the rent is cheap, and these days, that's reason enough to stay anywhere. At first, it was little things. The kind of stuff you brush off because you don't want to sound dramatic. My keys would end up somewhere I swore I didn't leave them. I'd hear water dripping in the bathroom after I knew I'd turned the faucet off. Sometimes the hallway outside my bedroom would feel freezing cold, even when the heater was running non-stop. I kept telling myself it was just an old apartment being old. But then I started hearing footsteps. The first time was about 3 weeks ago. I was half asleep when I heard these soft steps moving across the living room. Clear as day. I sat straight up in bed, heart pounding, convinced somebody had gotten inside. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help, and checked every inch of the apartment. Behind the shower curtain, inside the closet, the front door lock, the windows, everything. There was nothing. No one. So I told myself it had to be the neighbor upstairs, even though it was almost 2 in the morning. A couple nights later, it happened again. Only this time, the footsteps didn't stop in the living room. I heard them come all the way down the short hall and stop right beside my bed. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just lay there with my eyes shut, completely frozen. And I swear, it felt like someone was standing there, looking at me. The room went cold. Not just chilly, cold in that deep, awful way that makes your chest feel tight. When I finally forced myself to open my eyes, no one was there. But my bedroom door was closed. I always sleep with it open. After that, things got worse fast. One morning I walked into the kitchen and every cabinet door was hanging open. Another night, the shower turned on by itself while I was making dinner. I had maintenance come by, and of course, they couldn't find anything wrong. They shrugged it off like old pipes, bad pressure, normal building issues. Then a few days ago, I came home from the store and found a single wet footprint on the bathroom tile. Just one. And it definitely wasn't mine. It was smaller, way smaller, like it belonged to a kid. That's when I finally asked the woman who lives across the hall if anything bad had ever happened in my apartment. She got quiet right away. Then she told me there used to be a girl living there back in the late 80s. Her name was Mara, or maybe Myra, something close to that. She kept mostly to herself, and people in the building said she was struggling with a lot. One day, after no one had seen her for several days, they found her in the bathtub. What really got to me, though, was what my neighbor said next. She told me that before Mara died, she used to complain all the time about hearing footsteps in the apartment at night. Footsteps when no one was there. Last night was the breaking point. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like forever. Finally, I reached over and switched on the lamp. The sound stopped instantly. The closet door was cracked open a few inches. I always keep it pushed shut, even though the latch doesn't work right. This morning, nothing was missing, but all my clothes were shoved over to one side, bunched together like someone had gone through every piece. So now I'm sitting in a cafe telling you this because I really don't want to go back there. My coworker says I should set up a camera, and maybe she's right. But the truth is, I'm terrified of what I might catch on it. I'm stuck in that lease for 8 more months, and there's no way I can afford to leave. Tonight I'll probably sleep with every light on in the apartment. But deep down, I don't think that's going to make any difference at all. So I'm 18, and not long ago I went to my granddad's funeral. The whole day was really heavy. I never had my dad around growing up, so my granddad was more than just a grandparent to me. He was the closest thing I had to a father. He'd always been that steady, caring presence in my life, so saying goodbye hit me harder than I can really explain. The day itself felt like it disappeared in a blur. There was so much emotion, so many people, and by the end of it I was completely drained, mentally and emotionally. Later that night, I got into bed sometime after 1 in the morning. I don't remember the exact time, just that it was late and I was exhausted. Before trying to sleep, I said a few words out loud to my granddad. I thanked him for everything he'd done for me, for all the love and happiness he brought into my life, and I said I hoped he was at peace, just in case, somehow, he could still hear me. Then, 2 really strange things happened that night. The first thing was this weird moment not long after I lay down. Every night, I leave my phone charging on the desk in the far corner of my room, nowhere near my bed. I must have only been drifting off for maybe 10 or 15 minutes when I suddenly half woke up convinced my phone was in bed with me, playing music. It sounded like some kind of band music, something soft and brassy, which honestly made sense because there had been music like that at the funeral earlier that day. In my sleepy state, I somehow became convinced my phone had slipped down the side of the bed. So I spent several minutes reaching around in the dark, trying to find it, before suddenly remembering it was still on my desk where I'd left it. I brushed it off at the time and eventually went back to sleep. Then later, maybe a couple of hours after that, things got even stranger. I woke up the next morning at around 7 o'clock, in my mom's bed. And I mean, I had absolutely no memory of getting there. I vaguely remember waking up in the night like I needed the toilet, which is normal for me, but I don't remember actually walking to the bathroom. I don't remember using it. I don't even really know for sure whether I needed to go at all. It's like there's just a complete blank space in my memory, and then suddenly I'm waking up in my mom's room, lying in her bed, trying to work out how on earth I got there. My mom was already awake by then, and when I asked her about it later, she said she didn't remember me getting into bed beside her either. She was just as surprised as I was when she woke up and saw me there. What makes it even stranger is that I've never been a sleepwalker. Not as a kid, not ever. There's no history of anything like that with me. When I was really little, I used to climb into my mom's bed sometimes, like a lot of kids do. But that was years and years ago. We're talking over a decade. Every now and then, maybe once in a blue moon, we'll joke about old times and end up sharing the bed if one of us is unwell or something. But that hadn't happened in a long time. There was no reason for me to go in there that night. We've lived in this house for years, and I know it inside out. I can move around it in complete darkness without any problem, and I usually do because I like sleeping with the room pitch black. I never switch lights on if I get up in the night. The bathroom is upstairs, and my mom's room is right across from it, while mine is a bit farther down the hall. Usually we both sleep with our doors shut, but that night my mom had left hers open because she was so exhausted from the funeral that she basically fell asleep as soon as she got into bed. But at the same time, part of me can't help feeling there was something more to it. I do believe in spirits. I believe there's something after this life. I've never had any experience that made me feel strongly one way or the other before, and I'm not someone who goes looking for signs. But this felt different. Not scary, not threatening. Actually, the opposite. It felt comforting. It almost felt like maybe my granddad was somehow still looking after us. Like after such a painful day, he wanted me and my mom close together that night. Like maybe, in some small way, he guided me there. Maybe it was just grief. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe my brain simply did something odd after one of the hardest days of my life. But honestly, a part of me still likes to believe it was him. This happened more than 20 years ago, when I was about 8 months pregnant with my son Mason. I had just gotten home from work and I was alone in the house. I went upstairs like I normally would, and all of a sudden, I felt this presence behind me. You know that instant, icy feeling that makes every hair on your body stand up? It was exactly that. I froze. For a second, I didn't even want to turn around, because something in me already knew I wasn't going to like what I saw. But I finally looked over my shoulder, and standing there was this unbelievably tall, shadow-like figure. I still don't know how else to describe it. It was just huge and dark and wrong. The second I saw it, panic completely took over. My bedroom was only a few steps away, and I ran straight into it and slammed the door. I pressed my back against it like that was somehow going to protect me. In that moment, I really believed if I just held that door shut, whatever I'd seen couldn't get to me. I stayed there for what felt like forever, too scared to move. When I finally came out, it was gone. But ever since that day, I've never been able to shake the feeling tied to that part of the house. Every single time I walk past the hall closet at the top of the stairs, right near where it happened, that same fear comes back. It's so strong that I won't over that closet myself, and I don't even like being in the house when someone else opens it. There have been other strange things over the years too. I've seen what looked like a small child walking past out of the corner of my eye, and for a split second, I thought it was my son, only to realize he was somewhere else in the house the whole time. That was unsettling, but it didn't feel threatening. Another time, I heard what sounded like an older man grunting, like the kind of noise someone makes when they're trying to stand up from a chair. No elderly man has ever lived in this house, so again, it was strange, but not terrifying. The one experience that really stands out to me as possibly connected happened when Mason was around 10 years old. He came home from school one afternoon and went straight to his room to play video games. A little while later, he called me in absolute hysterics. He was crying so hard he could barely get the words out, and he kept saying there was a huge black bird in his room. I rushed home, and he was still beside himself when I got there. I asked him where the bird was, and he told me it had flown into his bedroom closet, so he slammed the closet door shut. What always stuck with me is that if you were to knock out the back wall of his bedroom closet, it would line up almost exactly with that upstairs hall closet that has always terrified me. So there I was, trying to be practical, holding a butterfly net, and fully expecting to find some trapped bird flapping around in there. I opened the closet door, and there was nothing. Nothing at all. I poked through everything with the net, thinking maybe it was hiding. Still nothing. He didn't even have that much in there. Just a few clothes, a couple of games, some random stuff. I took everything out carefully, piece by piece, and there was no sign of any bird. No feathers, no mess, no sound, nothing. Looking back, there's one more thing that feels important. When he was a baby, maybe around a year and a half old, he used to wake up in the middle of the night screaming. I mean, absolutely hysterical. He'd stand up in his crib, staring into one specific corner of his room, crying like he was seeing something that terrified him. I would go in, pick him up, rock him, try everything to calm him down, but nothing worked as long as we stayed in that room. He would not stop staring at that corner. The only thing that ever helped was taking him downstairs and putting him back to sleep there while I stayed nearby. So yes, I've had a lot of odd things happen in that house, but that tall shadow and whatever my son saw have always felt different. Those are the moments that have stayed with me. And to this day, I still can't explain why that upstairs closet, and maybe even that whole area around it, feels so deeply tied to whatever was there. I was about 10 when I had the first experience that really stayed with me. I saw what I can only describe as a jinn, though I still don't know whether it was meant to be harmless or something darker. It had taken the form of a girl I knew, almost perfectly, except the hair was wrong. That was the detail I couldn't get past. Ever since then, strange things have followed me in one way or another. Later, I moved abroad for university, and honestly, I can't remember living in a single apartment where something unsettling didn't happen at least once. There was always some odd feeling, some sound, some moment that made the air feel wrong. Now I'm in my 30s, and about 7 months ago, my family and I moved into a new apartment in a different city. For a while, everything felt normal, quiet, safe. I actually thought maybe, for once, nothing would happen. But then, just like always, before I'd even been there a full year, it started again. Sometimes I wonder if these things somehow find me, or if they only begin to notice me after I've been somewhere long enough. I don't know. It's a strange thought, but after so many years, it's hard not to wonder. What happened last night shook me more than anything before, because I've never had one actually speak to me. I've heard the usual things over the years: muffled noises, strange cries, sounds that seem to come out of nowhere, like through a phone or buried inside music, but never a clear voice directed at me. I'd been up late watching television until around 2 in the morning. My spouse and our baby were asleep in the bedroom. It's a one-bedroom place, and for the past few nights I'd been sleeping on the couch in the living room because my spouse snores and the bed just isn't comfortable for all three of us. Usually it's the other way around, but I really needed a decent night of sleep. The night before, when I turned everything off and the room went dark, I had this awful feeling. You know that heavy, uneasy sense that something is there with you in the dark? I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was probably just because I was sleeping in a different spot than usual, going from the bedroom to the living room. Still, the feeling was intense enough that the next night, the moment I switched off the TV, I caught myself thinking, I really hope I don't feel that again. Usually, if I ever sense something strange, it passes. It's there for a night or a moment, and then it's gone. It doesn't stay. But this time, right after that thought crossed my mind, I heard a voice from just behind my head, maybe 2 feet away. I was lying on the couch, and it sounded close, far too close. The voice was rough, low, and unnatural, raspy in a way that made my whole body go cold. I couldn't make out what it said, and at first I didn't immediately think of anything paranormal. I thought maybe my spouse had come into the room and said something I didn't catch. So I answered the way anyone would. I said, "What?" And then it replied. Same voice, same horrible, gravelly sound. That was the exact moment I knew something was wrong. And on top of that, they weren't even feeling well that night. Pranking me would have been the last thing on their mind. So then I was left with the reality of it. It was 2 in the morning. The apartment was completely quiet. The voice had come from directly behind me, clear as day. And what frightens me most is that it responded. I spoke, and it answered back. That means there was an exchange, however brief. A conversation, if you can even call it that. I still have no idea what it said. I only caught the beginning of one word, something that sounded like it started with an N. That's the part I can't shake. It's one thing to hear knocks, footsteps, or movement in another room. It's one thing to catch a shadow out of the corner of your eye. But hearing a voice speak directly to you, right beside you, is something else entirely. It changes everything. And the feeling I got from it was not good. The darkness already felt wrong before it happened, and the voice itself felt sinister. That's why, in my mind, I keep calling it a demon, even though I know jinn can be good or bad, just like people can. What I do know is that I've never experienced anything like this before, and it terrified me. Truly terrified me. So, let me tell you this the way it happened. A little before Christmas in 2023, I met my fiance's mom for the first time. It wasn't a long visit, nothing dramatic on the surface, but I could feel pretty quickly that she didn't warm up to me. And apparently I was right, because as soon as the night was over, she told my fiance she didn't like me. At the time, I figured it was just one of those awkward family things. I didn't think much of it. But then, not long after that, everything kind of spiraled. In the early hours of New Year's Eve, around 2 in the morning, I was driving home from work when I got hit in a crash that very easily could have killed me. Another driver ran a red light at full speed. Later, I found out he'd been trying to get his girlfriend to the hospital after stabbing her during some drug-fueled episode. It was chaos. The impact knocked me out cold. When I came to, the very first thing I saw was a hand reaching into my car, trying to pull open the passenger door. What stuck with me was the tattoo on it, an upside-down pentacle on the back of the hand. Then I looked up and saw this woman covered in blood. The second she realized I was awake, she started screaming at me through the shattered window, saying, "You killed my baby!" Over and over, just absolutely losing it, until the police got there. And one detail that still bothers me is that I had been on the phone with my fiancé when the crash happened. The call cut off in the wreck, obviously, but she heard enough to know something was terribly wrong. I ended up in the hospital and got released the next morning. Somehow, the only major lasting injury turned out to be a traumatic brain injury. My ears rang constantly for weeks after that. It took a long time before I felt anything close to normal again. And honestly, I still deal with depression that started after the injury. Now, the reason this whole thing feels heavier than just a terrible accident is because over the last year or so, more pieces of the bigger picture started falling into place. My fiance's mother comes from a family with deep roots in Louisiana, just outside New Orleans. Her family history is tied to slavery, generational trauma, all of that. A lot of relatives still live in the same area where that history happened. There's also a long family association with folk spirituality and occult practices. Her mom has never come right out and said she practices anything herself, but she's always had this quiet fascination with that world and refuses to talk openly about it. She's also not a stable person, and that part matters. She was abusive to my fiancé growing up. At one point, she even broke her nose and claimed it was because she heard demons speaking through her. That kind of thing wasn't isolated. It got so bad that my fiancé's father eventually left, even though he still helped support the household from a distance. So when I learned that, right after my call dropped during the crash, her mother walked into my fiancé's room at 2 in the morning just to ask how I was doing, it landed strangely. My fiancé, panicked and half in shock, told her she thought I'd just been in a serious accident. And her mother basically said that was unfortunate, that she'd pray for her, not for me, and then just walked out. That stuck with me. And then there's the part I still can't explain. Ever since that crash, whenever I see an upside-down pentacle, whether it's on jewelry, a shirt, or even in some random image, my ears start ringing intensely. Not just mildly. Bad enough that I have to look away or leave. And what's strange is I don't even feel emotional when I see it. I'm not panicking. I'm not spiraling. It's just a symbol to me. But my body reacts instantly. There's a cafe near my job where one of the baristas wears that exact symbol on a necklace all the time. If I spot him through the window, I just turn around and leave. The ringing is that severe. So that's really why all of this has stayed with me. It's not just the accident itself. It's the timing, the hostility, the family history, the eerie little details, and the way my body still reacts to that symbol like it remembers something I can't fully process. And I guess the question I keep circling back to is this: did Mara's mother put some kind of curse on me? I know that probably sounds wild, and maybe there's a logical explanation for all of it. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's my brain attaching meaning to the first thing I saw when I woke up after nearly dying. But I can't shake the feeling that something about all of this is off. The atmosphere around it has just never felt right. A couple of nights ago, something happened that I still can't really shake, and I wanted to share it in case it sounds familiar to anyone. I use a sleep tracking app sometimes, just out of curiosity, and the next morning I found a short recording from the middle of the night. What caught me off guard was that it picked up a voice I never heard while I was actually asleep. It was a man's voice, very clear, saying 99-7. What made it so unsettling wasn't just the words. It was the way it sounded. It didn't sound human in the normal sense. Not like someone talking nearby, and definitely not like me mumbling in my sleep. It had this compressed, sharp, almost artificial quality to it. The closest thing I can compare it to is an old two-way radio, some kind of military transmission, or maybe a clipped archival audio file. I've gone over every normal explanation I could think of. I was alone that night. No one else was in the room, and the app I use only records sound. It doesn't play anything back. The only audio I had on was a YouTube ASMR video running from my laptop while I fell asleep, and that was it. No autoplay, no extra apps open, nothing in the background that should have kicked on by itself. The next day I checked everything I could. I went through my YouTube history, looked for ad activity, checked whether another video could have started, whether a tab might have switched, whether there was some background sound I had missed. Nothing lined up. No video, no ad, no accidental audio source explained that voice. And the words themselves were strange too. It didn't say a sentence. It just said, very precisely, 99-7. No emotion, no context, no surrounding noise that made it make sense. It didn't sound like a radio host, and it didn't sound like anything you'd hear in an ASMR video. It almost sounded like a code, or some kind of signal check. The weirdest part is that I never heard it in the moment. I only found it the next morning when I listened back. That same night, I also had a really disturbing run of false awakenings. You know those dreams where you think you've woken up, but you're still dreaming? It kept happening over and over. There were threatening figures, this long corridor I was trying to get through, and at one point in the dream, my apartment looked like it had been completely wrecked. It had that horrible, lucid nightmare feeling where everything seems vivid and wrong at the same time. I'm not trying to say it was something paranormal. I honestly don't know what it was. I just know I've ruled out the obvious explanations, and the voice still doesn't match anything I knowingly played or heard. So I guess I'm asking, has anyone else ever found something like that in a sleep recording? A voice that sounds more like a transmission than a person? And does 99-7 mean anything to anyone? Maybe some kind of signal, code, or audio glitch pattern? Even if nobody has an answer, it would honestly help just to know I'm not the only person this has happened to. So here's the thing. I'm 23, still living at my parents' place while I commute to school, and I've never been the kind of person to jump straight to ghosts or demons or whatever. I grew up Jewish, and that part of my life means a lot to me. The traditions, the history, the way I was taught to think through things carefully, it all shaped me. So whenever something strange happens, my first instinct is always to find the practical explanation. I'm usually pretty good at that, But this has been harder to file away neatly. The first time anything started feeling off was back during the 2020-2021 school year, when I was finishing high school remotely. My older brother had recently moved out, and I took over his old room as my little setup for online classes. I had my laptop, 2 monitors, headphones on all the time, way too many tabs open, just absolute chaos. I've had terrible attention issues for as long as I can remember, so I was constantly overstimulated, constantly half-focused, and honestly sometimes I couldn't tell whether a sound came through my headset or from somewhere in the house. A couple months into that year, I started hearing knocking. Not loud pounding or anything dramatic, just a quick knock-knock on the wooden frame of the doorway. Enough to make me look up and say, "Yeah?" or get up and open the door. And every time, there'd be nobody there. Sometimes the hallway would be empty. A few times, I knew for a fact I was the only person home. At first, I brushed it off. The house was older, built in the late 50s, I think, and there was this old central vacuum hookup right by the door, plus an air vent in the same wall. So I told myself it had to be the house settling, or pipes knocking, or airflow doing something weird. That explanation made sense. It still makes sense, honestly. The only thing that bothered me was how specific the sound always felt. It always sounded like it came from the door frame itself, and it almost always happened when I had both ears covered with my headphones. It was rare, too. Maybe once every few weeks, always quick, always over before I could really test it. Then a few years passed, and, in August of 2024, it started again. By then I'd moved into a finished room in my parents' basement while commuting to college. It was actually a pretty nice setup. Real walls, door, lamps, overhead light, everything. Not some unfinished storage corner. Around that same time, I had this dream that really got under my skin. And I know how that sounds. I hate using a dream as evidence for anything, because dreams are slippery. They mutate the second you wake up. But this one stuck with me in a way I can't really explain. I woke up abruptly because my dad accidentally triggered the house alarm early in the morning, and I wrote down what I remembered right away. Even now, I don't fully trust the details I wrote, but I trust the feeling it left behind. The feeling was awful, deeply personal. Not like I'd had a nightmare about monsters or being chased, but like something had reached directly into the center of how I understand faith, tradition, God, all of it, and told me I had it wrong. Not Judaism itself, exactly. More like my place inside it, my understanding, my relationship to it. Like I'd been singled out somehow. That was the part that shook me. Not the dream itself, the feeling after. And right around then, the knocking came back. Then in February of 2025, something else happened. In this one, I actually do think I can explain. At least, mostly. I'd started using weed pens at night. Not in a healthy way, if I'm being honest. I was stressed, disappointed in myself, feeling stuck, and it turned into a bad coping habit pretty fast. After a few weeks of that, I started hearing whispering at night. Very soft, not constant. Just the sound of people murmuring right outside my room in the basement. Every time it happened, I'd freeze and listen, and every time I did, it stopped. That part, I think, probably was paranoia, or at least partly. I was young, I was using way too much. I already felt guilty about hiding it from my parents, and the whispers almost always made me feel like I was about to get caught. Like my parents were right outside the door, talking quietly before confronting me. Once I stopped using pens alone, the whispers almost completely disappeared. Now I only use anything socially, and not often. So that part doesn't haunt me the same way. It fits too well into a pattern I understand. Still, even then, the whispers only ever happened when I had headphones on. That detail kept bothering me. By May of 2025, I was still in that basement room, still commuting, still trying to ignore anything that didn't come with an obvious explanation. The room itself was normal. The door latched fine. My overhead light worked, my desk lamp worked, the little lamp near my bed worked. I'd gotten into the habit of keeping one ear uncovered whenever my parents were home, just in case someone actually called for me or knocked for real. And if I heard knocking without a voice attached to it, I'd mostly ignore it. I told myself that was the healthy thing to do. Don't feed it. Don't dramatize it. Then came the part I still can't sort out. My mom asked me to start cleaning my room before I moved out for the summer, so I went through this old storage bin full of cables, flash drives, adapters, all the random tech junk that piles up over time. I found an old USB stick and figured I'd see what was on it, mostly because I wanted to recover some school stuff from before our accounts got wiped. There was a PowerPoint on it with a boring name, something like Midterm Slides, American Government 2020. Totally generic. The kind of file I absolutely would have made half asleep the night before a deadline. Plain template, ugly font, walls of text. Nothing unusual about it. Until I clicked onto one slide, something about an early 1800s Senate election, I think, and noticed there was writing in the speaker notes. Not normal notes either, just short lines, one sentence per line, no bullets, no explanation, just fragments. Stuff like, nobody is upstairs, mute the audio, second from the top now. I went back through the whole presentation, every slide. Only that one had notes in it, and that night I couldn't stop thinking about one of the lines, second from the top now. It got stuck in my head in this weird way. I kept turning it over, wondering what it even referred to. The second item in a list? The second line in the notes? I don't know. It just started feeling like an instruction. So I opened the file again, and when I looked at the notes a second time, I swear there was another line at the top. Either it hadn't registered before, or it wasn't there the first time. I know how that sounds. I really do. But this time the top line read, "Begin below notice." And right then, I heard a single knock beside me on the doorframe. One knock. Close enough that it made my whole body tense. And the part that really gets me is this. I meant to go back and save the file somewhere safer. I even thought about attaching it when I tried telling this story before. But later, when I went looking for it again, I couldn't find it. I went through drive after drive, old folders, everything. Nothing. I still remember the file name. I remember the slide. I remember those lines. But I can't produce the file anymore. And that's what unsettles me most. Not because I think that proves anything supernatural. It doesn't. Memory is messy. Fear changes perception. Headphones distort awareness. Weed definitely didn't help. Old houses make weird sounds. All of that is true. But there's still this part of me that keeps wondering whether I've been brushing something off for too long. Whether I've spent years reducing everything to noise and coincidence because that's what makes me feel safe. And now I don't know whether that instinct is helping me stay grounded or keeping me from seeing something I'm supposed to pay attention to. That's the part I can't make peace with. I don't know if I need to make it stop, or if I even can. I don't know whether this is just anxiety stitched together out of years of half-heard sounds, bad sleep, guilt, stress, and one disturbing dream. Or whether I've let myself get too comfortable ignoring things that felt wrong. I just know that sometimes it feels like I'm standing right on the edge of something I don't understand. And what scares me is not knowing whether the smart thing is to keep dismissing it, or to finally stop pretending it's nothing. Honestly, this has been with me for as long as I can remember. When I was little, it was more of a feeling than anything I could explain. Just this strange sense that something was there, even when I couldn't see it. As I got older, that presence became harder to ignore, and eventually I started thinking of it as this shadow figure that would show up just enough to remind me it hadn't gone anywhere. At some point, I gave him a name, Gerard. I think I did that because naming him made him feel a little less terrifying and a little more like this weird, intrusive presence that kept drifting in and out of my life. When I was younger, it mostly showed up in little things around the house. A cup would end up knocked over. My pets would refuse to go near certain corners. I'd find marks on the bathroom mirror after a shower, even when no one else had been home. Back then, I didn't really know what to do with any of it. I just knew it felt real. I think I was about 13 when I first actually started seeing him. We were living in an apartment then, and there was this narrow hallway that connected the bedroom area to the living room and the front door. I'd be walking back and forth getting ready or grabbing something, glance to the side, and there he'd be, a tall, dark figure just standing there. You know that moment when your brain doesn't process it right away, and then suddenly it hits you and you look back? That was always how it happened. And every single time, he'd be gone the second I looked again. I told my dad once, and he brushed it off, saying maybe some random guy had wandered in. That definitely did not help. Then when I was 15, I had one of the clearest experiences I've ever had with him. He walked into my room, plain as day, and just stood there for a few seconds. Calm, still, watching. Then he turned, stepped into the hallway, and disappeared. No footsteps, no door, no sound at all. I remember calling my best friend immediately. She lived only a few minutes away, and I was panicking, telling her he had just been standing there looking at me and then walked out of sight like it was nothing. What always got to me most wasn't even when he stood in a room. It was when he'd lean his head around a doorway, like he was checking to see if I noticed him. That always felt like his way of saying, "I'm still here." And even though I never got the feeling he was evil, it scared me every time. Eventually, I got so used to it that I started talking back. I'd say, "Quit scaring me. Seriously, enough already." It sounds ridiculous, but after a while it felt less like I was dealing with something malicious and more like I was dealing with something curious, or confused maybe. Still unsettling, just not hateful. As I got older, I started reading more about shadow people, trying to make sense of any of it. But the truth is, I still don't know what he is. I don't know why he attached himself to me, or why it seems like he's been around since I was a little girl. My parents always knew weird things happened, but they're very traditional and religious, so trying to have a real conversation with them about it never really went anywhere. What's strange is that, even now, I don't believe this thing is harmful. Startling, yes. Annoying, absolutely. But not harmful. It's almost like he just wants to be noticed. Like he wants me to know he's there, and that's it. That's probably why I've never seriously tried to get rid of him. It's hard to explain, but it's like living with something odd in the background for so long that it becomes part of your normal. Not welcome exactly, just familiar. There is one memory from childhood, though, that still unsettles me more than anything else. I was about 5, and my grandmother was living with us at the time. We shared a room with 2 separate beds. One night I was trying to fall asleep when I felt something near me on the bed. I looked over and saw my pink stuffed rabbit, about the size of one of those big toy store plushies, moving toward me. Not falling, not shifting, moving, crawling almost. I froze. I couldn't even scream. And then my grandmother suddenly sat up, grabbed it without a word, looked at me, and threw it into the closet. The next day, she packed it away into a storage box. After that, she started playing a Spanish Christian radio station softly through the night while we slept. She never explained why. Years later, when I brought that night up to her as a teenager, she clearly remembered enough to not want to talk about it. She just shut down the conversation. My grandmother passed away a few years ago, and I still think about that moment a lot, especially because it was one of the first times I ever felt, deep down, that whatever had been around me was real. So back in 2019, I moved to a small town in eastern Oregon. I was a broke college student, and I ended up renting this tiny attic room in a huge old house that had been standing since the late 1800s. The rent was cheap, which was really all I cared about at the time. The other girls living there tried to warn me, though. They told me weird things happened in the house. I laughed it off. I figured they were just trying to mess with the new girl. At first, it was little things. I'd wake up in the morning and find the upstairs balcony door standing wide open, even though it was still locked from the inside. Sometimes chairs from the dining room downstairs would somehow show up in the hallway on the second floor. I honestly thought it was just my roommates pranking each other, or maybe forgetting where they'd moved things. Then Thanksgiving happened. There were 11 of us living in that house, and over the holiday, I was the only one who stayed behind. I woke up that morning absolutely freezing. The whole house felt cold in this strange, heavy way, so I went downstairs in my socks to turn up the thermostat. And while I was standing there pressing the buttons, I heard voices. 2 women talking nearby, like they were in the next room. I stopped and listened. One of them said, very clearly, "He's coming." I froze. I can't even remember what else they said after that, because those 2 words just hit me so hard. I went through the whole house looking for whoever was there, checking every room, calling out, but there was nobody. Not a single person. It was just me. I tried to convince myself I was overtired. I spent the whole day doing that, actually, trying to act normal and shake it off. That night, I was sitting in the living room with my roommate Mara's kitten curled up in my lap. I was just petting her, trying to relax. Then all at once, she went completely stiff. Every muscle in her body locked up. I looked up, and there, on the window, was this shadow. Not like a reflection, not like somebody standing outside. It was darker than black, almost like ink smeared across the glass. I stared at it, and I had this awful feeling that it was staring back at me. Then it moved, slowly, sliding across the window, and vanished. I called the only friend I had nearby, and I begged her to come sit with me, because I did not want to be alone in that house anymore. After that, things got worse. Anytime I went down into the basement, I felt like something was watching me. Not just a creepy feeling, really watching me. The basement had this strange, narrow hallway that twisted back toward a little apartment in the back, and we all jokingly called it the catacombs. One night, one of my roommates swore she saw a man standing down there. She called the police in a panic, but when they came, they couldn't find anyone. My attic room was shaped like this odd little triangle, and at night, I would hear what sounded like fingernails dragging slowly above my head. Long, deliberate scratches. Things would disappear from all over the house and never turn up again. One night, every fish in my roommate's tanks died at the same time, for no reason anyone could explain. I kept hearing whispers too, in different parts of the house, always too soft to make out clearly. It was like the house was always saying something, just never loud enough for me to understand. When the lease was finally up, every single one of us left. None of us wanted to stay another day. I told myself I'd never go back there. But the strange part is, sometimes I still feel pulled toward that house. If I'm in the neighborhood, I'll catch myself stopping outside without meaning to. And I just stand there, staring up at the window of what used to be my room. like some part of me is still there, waiting. So, here's something that happened to me that I still can't fully explain. A little context first. I take the train to work every day, and when I get home, I always put my work badge and transit card in the same place on my nightstand. It's just part of my routine at this point. The night before this happened, I remember doing exactly that. I set my badge down, and I placed my card right beside it before going to sleep. The next morning, I came home from class, planning to grab something quick to eat and then get ready for work. I looked over at my nightstand, and my badge was there, exactly where I expected it to be. But my transit card was gone. At first, I thought, okay, maybe I knocked it down in my sleep, or maybe it slid behind something. So I started searching. I checked under the bed, pulled things away from the wall, looked through drawers, moved furniture around, basically turned the whole room upside down. Nothing. I couldn't find it anywhere. Eventually, I gave up and figured I'd just buy tickets for the day. I wasn't panicking too much because I knew I had left it on the nightstand. I was sure of that. So I thought maybe after work, when I had more time, I'd come back and do a better search. Before I left, though, I asked my mom if she could take a look too. Honestly, I'm not exactly known for being great at finding things, so I thought maybe a second pair of eyes would help. Later on, I found out my mom searched my room really thoroughly. My dad even joined in for a bit. They checked under the bed, moved things around, went through the nightstand, and still found absolutely nothing. No card. Now here's the part that really got me. When I came back home that evening, my transit card was sitting right there on the nightstand. Not off to the side, not half hidden, not tucked behind something. It was right where I had left it the night before, completely visible, like it had never been gone at all. I just stood there staring at it. I even made my parents promise they weren't messing with me, because it honestly felt like the only possible explanation at that point. And look, I know this isn't some huge horror movie moment or anything, but I genuinely cannot explain it. I know what I saw. I know it wasn't there earlier, and I know my parents didn't find it either. So at this point, I'm left with this weird, unsettling feeling that something else was involved. In my faith, there's this belief in jinn, beings that are mysterious, playful, and sometimes known for causing mischief. And until somebody gives me a better explanation, I'm telling you right now, I'm blaming them. I've had 3 experiences in my life that I still can't fully explain, no matter how hard I try to convince myself they were just in my head. The first one happened when I was in middle school. We were all gathered for family prayer one evening, and everyone had their eyes closed, praying seriously. I was the only restless kid in the room, of course. I'd close my eyes for a few seconds, then peek again, just being nosy and unable to sit still. At one point, while I was sitting there, I suddenly felt something scratch the back of my heel. Not lightly either. It felt like actual fingers and nails dragging across my skin. I froze. My first thought was that my brother was messing with me, trying to scare me. But when I looked up, he was sitting right in front of me with everyone else. Nobody was behind me. Nobody was even close enough. Later, I asked him if he had done anything, and he just looked confused and said, "How could I? I was in front of you the whole time." And he was right. I remember just sitting with that feeling, trying to make sense of it. And then, eventually, like kids do, I let it go and forgot about it. Nothing happened again for years. The second experience happened when I moved into a hostel for school. It was my first time living away from home, so everything already felt a little unfamiliar. One laundry day, I put my clothes in the washing machine and went back to my room, since it usually took around an hour. When I returned, the machine was barely going, like someone had stopped it. I pressed start again and left. An hour later, same thing. It still hadn't washed properly. I restarted it again, waited again, and somehow the exact same thing kept happening over and over the entire day. By that night, I was exhausted and irritated. It was around 9:30, and the hostel doors were about to be locked until morning, so I finally gave up, left my clothes there, and went to bed. That night, I woke up because my room felt unnaturally cold. It was the middle of summer, so that alone felt wrong. I pulled my blanket closer and tried to ignore it, but then I heard a voice right near me, angry, harsh, and loud. It said, "Do you remember?" Half asleep, I assumed it was my roommate asking about the laundry, so I mumbled, "Yes," without even opening my eyes. But when I did open them, there was no one there. My roommate had gone home the day before. I was alone in that room. What scared me most was how real it felt. I could actually feel the breath of that voice against my neck. After that, everything got worse. I started getting sick out of nowhere. I couldn't eat properly, couldn't sleep, had fever, vomiting, stomach issues, and this constant anxiety that wouldn't leave me alone. It became unbearable. I decided I needed to go home. But while I was packing, I got so suddenly ill that I could barely even leave the room. The next day, I forced myself to go home anyway. My mom took one look at me and refused to let me return to that hostel for weeks. And when I finally did go back, it was only with her, just to move my things out. The third experience is the most recent one, and honestly, it still gives me chills. I have PCOS, and my doctor recommended that I start walking regularly and getting some exercise. So my dad started waking me up early in the morning to walk on the terrace of our apartment building. One winter morning, around 7, we were doing our usual walk. I was still half asleep, just wandering along and staring at the fog. I slowed down and stared a little longer. Then I realized it looked like a woman standing there, holding the window. I couldn't see her face clearly, just from the neck down. I'm naturally shy, so I avoided looking too directly and told myself maybe someone had rented the place and moved in quietly. But then, after a little while, I looked again and saw something that made my stomach drop. A dark hand with long, dirty nails was stretched out from the window in this strange, stiff position. I immediately looked away. My mom always says that negative things are drawn to people who are weak or unwell, and at that time, I hadn't been feeling my best, so I didn't want to keep staring at it. I avoided looking for as long as I could, but before I went back downstairs, I glanced over one last time. That hand was still there. Same unnatural pose, same stillness. The next day, I told my mom what I'd seen. She listened quietly and then said, "No one lives there." And that was the part I couldn't stop thinking about. Because if no one was living there, then who or what was standing at that window? So, right now, I'm actually sitting in my car outside the inn, running on almost no sleep, trying to process everything that happened last night. A little backstory first. My boyfriend and I both grew up in houses that always felt off. His childhood home was investigated more than once, and mine was this old colonial place that was well over 2 centuries old. So we've both always felt like we're a little more sensitive to paranormal stuff than most people. And honestly, last night really put that to the test. The second we checked into the Sadie Black room, I felt something brush past the back of my neck. At first, I tried to explain it away. I thought maybe it was the air kicking on, or maybe I was just getting in my own head because of where we were. Later that afternoon, around 4, we set up some of our ghost hunting stuff. We had the spirit box going, a small bell, and one of those light-up cat toys placed in a drawer. For a while, nothing major happened. Just a few little sounds here and there. like the doorknob giving a tiny jiggle and the old floorboards creaking. We kept telling ourselves it was probably just other guests moving around and the building settling. Then, before dinner, probably around 5:30, I was in the bathroom washing my hands when the cat ball sitting on the vanity across from me suddenly lit up and started going off on its own. I stopped and just stared at it. When it turned off, I tried everything I could think of to recreate it. I tapped the counter, walked around it, even bounced a little to see if vibration would trigger it. Nothing. It stayed completely still. Later, during the basement tour, we found out that exact spot was supposedly tied to someone named Jonah, which made the whole thing feel a lot stranger. And that was really when the night started to shift. After dinner and the tour, we came back to the room, opened a bottle of wine, and tried the equipment again. Still, not much that felt like solid evidence. Eventually, we started getting ready for bed, and out of nowhere I caught this really distinct smell of perfume. At the same time, the cat ball on the floor started flashing, and the bell that had been quiet all evening suddenly rang. That was enough to seriously rattle me. My boyfriend, who was exhausted and way less reactive than I was, basically told me to calm down, close my eyes, and go to sleep. Around 11:30, he was fully asleep and snoring, and I had my head under the covers trying to ignore everything. That's when I started hearing this dragging sound above us, like something heavy being pulled across the floor in the attic and then set down. Not long after that, I heard footsteps out in the hallway. I woke him up, told him what I heard, and he just mumbled that I needed to go back to sleep. After things went quiet for a bit, I finally did. Then around 12:30, after maybe 15 or 20 minutes of sleep, I woke up again to that same perfume smell. I looked over, and the cat ball was going off over and over. At that point, I needed to use the bathroom, but I was genuinely scared to get out of bed. I finally forced myself up a little after 1. What made it worse was that I didn't feel like I understood whatever was in that room. My boyfriend had experienced way more intense things growing up, but for me, this felt unfamiliar, and that somehow made it scarier. The weirdest part was that when I walked right past the cat ball, it didn't react at all. Sometime around 3 in the morning, while I was finally asleep, he had his own experience. He told me he heard 6 hard knocks at the door, one after another, and then it sounded like someone rushed the door, like they were trying to push their way in. He said the doorknob started turning hard, like somebody was actually trying to open it, even though the door was locked. He just stayed there frozen, trying not to panic, and didn't wake me because he knew I'd completely lose it. Eventually that stopped. But then, he said the bed jerked in one clean motion and shook hard enough that there was no brushing it off. By around 3:35, the footsteps and the sounds at the door were still happening off and on. I woke up again, already panicking about the footsteps, and that's when he finally told me what had happened while I was asleep. And somehow, he was way calmer about it than I was. By 4, I was done, completely done. The knocks, the bed shaking, all of it felt wrong to me. Not playful, not harmless, just heavy and aggressive. I told him I didn't care if he was annoyed or tired. I was leaving the room. I wasn't about to stay in there waiting to see someone sitting at the edge of the bed. So now it's almost 8 in the morning. He's asleep in the passenger seat next to me, and I'm sitting here writing this, completely drained, trying to make sense of the most unsettling night I've had in a long time. That was my night at the Paranormal Inn. I want to tell you about something my coworker, Talina Cross, shared with me, because it has stayed with me in a way I can't quite shake. It carries that same quiet feeling of the unexplainable, but this one ended with a kind of peace. Talina lost her mother to cancer in September 2025, and ever since then, grief had been moving through her life in waves. She told me she'd dreamed of her mother a few times after the funeral, but those dreams always slipped away by morning. Then, on January 9th, 2026, something happened that felt completely different. Not just like a dream, but like a visit. She said it started in a place that felt so ordinary, so real. In the dream, everyone was gathered near a service station after church, the kind of place where people linger, talk, laugh, and catch up before heading home. Her younger sister was there too, standing with a few friends. Then her sister looked across the road, spotted her, and waved her over. "Cece," she called. And then she said something that instantly changed the whole feeling of the moment. "Nanku umama ofuna okuteta nawe." "Here's Mom, she wants to speak with you." That stopped her in her tracks. What made it feel even more real was how familiar it was. When her mother was alive, she used to call Talina's younger sister and then ask to speak to Talina through her phone. It was such a normal family habit that, in the dream, Talina didn't question it right away. She just walked over, took the phone, and held it to her ear. And then there was silence. A long, heavy silence. She told me you can't really explain what that feels like, waiting for the voice of someone you know you're not supposed to hear anymore. Finally, she spoke first. "Hello, Mommy," she said softly, using the name she always called her mother. Nothing. Then she tried again, stretching it out the way she would when teasing her. "Mommy." Still silence, but she said it didn't feel empty. It felt like her mother was there, listening, almost waiting, as if she wanted to see whether Talina was frightened or whether she was ready. In the background, her sister turned to her friends and said something like, "Yo, she's lucky she still gets to connect with people who've passed on." That struck Talina too, because in her family she's always been seen as someone especially sensitive to things like this. Even in the dream, it was like everyone understood that something unusual and sacred was happening. And then the voice came through. Not faint, not strange, not ghostly. Just her mother. Exactly her mother. Warm, familiar, alive in the way only a loved one's voice can be. She said, "Hi, bendifuna ukukushe kanje, ntombiyam." "Hi, I just wanted to make you laugh a little, my girl." Talina said her whole heart lifted in that moment. "Ew," she answered right away. "Yes." Then her mother started telling her some funny little story about a woman in Silver Grove, the neighborhood where she had bought her first home many years ago. That place meant everything to their family. It was where so many memories began. Safety, home, childhood, belonging. So of course Talina asked the question anyone would ask. "Upi? Where are you?" And her mother answered simply, "Ndise Silver Grove. I'm in Silver Grove." The way Talina understood it, her mother was telling her she was somewhere familiar, somewhere good, back at the beginning, back in peace. Talina asked again, wanting to be sure, "Okay, you're really there?" And her mother said, "Ew, ndirai tapa." "Yes, I'm right here." Then she laughed. The call itself was short, almost casual, like one of those quick family check-ins that somehow mean everything. Then her mother said, "Bye-bye, Ka." And Talina answered, "Bye. I love you." Her mother replied with a plain, matter-of-fact, "Okay." That made Talina laugh even inside the dream, because it was so her. No dramatic goodbye, no long speech, just that simple, practical response, exactly the way she would have said it in life. But just before the call ended, there was one more thing. Another voice came through from the background on the other side of the line. Male, deep, gentle. Talina froze as she listened. The voice said, "Opbibile mvle." "Are you finished, beautiful one?" And her mother answered, "Ew." Yes. Talina woke up immediately, and she knew that voice. It was her late grandfather. Now, of course, you could say it was just grief. You could say the mind does extraordinary things when it's carrying loss, and that would be fair. Dreams can be vivid, emotional, and deeply convincing. But this is the part that unsettled her, in the quietest way. The next morning, when she woke up, her house smelled different. Not bad, not alarming, just different. Familiar. The air carried the distinct scent of pipe tobacco. Her grandfather had been a pipe smoker for years. He'd been gone a long time, and nobody in her home smokes. Yet that earthy, unmistakable smell lingered through the house as though he had just passed through. She told me it felt like he had come to fetch her mother after that phone call, as though he had been there the whole time, waiting gently on the other side. What stayed with her most was how peaceful it all felt. There was nothing frightening in it. No chaos, no sense of intrusion, just comfort, just love. Just this brief, tender sense that the people we lose may not be as far away as we think. And honestly, when she told me the story, that was the feeling I was left with too. Like maybe sometimes love finds a way through. Like maybe, every now and then, the veil thins just enough for someone to say, in the most ordinary voice imaginable, "I'm right here." So, I want to tell you about the house I grew up in, because honestly, even now, I still can't explain some of the things that happened there. It was this old place way out in the country, built sometime in the late 1800s. I've always suspected it used to be part of an old farmstead, maybe even a creamery or something like that. Either way, it was isolated, creaky, and full of the kind of silence that makes every little noise feel important. If you count the basement and the attic, the house had 4 levels. There was the basement, then the main floor with the living room and dining room, then the upstairs where all the bedrooms were, plus a tiny study, and then the attic above that. It was a big, strange house with a lot of corners and shadows, and over the years, I had more unsettling experiences there than I can count. The first one that really shook me happened when I was 17. My parents had gone out for the evening, my 2 brothers were somewhere downstairs, and I was upstairs in the study. At some point, I needed to head down, and to get to the staircase, I had to pass my parents' bedroom, which sat right at the top of the landing. Their bedroom door was shut. I remember stepping onto the first stair, and right then I heard it, a woman's voice, low and urgent, from inside that room. She whispered, "Help me." Not loud, not dramatic, just scared, desperate. I froze for half a second, then turned around and shoved the bedroom door open, fully expecting one of my brothers to be in there trying to mess with me. But the room was empty. No one was there. That moment stayed with me, but what made it even harder to brush off was what happened later, when other people started describing the same woman to me without knowing each other's stories. The first was a friend of mine, Kyle. One day he casually mentioned that he'd seen a woman in the house more than once. Not just inside either. He said he'd caught glimpses of her outside too. He described her as white, with shoulder-length brown hair, kind of soft and slightly wavy, and wearing this purple dress that looked old-fashioned, almost elegant. He said there was something calm about her, gentle even. Then, sometime later, my former sister-in-law, Hannah, told me she had seen a woman in the attic. She gave almost the exact same description. Same hair, same purple dress, same feeling that the woman didn't seem threatening. She actually said the ghost felt sweet, which is not a word you expect someone to use in that kind of conversation. And then there was the night everything changed. I was with my friend Sienna and her little niece, Lily. We'd been hanging out late, and eventually I realized I needed to drive them home. We came back to my place first, and Sienna walked up to the enclosed porch ahead of me. She reached the door that opened into the dining room and just stopped, completely froze. I remember asking her what was wrong, and when she turned around, her face had gone pale. Her eyes were wide, and she leaned toward me and whispered, "Ben, I saw her." At first, I didn't understand what she meant. Then she started describing the same woman Kyle and Hannah had talked about, but this time, she said it was different. She said the woman didn't look kind. She said she looked furious, not just angry, violent. And then Sienna told me something I still hate thinking about. She said one side of the woman's face looked normal, but the other side, the skin was gone. Like part of it was just skull. She said the woman was moving across the dining room toward the basement door. I honestly thought Sienna was panicking or making it up. And the second I did, I saw the basement doorknob start rattling on its own, twisting back and forth, like someone on the other side was trying to come through. That was enough for me. I grabbed my keys, rushed Sienna and Lily to the car, drove them home as fast as I could, and then spent the whole night lying awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for every sound in that house. And to this day, I still don't know who or what was in there with us. This happened quite a few years ago now, probably around 2014 or 2015, but I still think about it all the time. I'm from Central Illinois, and if you know the area, or you're into paranormal stories at all, you've probably heard of Greenwood Cemetery in Decatur. It has a reputation for being one of the most haunted cemeteries around here, so naturally, I had to see it for myself. I planned the trip with 3 friends, Lena, Ryland, and Micah. We got there that night and managed to convince the caretaker to let us in around 9:30, after promising we'd be respectful, wouldn't touch or damage anything, and would be gone before midnight. At first, we just wandered through the cemetery, taking everything in. After a while, Ryland and Micah decided they wanted to split off and look for the Greenwood bride. The spirit people say appears in the cemetery after supposedly losing her fiancé on her wedding day. Lena and I stayed together and kept walking while those two went off on their own. Later on, the 4 of us met back up near this small mausoleum that, surprisingly, was unlocked. The name McCall was carved across the top, and for some reason I convinced myself there had to be some connection to some old family feud or local tragedy. Looking back, I was probably completely wrong, but at the time my imagination was running wild. Then Ryland came up with this idea that we should each go inside the mausoleum alone for 5 minutes with a voice recorder and see if we caught anything. It was tiny, just a narrow little space, maybe a few feet across and not very deep, so it felt unsettling the second you stepped inside. We all took turns. The first round didn't really give us anything, so I decided to try again. I put my phone on a small ledge, started recording, and began asking questions into the silence. There was one moment I'll never forget. I asked, "Is anyone here with me? Were you wronged?" Right after that, I heard 3 distinct taps on the wall behind me. I remember rolling my eyes because I was sure it was Micah messing with me from outside. I even said out loud, "Nice try, Micah. You're not creeping me out that easily." After that, I stopped the session and stepped back outside. A little later, we ended up walking through an older part of the cemetery where local veterans were buried, and that's when I decided to play back the recording. At first, it was just silence, exactly what I expected. But then I heard myself ask, "Were you wronged?" And right after that, there was this faint voice. It sounded like a child, barely above a whisper, saying, "They were cruel to me." I just froze. Then, almost immediately after that, there was another voice, A man this time, quiet but clear enough that it made my stomach drop. He said, "Behind you." And the part that still gets me is what came next. On the recording, just after that whisper, you can hear Micah knock 3 times on the outer wall. Behind me. When I realized the timing of it, it honestly made my whole body go cold. In the moment, I thought it was just my friend trying to scare me. But hearing that warning on the recording before the knocks happened, I still can't really explain that. We left around midnight like we promised, and none of us talked much on the way out. We were all pretending to be calm, but you could tell everybody was shaken. So yeah, we all went home that night with something. I've had a few other strange experiences since then, but nothing has ever felt as clear or as unsettling as what happened in that cemetery. That one has stayed with me ever since. Hello, Paranormal M viewers. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry, let the eerie stories on this channel help you unwind and drift off to sleep. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Also, thank you so much for sending in so many mysterious experiences. Now, without further ado, get cozy in bed, put on your headphones, and let's get started. Let me tell you about this old schoolhouse out in a small Kansas town called Mayfield. It had been in our family for years, and even though it belonged to us, it never really felt like ours. It felt like it belonged to something older. The place was falling apart in that beautiful, unsettling way old buildings do. The brick was cracked, the windows were so dusty you could barely see through them, and the floors groaned every time you took a step. In daylight, it just looked abandoned. But at night, it felt alive in a way I still can't fully explain. One hot afternoon, my 2 sisters and I were wandering through the building, poking around like we always did, half curious and half trying to scare each other. We ended up in the old library, where the shelves were bowed with books nobody had touched in ages. That's where we found it, a diary. It was small and worn, with a faded blue cover and pages gone soft and yellow with time. Inside, it belonged to a girl named Clara, a student who had gone to school there long before we were ever born. And when we started reading, it didn't feel like just some old notebook. It felt personal. Her words were full of the kinds of things only a young girl would write down. Little worries, hopes, private thoughts, things she probably never imagined anyone else would read. That night, we couldn't stop thinking about it, so we went back. We climbed the narrow stairs to the upstairs office, carrying the diary with us. I still remember how loud those steps sounded under our feet. The moon was coming through the broken glass, laying these pale streaks across the floorboards. We sat down together in a circle with the diary between us, and I guess, in our own foolish way, we were trying to feel close to the girl who had written it, trying to reach back through time. The strange part is, the night had been completely still. Heavy summer air. No wind at all. But while we were sitting there talking softly, wondering about Clara and what her life had been like, this sudden rush of cold air swept through the room. Not just a draft. I mean a real, sharp gust. It passed right between me and my youngest sister, and it was so cold it made us both jump. It felt like something had moved through us. Something unseen, but very much there. One second the room was warm, and the next it felt like all the heat had been pulled out of it. I can still remember that chill on my face. We were scared, of course, but we stayed until we finally decided we'd had enough. Before we left, we hid the diary under a loose wooden step near the office. It seemed like the perfect hiding place, tucked where no one would think to look. We closed it up and went home, fully expecting it to be there when we came back. but it wasn't. When we returned, the whole building felt quiet in a different way. Too quiet. We went straight to the step, pulled it open, and the diary was gone. Just gone. No dust disturbed anywhere else, no explanation, nothing left behind. It was as if Clara had come back for it herself and taken her words with her. After that, the schoolhouse never felt the same to me. It seemed colder, harsher. The silence in those rooms felt heavier, like the place was listening. People around there still talk about it. Some say Clara's spirit never left, that she still lingers in that upstairs office, searching for the diary and brushing past anyone who stays there too long after dark. Others think the building itself kept the secret, that some things buried in the past aren't meant to be carried into the present. All I know is this: we found that diary, we read her words, and then one night it vanished without a trace. This happened around the fall of 2010, when I was in my junior year at Glenville State in West Virginia. It's a university now, but back then it was still Glenville State College. I grew up about an hour away, so I never really felt like I'd gone very far from home. And if you know that area, you know there are already plenty of ghost stories floating around. The whole campus had that reputation too. People always said it was haunted, and honestly, after everything I experienced there, I believed it. Even the dorm I lived in felt off sometimes. And right there on campus, there was even an old cemetery, which only added to the atmosphere. So when a paranormal group came in right before Halloween to do ghost tours and investigations, of course a few of us decided to go. At the time, I was on the cheer team. 4 of us signed up together, which worked out perfectly because everyone had to have a buddy. So I paired up with one of my teammates, and the other 2 paired up together. That night, we started at Clark Hall, which sits up on the hill at the top of campus. They split everyone into groups, and all 4 of us ended up together in the same one. We went in through the main entrance, and the investigators made a big point of telling us the power had been shut off at the breaker. The windows were closed, the building was still, and there wasn't even a hint of airflow anywhere. No lights, no drafts, no background noise, nothing. Just silence. And that's when things started to get strange. My buddy and I were walking right behind our other 2 teammates. One of them had really bright blonde hair, so she was easy to spot even in the dark. At some point, while we were heading toward the second floor, we got separated from them. To this day, I still can't explain exactly how it happened. My friend and I had our arms locked the whole time, so it wasn't like we drifted apart. But somehow, suddenly, it was just the 2 of us. We realized it when we were standing in a hallway and another group nearby had started doing EVP recordings. We didn't want to interrupt them, so we decided to quietly backtrack and find our friends. We walked down the hall toward this old, heavy wooden door. It had that dark, antique look to it, with a little pane of glass at the top, and I remember so clearly thinking how still everything was. No wind, no moving air, nothing at all. Then that door slammed. Not slowly, not like it drifted shut. It flew toward us and slammed hard, right in front of us, and then started rattling on its own. I mean violently rattling. My friend and I were gripping each other so hard it probably hurt. It felt like something straight out of a horror movie, except it wasn't a movie. We were standing there in it. And I don't know why, but I just spoke out loud. I said, "Please let us through. We're only trying to get back to our group." The second I said that, the rattling stopped. Just stopped. And then I was able to open the door. We went through as fast as we could, and somehow our group was right down the hall. We caught back up with our teammates, and what really got me was that none of them had heard the slam. Not one of them. They'd been wondering where we went, but they never heard that door crash shut the way we did. They were busy taking photos, hoping to catch something in the still shots. But the night still wasn't over. My ankle was badly hurt. One of my teammates, the flyer I usually based for in cheer, ended up helping carry me back. I remember thinking there was no way she could manage that, but she absolutely did. All 4 of us made it back to the dorms together. Later, I found out I had fractured that same ankle again. I'd broken it years earlier when I was running track, so this was a refracture. It's been a long time now, but I still think about that night. And looking back, what stays with me the most is the feeling at that door. I'm sensitive to energy, and what I felt there didn't seem random. It felt like an older woman, frustrated, almost offended, like she thought we were trying to wander off or disrespect the space. And that door slamming in our faces felt like her way of saying, "No, go back." Whatever it was, I've never forgotten it. And honestly, I don't think I ever will. So, this happened maybe a couple of years after that whole boy in the bush chapter of my life. By then, I'd left the country and found myself in Sydney, somehow landing a job as a clerk in this old department store. How I got the job is a story for another day, honestly. But I was young, a bit green, and pretty pleased with myself. The building itself was something else. It dated back to the 1800s, all Gothic stonework and dramatic features, with this big clock and glass domes that gave it a real grandeur. It sat not far from Glebe, and anyone who knows Sydney could probably guess the place. I'd managed to get a tiny flat in Chippendale for about $55 a week, which tells you exactly what year we're talking about. Now, where I worked was hardly glamorous. Our little office was tucked away, and so small it felt more like a cupboard than a proper workplace. There were 2 computers jammed in there, and a row of machines that rattled out price tickets all day. Above us were these old, unused offices, and beyond them, an abandoned ballroom. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just an old building, that's all. I shared the office with a young woman I'll call Linda. Right from my first week, though, the place felt off. One afternoon, I was standing by the ticket machines when, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a man in overalls just watching me. Hands in his pockets, still as anything. I turned straight away to look properly, and he was gone. Just gone. No footsteps, no door, nothing. After that, I kept catching glimpses of him. It happened often enough that I ended up giving him a name, Chaz. It sounds ridiculous now, but that somehow made it less unsettling. And it wasn't just him. We'd hear footsteps upstairs in those empty offices. Phones ringing, even though there weren't any phones connected up there. Sometimes there was the smell of cigars drifting through, which made no sense at all because the whole area was non-smoking. And every now and then, there'd be faint voices, or old-fashioned music, like something floating in from another time. I asked Linda about it, half hoping she'd laugh and tell me I was imagining things. But she'd heard it too. Same sounds, same weirdness. Once she admitted that, it all felt a lot less explainable and a lot more unsettling. Then one evening, my boss asked if I wanted to stay back and do some overtime. I thought, well, extra money's extra money, so I said yes. I went home, had a quick dinner, and came back in. It was raining that night, proper steady rain against the windows, and the whole building had this hollow, echoing feel to it. My boss was working away in her office, which was some distance from mine, and to get to my little room, you had to cross this narrow catwalk. So there I was, sitting there typing, listening to the rain, the machines silent for once, and after a while I started getting restless. For some reason I still can't really explain, I decided to go up and have a look at those empty offices. I grabbed a torch and climbed the creaky old stairs. Dust everywhere. The beam of the torch swept across the floorboards and into these abandoned rooms with old desks and shadows pressed into the corners. I stepped into one room and immediately felt it. You know how sometimes a place can feel wrong the second you enter it? It was like that, only stronger. Like I'd walked into a room full of people I couldn't see, and every single one of them wanted me to leave. The air felt charged, almost electric. Not threatening exactly, but deeply unwelcome. I backed out slowly, heart already thumping, and then I noticed a shaft of light spilling in from the old ballroom. And there, in that single pale beam, I saw a man and a woman dancing. Just dancing together, quietly, gracefully, as if the ballroom were still alive and full of music only they could hear. I can tell you now, I have never moved so fast in my life. I nearly fell down those stairs trying to get out of there. I grabbed my bag, bolted across the catwalk, and headed straight toward the main office. And just as I got there, my boss came hurrying toward me, white as a sheet, handbag over her shoulder. She looked at me and said, "Where were you?" And I said something hopeless like, "That's a bit hard to explain." Then she asked, very sharply, "You didn't go into those upstairs offices, did you?" I remember just staring at her and saying, "No, why?" She said, "Come on, I'll tell you across the road." So we left and went to the pub nearby. Over a drink, she told me what had happened to her. She'd been in her office doing paperwork when she started hearing the sound of people typing and talking outside. Not clearly enough to make out words, but enough to sound like an office in full swing. Every time she got up to check, there was nobody there. But that wasn't the part that frightened her most. What really shook her was that, just before she left, she saw a woman walk past her office. An actual woman. By the time she reached the corridor, no one was there. Then she saw me, looking terrified, and that was enough for both of us. I told her what I'd seen in the ballroom, and we sort of made an unspoken agreement not to talk about it too much at work. Of course, I told my best mate later because there was no way I was keeping all that to myself. That place was strange, no doubt about it. Properly haunted, if you ask me. I never did find out who the man in overalls was. I looked into the building's history later and found there had been a few worker deaths there over the years, so maybe that explains him. Maybe Chaz was one of them. Or maybe not. Who knows? I just hope whoever he was, he's finally found some peace. This all began about 5 years ago, right at the start of the pandemic lockdowns in Turkey. Before that, our apartment always felt open and full of life. We had these huge windows that usually filled every room with sunlight, and the whole place felt warm and normal. But once the lockdown started, everything changed. The air in the house felt strangely heavy, like something dense and invisible had settled into the walls. I spent most of my time at my computer back then. My desk was positioned near the bedroom door, and from where I sat, I could catch a sliver of the hallway out of the corner of my eye. That's where I started seeing them. These tall, dark figures, almost like moving stains in the air. They weren't still. They shifted and trembled, like reflections on disturbed water. And every time I turned to look straight at them, they disappeared. But as soon as I faced my screen again, they came back. That went on for weeks, maybe close to a month. I lived with this constant feeling that something was watching me. I started sleeping with my door locked, in complete darkness, hoping that would help. But it didn't. The heaviness stayed. Then one afternoon, I was home alone, and I saw one of those figures again. This time, instead of freezing, I got angry. Really angry. I started shouting at it, cursing at it, saying anything I could think of. And the second I stopped, the whole atmosphere changed. Even though it was only late afternoon, the sky outside suddenly went unnaturally dark, and the electricity cut out. Then I heard it. A sound coming from my room. High-pitched, almost musical, like a flute mixed with a human cry. It wasn't random noise either. It was a melody. A very deliberate, eerie melody. I stood in the kitchen, staring down the hallway, and I could see my room getting darker by the second, like the shadows in there were thickening into something solid. I called my neighbors right away, asking if they could hear it too, but none of them heard anything. And then I saw it. A hand, waving from inside my room. I was so terrified I thought I was going to throw up. Then suddenly, the lights flickered back on. My family had just come home. Not long after that, I left. I packed up and stayed with my grandmother in another city because I couldn't handle being in that apartment anymore. But whatever this was, it didn't stay behind. At my grandmother's house, I started seeing the same dark shapes again. So at that point, I realized it was never just about the apartment. It felt like it had attached itself to me somehow. One time I was on a video call with friends, and they swore they saw a floating, smiling face behind me. That honestly shook me more than anything, because for the first time, it wasn't only me seeing strange things. What made it even stranger was that this presence seemed to react to certain things I said. Years earlier, back in high school, I had made a cruel, cynical joke about babies. The moment the words left my mouth, my metal water bottle exploded. The lid shot upward, hit the ceiling, and even though the bottle had been completely full, it was suddenly empty, bone dry. And there was this horrible smell in the air, like sulfur. Then during the pandemic, I was on Discord joking with friends about jinns and spirits, and the same kind of thing happened again. This time, it was a plastic bottle. The cap blasted off, and smoke started coming out of it. Sleep wasn't any safer either. I kept having these nightmares that felt too vivid to just be dreams. In one of them, a pack of black dogs ran over me while an old, tall man stood nearby smiling, just watching. In another, I was trapped in this endless white space with giant metal spheres spinning wildly around me. There was this bizarre building nearby, and from its windows, these clown-like figures with yellow eyes and sharp teeth stared at me, licking their lips like they were waiting for something. Then came the last time. By then I had moved again, to the house I live in now. One night, I was walking from my room toward the kitchen, and I saw it standing there in the hallway. We were maybe several meters apart. A yellow streetlight from outside was shining behind it, so for once I could see it clearly. Not just a flicker, not just something in my peripheral vision. Clearly. We just stood there, staring at each other. It lasted what felt like 2 full minutes. But this time, something was different. I wasn't panicking the way I used to. I wasn't feeding it the same fear. And then, in the strangest moment of all, it lowered its head and slowly shook it from side to side. Not angrily, not threateningly, more like disappointment. Like it had expected something from me and didn't get it. Like it had failed. Then it started to fade. It became transparent and disappeared completely. And since that night, I haven't heard the melody again. I haven't seen the shadows either. So now, looking back, I honestly feel like whatever it was had been feeding off my fear for years. And the moment it realized it couldn't anymore, it gave up and left. That's the part I still can't explain. Not the fear, not the visions, not even the melody. It's that final look of disappointment. That's what stayed with me most. You know, it really started when I was about 10, maybe 11. We were living in this strange house out on a wide, empty stretch of land, and just beyond it, maybe 50 meters away, stood an old school. It was always there in the background, quiet and still, like it was watching everything. There was something wrong with that house. I felt it even back then, though none of us said it out loud at first. Any animal we brought inside would change. It didn't matter if it was healthy, calm, full of energy. After a while, it would grow agitated, almost mean, and then it would die. The vets always blamed stress, but deep down, we didn't believe that. My parents once got me a little parakeet, bright green, playful, always chirping. I was so happy about it. But that very first night, right before bed, I looked out my window toward the dark schoolyard and saw someone standing there. Just a figure, completely still. I tried to convince myself it was probably the groundskeeper or somebody passing through, but the second I got into bed, I had that awful feeling again, that heavy feeling like someone was staring straight at me. I couldn't sleep in my room that night. I ended up in my parents' bed, curled up between them, terrified and embarrassed at the same time. The next morning, the bird's cage looked like something had exploded inside it. Seed everywhere, water spilled. The little swing snapped loose. And the weirdest part was, I hadn't heard a single sound during the night. Not one flutter, not one crash. A few days later, the bird got sick. It started making this faint, raspy sound when it breathed, like its chest was filling with dust. We tried medicine, tried everything, but it kept getting worse. On the 5th day, we found it dead in the cage. I still remember how quiet the room felt. After that, even animals outside seemed to react to me differently. Dogs would growl when I walked past. Cats would puff up and hiss. Birds would take off the moment I came near. It was like something had clung to me, something they could sense even when I couldn't. Then one afternoon, I was sitting in the living room when a pigeon slammed straight into the window. Not like it got confused, more like it threw itself at the glass on purpose. And in that split second before it dropped, I saw the figure again, out near the schoolyard. Same stillness, same feeling. Only this time it felt more certain, like it wanted me to know it was there. At that point, only my family and an elderly man on the top floor were still living in that building. He was kind, really kind. Every few weeks he'd bring me some tiny gift, like a toy car or a marble puzzle. Just little things. I liked him. He felt safe. One day, I went upstairs to bring him some food, and he didn't answer. The next day, still nothing. My father called for him over and over, then finally forced the door open. I remember the smell before I saw anything. Sharp, metallic, wrong. He had taken his own life. I never understood why. What stays with me most, strangely enough, is what was sitting on the table beside him. The last little toy he had bought me. A small blue truck. Untouched. A couple of years later, when I was 12, we moved into a round cluster of apartment buildings where a bunch of our relatives lived close together. In summer, all the kids would stay outside until evening, running around until the sky turned purple and the adults started calling us in. Of course, that made us want to see it even more. One afternoon, 4 of us snuck over there and climbed in through a broken window. It was broad daylight outside, hot, sunny, normal. But inside that house, it felt like dusk. The air was freezing, and not just cool, unnaturally cold. The kind of cold that makes your skin tighten. I went in last. The others were already joking around, calling into the darkness, saying things like, "Come on out, we'll settle your debts for you." They were laughing, and then all at once, the laughter stopped. A scream cut through the house. I've never heard anything like it before or since. It was close, too close, and it didn't sound human. We all froze. I remember that so clearly. None of us wanted to turn around. It felt dangerous even to move. Then one of the girls with us nervously laughed and said, "Okay, stop. That's not funny." And she looked at us, pale as paper, and whispered, "That wasn't me." Before anyone could even process that, the scream came again. This time it was right behind us, near the window we had entered through. Higher now, sharper, and it didn't stop. It just kept going, without a breath, without breaking, like something impossible was forcing it out. We ran. We didn't even know where we were running to. We just tore through the house, stumbling over warped floorboards, trying to get as far from that sound as we could. But it followed us. It curled through the rooms with us. I could feel it in my teeth, in my chest, in my bones. We made it to the far side of the house where there was another window. Someone shoved it open, and one by one the others climbed out. I was last. And I swear to you, as I jumped, the scream was still pouring after me, like it was chasing me out. The second we were all outside, the whole house started shaking. Not just creaking, shaking. The walls groaned. The ground seemed to vibrate under our feet. It felt like the place was waking up angry, or collapsing inward on itself. We stood there grabbing each other, too scared to run any farther, and then suddenly, it stopped. The scream ended a few seconds later, but I still hear it sometimes, even now. Sometimes in dreams, sometimes when I'm almost asleep. Sometimes it feels far away, and sometimes it feels so close I can almost feel it against the back of my neck. Then when I was 17, I was on a bus heading to the hospital with a family member, and we passed the ruins of that first house, the one near the school. It was decayed by then, peeling walls, empty windows, everything gray and dead-looking. And there, in two separate windows on different floors, were two dark figures. One looked almost like a woman. The other had no clear shape at all. The bus slowed as we passed, and for what felt like forever, maybe 10 or 15 seconds, I looked straight at them, and they looked straight at me. I can't explain how I knew, but I knew they recognized me. And I recognized them too, even though I had never known what they were. In that moment, everything came back at once. The bird gasping for breath, the toy left on the table, the endless scream in that ruined house. All of it felt connected, not random, not separate. Like whatever had been there from the beginning had never really let me go. And the clearest feeling of all, the one I still can't shake, is this. They had been waiting for me. I've never been able to shake this one memory. It's still so clear to me, even now. I was around 8 years old, so this would have been sometime in 2003 or 2004, and I'm in my 30s now. I was at my childhood home, just a completely ordinary afternoon. My mom had asked me to help by folding some laundry in the spare room. It was one of those rooms that mostly held storage, except for when family or visitors came to stay. So I'm sitting on the bed, folding clothes, nothing unusual at all. And then I noticed the curtain move by the window. At first, I honestly thought it was my cat creeping along the windowsill behind it. The movement looked exactly like that. I remember waiting for him to step out from behind the curtain. But that's not what happened. Instead, what came out was a hand. Not transparent, not shadowy, not blurry. It was this glowing white hand, almost solid-looking, but at the same time it felt unearthly. The best way I can describe it is like bright white energy taking the shape of a human hand. I can still picture it perfectly. When it first appeared from behind the curtain, it pointed toward the wall 3 times, like it was trying very deliberately to show me something. I was completely frozen. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Then it slipped back behind the curtain for maybe a second or two. And then it came out again. This time, it pointed directly at me. 3 times. That was it for me. I panicked. I ran straight out of the room, down the hallway, screaming. I found my mom and told her what I'd seen, but she brushed it off and said it was nothing. But for me, it was absolutely terrifying. It stayed with me for years. I never saw it again, and eventually I kind of buried the memory and stopped talking about it. Like maybe if I ignored it, it would feel less real. Then, a few years ago, I went to see a medium for something completely unrelated. During the session, she brought up my family home. She said the house was like a crossing point, a place where lost spirits gathered, trying to move on. She even mentioned that the area around the house felt unusually dark at night, especially near the gate and driveway, because of the energy there. I hadn't told her a single thing about what I saw as a child, and hearing that brought the whole memory rushing back. Looking back now, I'm not sure that whatever I saw was trying to hurt me. I actually wonder if it was trying to get my attention for a reason. Maybe it wanted help. Maybe it was trying to show me something, and I was just too young and frightened to understand. Of course, part of me still wonders if it was something darker. I honestly don't know. But I do know this. It felt real, and I've never forgotten it. And sometimes I still catch myself wondering what would have happened if I hadn't run. This happened back in 2023 when I was still living with my former partner Adrian in this old apartment just outside town. It was one of those places that had clearly been standing for generations, even though it had been fixed up a few years before we moved in. The layout was unusual. You walked straight into the kitchen when you came through the front door. On the next level up, there was this tiny bathroom and a small room we used as both a living room and an office. Above that was our bedroom, and then downstairs, in the basement, there was this big space we used for laundry and gaming. What made it stranger was the history of that basement. It had once been part of an old cellar, and apparently there had been some kind of passage connected to the church nearby, leading somewhere no one could really explain. Even before anything happened, that detail always stayed with me. The whole town had a strange feeling to it, honestly. I've always been the kind of person who picks up on things strongly. Certain places affect me more than they seem to affect other people. When we first moved in, I already had this uneasy feeling, like something about the apartment wasn't right. But I brushed it off because I was excited about starting that new chapter of my life. Over time, though, that feeling got heavier. I constantly felt watched, like I was never really by myself, even when I knew I should have been. One night, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, just trying to unwind and watch a movie. Then I heard footsteps in the kitchen below me. Not normal footsteps either. It sounded like someone slowly dragging their feet in slippers across the floor. I paused the movie and called out to my partner, asking if he was downstairs. No answer. Then, almost right after that, I heard clicking sounds from the basement, like someone using a mouse at a computer, and I could have sworn I heard his voice too. So I tried to reason it away. I thought maybe it was part of the movie. Maybe the sound had carried oddly. But the footsteps came again, louder that time. I remember sitting there frozen, trying to act like it didn't bother me, and eventually I just forced myself to keep watching. That wasn't the only time. Another evening, I was in that same room when I heard someone in the bathroom across from me, like the sound of a person taking off their clothes, moving around, getting settled. The bathroom door was in plain sight, so if anyone had gone in there, I would have seen them. I asked out loud if someone was there. Again, nothing. No answer, no movement, just that awful silence afterward. The worst moment happened later that year. I had gone to bed like normal and fallen asleep without any trouble. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up and saw this figure standing at the foot of the bed. It was dark, almost blending into the room, except for its eyes. I remember them so clearly, these glowing reddish eyes fixed on me. It moved toward me very slowly, and then all at once, it lunged forward. The second it did, I jolted awake fully, and at that exact same moment, the fire alarm exploded into sound. I tried shaking my partner awake, but before he even really responded, the alarm suddenly stopped on its own. The next morning, I checked it, expecting maybe the batteries were dying or it had malfunctioned. But no, it worked perfectly. I never figured out what any of it was. Part of me wondered whether it had something to do with that old church passage beneath the building. Another part of me thought maybe something had followed my former partner home from work. He worked at a mortuary then, so that thought definitely crossed my mind. But deep down, I always felt it belonged to the apartment itself, like whatever was there had been there long before we arrived. And honestly, I still believe something remains in that place. Hi, I'm Maël, and this happened to my mom, Stefan. Before I tell you what happened, there's one thing you should know about her. She's always had terrible headaches, and this story took place long before me and my brothers were born, so it must have been around 20 years ago. At the time, my dad's side of the family was all gathered at my grandparents' house because a family friend had just passed away. Everyone was staying over, talking quietly, remembering him, that kind of thing. My mom didn't really know the man very well, and on top of that, she had one of her bad headaches, so she decided to go lie down early. Eventually, everyone else went to sleep too. Now, my mom is the kind of person who sleeps right on the very edge of the bed. She shifts a little, and she's basically halfway to the floor already. So sometime in the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up because she felt this weight pressing down on the side of the mattress, like someone had sat there. It was enough to make her feel like she was slowly sliding off the bed. She opened her eyes, still half asleep and disoriented, and there was a man standing beside the bed. She had never seen him before. He was tall, bald, and dressed for winter. A heavy coat, bulky snow pants, the kind of clothes people wear during a real Canadian cold snap. And he wasn't looking at her. He was looking at my dad, who was asleep beside her, and he was waving his arms like he was trying to get his attention. My mom was confused and groggy, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. She turned toward my dad and tried to wake him up. But when she looked back at the man, he was gone. Just gone. The next morning, my mom went straight to my aunt, my dad's sister, because she felt like she was the only person who might actually believe her. She told her everything exactly as it had happened, and as she was listening, my aunt suddenly went completely pale. She said, "Wait here," and rushed out of the room. A minute later, she came back holding an old photograph. She showed it to my mom, and the second my mom saw it, she recognized him immediately. It was the same man she had seen standing beside the bed the night before. And that's when my aunt told her, the man in the picture was the family friend who had died. So let me share something with you, because this is important. When people think about darkness or negative spiritual forces, they usually picture something obvious, something terrifying, something they would instantly reject. But that is rarely how it shows up. Real darkness is subtle. It is persuasive. It understands people deeply, and it knows exactly how to reach us through the places where we feel lonely, unseen, ambitious, wounded, or hopeful. I witnessed this very clearly in a session with a client I'll call Nora. During the session, her higher self guided her into a past life where she saw this pattern unfold in a painfully vivid way. And what came through was not just disturbing, it was revealing. It showed how spiritual exploitation can begin with something that looks noble, even generous. In that life, she found herself as a man of high status, maybe in his mid-40s. He was refined, educated, respected, and financially gifted. He moved easily among influential people. He understood patterns, strategy, and money almost instinctively. From the outside, he had everything: wealth, status, access. But underneath it, he was alone. He had no real partner, no children, no true emotional closeness. And that quiet loneliness mattered more than he realized. At some point, he received an invitation to join a cause that was presented as meaningful, important, even beneficial to society. In trance, Nora spoke as him and said, "They told me it would help people. They made it sound honorable. And because I was on my own, because I wanted to do something worthwhile, they knew exactly how to reach me." That is one of the first ways these traps begin. They do not usually come dressed as evil. They come wrapped in purpose. Once he became involved, the truth did not reveal itself all at once. It emerged slowly, piece by piece. By the time he understood what he had entered, he was already deeply entangled. He realized the organization was not serving the good at all. It was invoking dark forces and trying to direct them toward power and control. In the session, Nora described this enormous column of dark energy at the center of a ceremonial space. She said it was massive, alive somehow, pulsing with intention. And she understood that the people involved were trying to influence the course of human events, not through wisdom or service, but through domination. What struck me most was how trapped he felt. He kept saying, "I was naive. I missed the signs. I didn't want to believe it could be true." And that is another piece of this pattern. Once someone has invested their time, identity, reputation, or resources into something, it becomes incredibly hard to pull away. The mind starts bargaining. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I can fix it from the inside. Maybe leaving will make things worse. Those thoughts can bind a person more tightly than chains. At one point, I guided him back to the moment he fully understood the danger. He described himself hiding behind one of the stone columns in a ceremonial hall, trying not to be seen. He could sense the threat all around him. From where he hid, he saw robed figures standing in a circle around that dark, energetic column. He said the atmosphere felt cold, calculated, merciless. The column itself was not physical stone, but a vortex of dense, living darkness. And from it, thin, energetic threads were extending outward in every direction. When I asked where those threads were going, he said they were reaching into people, into the city, into the land itself. He felt they were draining vitality, willpower, creativity, life force. He said it was as if thousands of people were being harvested energetically without knowing it. And then came the clearest understanding of all. The ritual was about control. They wanted influence over people's choices, their creative power, their sovereignty. They wanted obedience. They wanted human beings emptied out enough to be directed. What made it even more painful was that this man realized his own gifts had been used to support the system. His intelligence, his strategic mind, his financial abilities, all of it had been redirected towards something harmful. He thought he was helping. Instead, he had become useful to the very thing he would have rejected had he seen it clearly from the beginning. There was also another heartbreaking layer to this. His higher self later showed that there had been ordinary people who tried to help him leave. Kind, decent people. Not wealthy, not influential, not part of his class. But because of his pride, he dismissed them. He could not imagine that help would come through those he had been conditioned to see as beneath him. That matters. Because darkness does not only work through fear or greed, it also works through superiority. Through the belief that only certain people are worthy of trust, or that asking for help would somehow diminish you. In that past life, he could not reconcile what he had become part of. He could not face the shame. He could not receive help. And eventually, he chose a final escape that ended the life in grief and despair. But the soul remembers. When Nora came into this life, she was carrying the echo of that experience in ways that seemed unrelated on the surface. She struggled to express herself. She felt like her voice was blocked, almost buried inside her chest. She was gifted, intelligent, creative, and yet when it came time to step forward, she would freeze. She had a deep resistance to being visible, even though part of her clearly wanted to sing, speak, write, and be seen. She also had physical symptoms and emotional suffering that reflected the same pattern of depletion, suppression, and self-betrayal. There was a profound sense that she did not fully belong here, and a longing for somewhere else that felt more like home. There were even dark thoughts that pointed toward exhaustion at the soul level. As we continued the session, the core issue became clear. She was still carrying an energetic agreement with darkness from that lifetime. That was the turning point. I asked her directly if there was an agreement there. She said yes. Then I asked if she was willing to cancel it. Again, yes. And with full presence, she spoke the revocation. She chose to release every agreement with darkness and surrender instead to divine light, to the source of all, to love itself. The energy in the session changed immediately. Once that agreement was consciously withdrawn, the attachments connected to it could finally be released. There were several. One felt like a presence feeding on her doubt and silence. Another appeared like a snake around the throat, muting her voice and restricting expression. There was also an old energetic pattern tied to lifetimes of hiding, shrinking, and making herself invisible. As those were cleared, she described both the damage they had caused and the relief that followed. She could feel how much her voice, power, and life force had been compromised. And then she could feel healing light entering those spaces. The deeper lesson here is something I really want you to hear. Darkness often begins by identifying a real need. It finds the place where someone longs for belonging, purpose, recognition, safety, or love. Then it offers something that appears to meet that need. Something noble, impressive, spiritual, or important. Once the person is invested, the truth is revealed slowly. Then pride, shame, fear, and complicity do the rest. The mechanics are the same. A real need, a deceptive promise, gradual entanglement, then shame. But the good news is this: these agreements can be dissolved. That is what Nora's higher self made so clear. She was not doomed. She was not permanently contaminated by what happened. She was not meant to stay silent. She was free to reclaim her purpose, her gifts, her visibility, and her voice. The guidance that came through for her was simple and powerful. Love yourself, because darkness exploits the places where self-love is missing. It convinces people to accept harmful bargains when they have forgotten their own worth. And then came the clearest message of all. She was meant to be visible, meant to be a light, meant to stand where others could hear and feel her presence. That mattered deeply because in that past life, visibility became dangerous. In this one, visibility became part of the healing. So if you recognize yourself anywhere in this story, maybe in the feeling of being muted, drained, trapped, ashamed, or strangely unable to step into your own power, I want to tell you this gently and clearly. You are not bound forever by what you agreed to in confusion, loneliness, fear, or desperation. You can revoke what no longer belongs in your life. You can release what has attached itself to your silence. You can reclaim your voice. You can choose truth over shame and love over self-punishment. And whatever part of you is still connected to wisdom, to spirit, to your higher self, it has not abandoned you. It is still there, still waiting, still guiding you home. I want to tell you about a place my family lived in years ago, because even now, I still think about it. We moved into this old farmhouse that was well over a century old. It sat by itself on a ridge just outside a small town, surrounded by thick bush and scrub. There were no close neighbors, no traffic, no city sounds at all. Just wind, trees, and this heavy kind of silence that made the whole place feel strange from the start. Even before we finished unpacking, something about it felt wrong. Later, we learned no one had really lived there for nearly a decade. At first, it was easy to brush things off. We would hear little tapping sounds at night, soft footsteps, the odd bang somewhere in the house. Nothing dramatic, nothing you could point to and say, "That's definitely not normal." So we made excuses for it. Old timber creaks, animals outside, the house settling, our imagination. But after a while, it stopped feeling that simple. We started hearing voices. Sometimes it sounded like people talking softly in another room, too muffled to make out. Other times, it was whispering so close it felt like it was right beside you. There were moments when two of us would hear the same thing, and other times, only one person would catch it. We also kept seeing movement out of the corner of our eyes, dark shapes passing where no one should have been. I kept trying to tell myself it was just bad lighting or my mind filling in blanks. Then there was the growling. We had a few small terriers, and at first we assumed it had to be them. But their growls were sharp and yappy, and what we heard in that house was deeper, heavier. Maybe it still was the dogs. I can admit that. But it never sounded quite right, and that stuck with all of us. The first time I really felt shaken was when I caught something on video. One afternoon, I was filming in my room, just making a casual video and talking through some of the things I had on my shelves. Later, when I watched it back, I noticed this dark figure move past the window behind me. It looked human-shaped, just crossing the frame and disappearing. I tried to reason it out straight away. Maybe it was someone in my family walking outside. But it had been raining, and no one had any reason to be out there. I can't prove it was anything strange, but it didn't feel normal. Not long after that, I started waking up with scratches. We had cats as well, so again, I tried to explain it away. But the marks were spaced too wide apart, much wider than claws should have been, and sometimes they showed up when the cats hadn't even been near me. That part still unsettles me, because I never found a good explanation for it. The house layout made everything feel even weirder. There was this long hallway that ran from the kitchen toward the garage, and from the living room, you had a clear view straight into it. A friend of mine, Mara, who never believed in any of this kind of thing, stayed over a few times. We'd be sitting there late at night watching TV, and both of us, at the exact same moment, would see what looked like someone walking down that hallway toward the garage. Not a quick flicker, not just a shadow. It looked like an actual figure moving through. And it didn't happen only once. It was almost like the same moment kept replaying itself every so often. The part of the house that bothered me most, though, was where I slept. My room was in this section built underneath the house. It was technically attached, but you couldn't get to it from inside. You had to go out the back, down a narrow path, and enter from underneath. So every night, I was down there on my own. Near that area under the house, there were water pumps and an access door leading into the crawl space beneath everything. On the day we were moving out, we checked underneath there and found something none of us had ever seen before. There was a pentagram drawn on the ground with old candles placed around it. The candles looked used, melted down and dusty, like they'd been sitting there a very long time. We had lived there for years and somehow never come across it until then. And that wasn't even the only strange thing on the property. The land around the house was rough and overgrown, full of rock and bush, so we didn't explore much. But one day, Mara and I wandered farther out than usual, maybe a few hundred meters from the house. We found this odd little area tucked between huge rocks, with a couple of cactus plants growing nearby. Scattered between the boulders were old baby dolls and pieces of newspaper that had aged so badly you could barely tell what they were. We went back and told my granddad, and he came out with us to see it for himself. It felt disturbing enough that we actually called the police because we honestly thought maybe something terrible had happened there. They came out and looked into it, but nothing ever came from it. In the end, we were told it was probably rubbish left behind years earlier by someone who had owned the property. Even my grandparents, who are the most skeptical people I know, couldn't make sense of that house. They never called it paranormal, not once, but they did admit there was something there they couldn't explain away. What made everything feel darker was what happened with my younger brother. Before we moved there, he was easygoing and calm. After a while in that house, he changed. He became angry all the time, tense, constantly on edge. He said he felt like something was touching him, shoving him, scratching at him. And even after we left, he still talked about feeling like something had stayed with him. We also lost several pets while we lived there. That's one of the parts that hits me the hardest when I think back on it. Before that house, and ever since, we never had that kind of run of loss with our animals. It was only there, only during those years. We've lived in a newer home for a long time now, and from the day we moved in, everything changed. No strange sounds, no voices, no shadows, no unexplained losses, just a normal, quiet life. Peaceful, the way a home is supposed to feel. And honestly, I'm still not here to tell you with certainty that it was something paranormal. Some of it probably did have ordinary explanations. Maybe some sounds were animals. Maybe some shadows were tricks of the eye. Maybe fear made us notice things more. I can accept that. But there were also moments that none of us could explain, even the people in my family who never believed in any of this stuff to begin with. And that's the part that has stayed with me. This all happened close to 9 years ago now, and lately I've been going back through old photos and videos just to see what's still there. Maybe I'll find something that makes more sense of it, or maybe I won't. But I know how that place felt, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. I need to tell you about this road trip we took in the spring of 2021, because even now, I still replay it in my head, and I can't quite explain it. My little daughter couldn't say ghosts yet. She called them gofis. At first it was adorable, but then it stopped being so cute, because she didn't just ask if there was a gofe. She kept asking where it was, everywhere we stayed. And the weird part is, by the end of that trip, all of us were kind of asking the same thing. Now, I'm not someone who blindly believes every paranormal story I hear. I'm pretty cautious with that stuff. Most of the time, there's a normal explanation if you look hard enough. That's usually where I land. But I think most people have that one story they can't quite shake, the one that never settles into a neat, rational answer. Before this trip, I only had one experience like that. I was probably 10, maybe 11, at a sleepover with a bunch of neighborhood kids at a river house a friend's family owned near the Chesapeake. I'll call him Blake. On the drive there, Blake casually suggested we use a Ouija board that night. He said not to worry, because last time he'd contacted safe spirits. That phrase alone was enough to make all of us laugh nervously. Then he told us that the last time he used the board, his cousin had tried to contact the devil as a joke. He told her to stop. She didn't. And that night they both had the exact same nightmare, except from opposite sides of it. In her dream, she chased him with a knife. In his dream, he chased her. So naturally, all of us were completely freaked out before we'd even gotten to the house. That night, we sat upstairs in this open sleeping room with laminate floors and beds lined up against the walls. Somebody brought out the board, and we all put our fingers on the planchette, trying not to be the one who moved it. We asked all the predictable questions kids ask. Stupid questions, dramatic questions. Then I asked when I would die. The planchette slid to the number 7, paused. Then it moved again, 77. I still remember that. I wish I didn't, but I do. A little later, someone asked for a sign. The second they did, a metal coat hanger shot across the floor from under the beds and slammed into the far wall. Every one of us screamed. Now, even to this day, I can still tell myself maybe Blake's older brother messed with us somehow. Maybe he tossed it. Maybe there was a trick to it. But years later, I checked with one of the older kids who'd been there, and she remembered it exactly the same way I did. No hesitation, no doubt. My wife Vanessa has always had more stories like that than I have. She grew up, from middle school on, in this old Virginia house that local people said had once been used as a makeshift Civil War hospital. Beautiful place, huge yard, horse out back, all of that. But there were parts of the floor that were stained dark, and if someone told you it was blood, honestly, you'd probably believe them. She used to hear voices in that house. One night, she told me, she had to walk through a guest room she hated to get to the bathroom. She always rushed through it. But this one night, she froze in the doorway and heard a low, sharp voice say, "Where's my sword?" That one has always stuck with me. So between the Ouija board thing and Vanessa's stories, I already had enough material in my head to scare myself. But still, deep down, I was a skeptic. Then came the road trip. We'd been living in Los Angeles when the pandemic hit. After a few months of lockdowns, protests, smoke in the air, and feeling boxed into our apartment, we finally decided to drive east and stay near family in Virginia for a while. It ended up being nearly a year. Hard in all the obvious ways, but also kind of sweet in hindsight. We got all that extra time together we never would have had otherwise. When it was finally time to drive back to LA, it was me, Vanessa, our son Oliver, our daughter, who I'll call Frankie here, and our ancient little chihuahua, Cornbread. We love road trips. We love weird stops, old diners, small towns, random motels with too much character. That turned out to be part of the problem. Our first strange stop was in Ohio, at this lakeside lodge inside a state park. The rooms were little cabins spread through the trees, and it felt kind of like summer camp. The kids loved it immediately. Oliver claimed the top bunk in their room. Frankie wanted the top too, of course, but we talked her into the bottom bunk. That night, sometime in the dark, Oliver suddenly appeared at the foot of our bed, absolutely panicked, climbing in with us and looking back over his shoulder. He said there was a ghost in the room. We assumed he'd had a nightmare. Frankie was already wedged in bed with us. Cornbread was curled against Vanessa, and we were all too tired to do much besides make room for him. But the next morning, Oliver was completely adamant that he had not been dreaming. He said the lamp in his room had gone dark. When he touched it, it came on. When he lifted his finger, it went off. He got scared, scrambled down from the bunk, and ran to our room. But before he climbed in, he saw a white glowing light floating in the corner of our bedroom. As he told the story, he walked over and pointed exactly where it had been, right by the TV. So immediately I thought, okay, reflection. Outside light bouncing off the screen. Easy enough. But then, when I walked up to the main lodge to return the key, I jokingly asked the woman at the desk whether the place had any ghosts, because my son thought he'd seen one. She got very serious. She asked Oliver, "Was it a glowing light floating in the air?" And when he said yes, she nodded and said, "That was an orb." Then she reached behind the desk and pulled out an old photo somebody had taken of one. I'll be honest, the photo looked like the kind of thing that could just be a camera flare. But Oliver immediately said it looked like what he'd seen, except his was moving. The woman went on to say kids reported seeing things there all the time, mostly in the manor house, not the cabins. She talked about footsteps, doors, even a ghost cat she claimed to see darting through rooms. And while she was talking, my brain did exactly what brains do when they're trying not to be scared. I started making jokes in my head. Great, perfect, the orb has left the building. It's chosen my child. It's hitching a ride west with us. Ridiculous, obviously. But on the walk back to the cabin, Oliver casually said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell her about the voices." I stopped walking. The voices? He said when he saw the light, he also heard voices in his ear. He couldn't understand what they were saying. Just voices. I did that thing parents do when they are internally spiraling but trying not to show it. Oh, very cool. Then we got in the car and left. That evening we reached this old inn on Lake Michigan. Beautiful place. Gardens, beach access, lots of charm, definitely older than I'd bothered to think about when I booked it. It felt strange, but still. Old building. Wiring. That was enough for me. Then during the night, I half woke up and thought I saw Oliver running across the room. Not walking, running. My sleepy brain tried to explain it away, but even then I remember thinking, why is he running? I fell back asleep. The next thing I knew, Vanessa was standing over me in the dark, whispering in a panic. "The door is wide open. Where's Cornbread?" I sat up, and sure enough, the main door to our room was open almost flat against the wall. I jumped up, ran through the inner doors, and found Oliver asleep in his bed, with Cornbread curled up beside him. Both sound asleep. The room itself looked totally normal, except that our door was standing wide open to the hallway. I went over, looked out, and saw nothing. Long, narrow hall, old rug, darkness at the far end, no sound at all. I shut the door, locked everything again, put the chain on carefully, and got back in bed. Vanessa and I just stared at each other. We both wanted an explanation. Maybe Oliver had sleepwalked. Maybe Vanessa had. She has sleepwalked before, especially years ago when she briefly tried Ambien for insomnia. I once found her standing at a window in the middle of the night, just staring out into the dark. Another time I found her asleep in the bathtub. Another night she was trying to work the deadbolt on our front door while completely out of it. So yes, sleepwalking was technically on the table. But still, something about that night felt off. Later, Oliver showed up at our bed again, breathing fast and saying he was cold. That may not sound strange, except Oliver was the kid who never wore jackets, never wanted blankets, never wanted socks, no matter how cold it was. So I took him back to bed, tucked him in, and quietly asked whether he remembered getting up earlier or opening the door. He looked at me like I was speaking another language. He remembered none of it. The next morning, over breakfast, Vanessa and I agreed that night number 3 needed to be boring. No more charming inns, no more character. We wanted something plain, bright, forgettable. By late afternoon, we were looking for a place somewhere in Minnesota. I was juggling the dog leash while Cornbread barked at some much larger dog in a park, so Vanessa took my phone and found a hotel that looked fine. New enough. On a college campus. Safe. Boring. Perfect. I booked it without thinking much about it. About half an hour later, Vanessa was on her phone making that face people make when they've found information they wish they'd known earlier. The boring hotel had originally been built in the 1880s as an infirmary. Students with contagious illnesses had stayed there. Civil War veterans had been treated there. There were stories online from people claiming to see figures in the halls. When we pulled up, it was drizzling. Fog everywhere. The whole place had this eerie, hushed feeling before we even got out of the car. Inside, our room was nicely renovated. Totally normal. But the hallway to get there was wrong in a way I can't fully explain. Too narrow. Sharp turns where there shouldn't be sharp turns. Like it had been designed to mess with your line of sight. You could never see more than a few steps ahead. That night, everybody went to bed with this weird, half-joking tension hanging over us. Sometime around 4 in the morning, I woke up to Cornbread pacing. Not just awake, pacing, panting, staring around the room. One of the lamps was on. Then I noticed another lamp on too. Everybody else was asleep. I turned the lamps off, picked up cornbread, and realized I had to take her outside, which meant going into that hallway alone. So I did. I told myself it was nothing. Then I looked down at cornbread. Every hair on her back was standing up, and she was staring in the same direction. That's the part I can't talk myself out of. I kept walking anyway, because what else was I going to do? I turned the corner expecting... Honestly, I don't even know what I expected, and there was nothing there. Nothing at the next turn either. I got her outside, she did her business, and on the way back her fur had settled down. Whatever she thought she sensed, if she sensed anything at all, it was gone. I got back into the room, and instead of sleeping, I stayed up writing everything down, because I knew if I didn't, I'd later convince myself it had all felt less strange than it really did. The next morning, after we left, Vanessa was digging through Oliver's backpack at breakfast, looking for a pen, and pulled out this little ceramic saucer. Worn, chipped, dirty. Oliver casually said he'd found it under a dresser back at the cabin in Ohio. Vanessa and I just stared at each other. I asked him why he took it. He shrugged and said he didn't know. I put it in my pocket, and later, while we were driving through this dry, empty stretch of land, I cracked the window and tossed it out. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds ridiculous. But I didn't want that thing with us anymore. And after that, nothing. That was the strangest part. We stayed at another motel later on, out in the Badlands, in the middle of this barren landscape where it felt like, of course, something weird ought to happen. And absolutely nothing did. No flickering lights, no open doors, no floating glow, no voices, no pacing dog, no gophies. Just one quiet, boring night, which by then felt like the greatest luxury in the world. So I've got this friend I'll call Mason. That's not actually his name, but it works for the story. We've been close for a long time, and over the past couple of years, we got really into mechanical stuff. Fixing engines, messing around with mini bikes, old machines, anything we could get our hands on. Most of that happened in his garage, mostly because, well, that's where all the tools and junk were. What's strange is, before we started spending time out there, I never thought much about the garage at all. It wasn't attached to the house, so when I came over, we'd usually just hang out inside. And honestly, the house never felt that weird to me back then. Nothing stood out. Nothing felt off. That changed once we started using the garage regularly. Pretty quickly, both of us started noticing little things. Sounds that didn't make sense. That uneasy feeling you get when you suddenly don't want to turn your back on a room. Every now and then, something would happen that neither of us could explain, and after a while, it stopped feeling like coincidence. There's some history there too. Before Mason was born, his mom had been married once before. From what I was told, her first husband died suddenly, had a heart attack in the basement during the night, and nobody realized until the next morning. I know that kind of story sounds almost too perfect for a haunting story, but I'm telling you, the things that happened there were real. One day, Mason and I were planning to work on this old snowmobile his grandpa had passed down to him. We opened the garage door, got everything ready, and then realized we were missing the impact driver. Mason said he thought he'd left it inside, so we went back into the house to look. We got distracted for a few minutes, grabbed some snacks, wandered around a bit, then headed back out. And right as we stepped through the front door, we both looked down toward the garage and watched the big bay door slam shut on its own. Not drift down, not slowly close, slam. We both just froze and looked at each other like, did that really just happen? Then, without even saying much, we turned around and went straight back into the house. Neither of us was in a hurry to deal with that. Another time, Mason, me, and another friend, I'll call him Derek, were hanging out in the garage late one night. We had this little setup in there with an old couch and a table, and that's where we usually sat. The garage had two sections, a smaller bay where we actually worked, and a bigger one used mostly for storage. In the larger side, there was a staircase leading up to this rough second level, basically just plywood flooring and stacks of old stuff. That upstairs area still held a lot of belongings from the man who had died. We almost never went up there. While we were sitting there talking, all three of us heard footsteps above us. Slow, heavy, deliberate footsteps, like someone pacing across the plywood overhead. Not a creak, not a mouse. Actual steps. We all heard it, and that's what made it so unsettling. It's one thing when you hear something alone and start doubting yourself. It's another when everybody in the room goes silent at the exact same moment because they heard the same thing. But the moment that sticks with me the most happened when Derek and I were in the smaller bay, trying to install an aftermarket carburetor on his mini bike. I was bent over doing the work, and Derek was standing a few feet behind me near the open garage door. Then we heard it. A metallic clink against the concrete. Every so often, another little metallic hit. Derek and I both got quiet. The whole room just felt wrong. We finally gave up on the mini bike, stepped outside, and decided to wait there instead. A minute later, we looked down the driveway and saw Mason still coming back from the house. So whatever we'd been hearing in there, it wasn't him. We used to spend a lot of time in Mason's basement too. It was finished, set up almost like a little den, with a TV in the corner and a couple of couches. One night, the three of us were down there watching something, and eventually, everybody passed out. Mason slept in his room downstairs, and Derek and I crashed on the couches. Sometime in the middle of the night, Derek woke up and said something to me, but I was so half asleep, I barely registered it. The next morning, though, he told me he'd heard someone talking behind the couch. Behind the couch was the boiler room, and that room was the one place in the basement nobody liked going into. It had this heavy, unsettling feel to it all the time. Derek was dead serious when he said he heard a voice coming from in there, like someone quietly speaking just out of sight. At first, I wasn't sure whether to believe him, but after everything else, it didn't feel so easy to brush off. The next morning, I ended up talking to Mason's mom and stepdad about it. What really got me was how calm his mom was. She barely reacted. She just kind of shrugged and said that weird things happened in the house all the time, and that she believed it was probably the spirit of her first husband. She said they often heard strange noises on the main floor, especially around the bathroom, sometimes even voices. And directly under that bathroom was the boiler room. Right above it had been Mason's old bedroom. He told me more than once that when he used to sleep in there, he'd hear his closet door shut on its own, and the whole room would suddenly feel wrong, like something was standing there with him. What always messed with me most was how random it all was. These things didn't just happen when someone was alone and tired and imagining stuff. Sometimes it happened with a whole group of people around. One afternoon, Mason, his parents, and I were all in the kitchen and living room area. It was basically one open space. His mom was unloading dishes, his dad was standing across the kitchen, Mason was over on the couch, and I was just nearby watching them talk. There was an open cupboard above the counter, and inside it was a plastic cup sitting on the top shelf, way back where only Mason or I could normally reach. Out of nowhere, I watched that cup fly out of the cupboard and land right near my feet. Not tip, not fall, fly. It crossed several feet and hit the floor with enough force that everybody stopped and stared. Mason was way too far away. His dad wasn't even close. His mom was bent down at the dishwasher. There was nobody in position to touch it. And I still can't explain that one. That's the part that stays with me. Not just one weird sound, not one creepy moment at night. It was the fact that things kept happening, over and over, in front of different people, in different parts of the house and garage. Enough that you stop trying to come up with excuses. I still don't know what was in that place, but I know this much. Something there didn't like being ignored. Welcome back to Paranormal M, where we bring you mysterious experiences from around the world. Drop a comment below and let us know where you're watching from. Thank you so much for sharing your eerie stories with us. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new video and can be one of the first to comment. Now, let's dive into tonight's mysterious experiences. Good night. I want to tell you about one of the eeriest stories to come out of Turkey. And what makes it so unsettling is that people there have about it for generations. This isn't some made-up internet legend. It's tied to a real place, the Hifzibay Mansion, a building many people came to call Perili Kushk, or the Haunted Mansion. The story starts in the early 1900s, around 1908. The owner was a powerful man named Yusuf Zeki Pasha. According to local accounts, he was deeply obsessed with his much younger wife. People said his love for her had turned possessive, even unhealthy. So he had this towering mansion built almost like a private prison, keeping her shut away in one upper section of the house, far from strangers, far from the city, far from ordinary life. That alone would have been tragic enough. But what really gave the mansion its dark reputation happened after he died in 1925. His last request was what shocked people most. He wanted his tomb in Egypt to be made with the very same red bricks taken from the part of the mansion where his wife had lived in isolation. It was as if he wanted to carry that obsession with him beyond death, to remain surrounded by the walls that had held her. After that, the mansion stood unfinished and abandoned for decades, just looming there over the Bosphorus like a memory no one wanted to touch. And over the years, the stories began to build. People living nearby claimed they would sometimes see a woman standing in the windows at night. Long hair, pale figure, moving slowly from room to room, even though the building was supposed to be completely empty. Then, during restoration work many years later, workers started sharing their own stories. Some said they saw a woman in outdated clothing reflected in mirrors behind them, only to turn around and find no one there. A few of them were so shaken they refused to go into certain rooms by themselves. There were also reports of music, especially late at night. Not loud, not clear, just the faint sound of piano notes drifting through the hollow structure. The strange part was simple. There wasn't even a piano inside the building. And one of the most disturbing discoveries came during the renovation itself, when hidden underground levels were reportedly found beneath the mansion, floors that didn't seem to appear in the plans people thought they knew. That only deepened the mystery, because suddenly the place felt even less understood than before. Today, the mansion has been restored and put to use, but the stories never really disappeared. Even now, some people say that if you look up at the tower from a boat on the Bosphorus after dark, you might still catch sight of her. A woman standing there, waiting silently at the window. Maybe it's just legend layered over history. Maybe it's the emotional weight of what happened there. Or maybe some places really do hold on to the people and feelings trapped inside them. Either way, that mansion still carries a heaviness people haven't forgotten. So this happened in an old house we had in Indiana, and I'm not the only one who remembers strange things happening there. My family could back up plenty of these stories, but this one has always stayed with me. One afternoon, I was downstairs in the basement, trying to get through a workout, when my son Trent came down with his cousin Abby. They were around 8 or 9 then, full of energy, loud, playful, and definitely not interested in letting me exercise in peace. They were tearing around the basement, laughing and carrying on, and finally I told them, "All right, enough. Go back upstairs and let me finish." They said they were going to play hide and seek, and I told them that was fine, as long as they stayed out of the basement. So they ran back upstairs, and I went back to what I was doing. A couple minutes later, I heard footsteps on the basement stairs again. I turned, expecting one of them to be sneaking back down, and I saw Abby. She came hurrying into the basement like she was looking for a place to hide. Without saying a word, she slipped behind a door and crouched there. Not long after that, Trent came downstairs too, but this time he was whispering. He asked me, "Have you seen Abby?" I remember feeling annoyed because I thought they were both ignoring me and turning this into part of their game. I motioned toward the door where I had just seen her hide and said something like, "Yes, and I'm getting tired of you two coming down here." Trent went straight to the door and pulled it open. There was nobody there. I can still remember the way that felt. My whole body just went cold because I knew what I had seen. At that point, I stopped working out completely, and Trent and I searched the basement together. We checked everywhere. Abby was nowhere downstairs. I started calling for her, honestly, panicking a little by then, and she answered me from upstairs. She had been up there the entire time. I went up right away and asked her if she had come down to the basement and hidden behind that door. She looked at me completely confused and said no, she had never come downstairs at all. And I believed her, because there was no way she could have gotten back upstairs without us seeing her. When I explained what I'd seen, the look on her face changed. First confusion, then fear. She understood exactly why it shook me. The truth is, that house had a reputation with all of us. Almost anyone who spent enough time there knew something wasn't right. There were certain places in the house where the atmosphere felt heavy, where odd things happened more often, and the basement was definitely one of them. Needless to say, we all stayed upstairs after that. Nobody wanted to go back down there for the rest of the day. And that was just one story. There were many others, some that happened to me, some told by relatives, all centered around that same house. I never really knew why it felt haunted. There was talk about a woman who had lived there before us and passed away in the home. I didn't know much about her, only that she was deeply religious. Whatever was in that house, it never felt like just one presence. It felt like many. Some of them seemed mischievous, almost playful in a cruel way. Others felt darker. People saw shadows. Some swore they saw figures that looked completely real. I never saw one fully clear with my own eyes, but I heard enough from people I trust to know they believed what they saw. So when I tell you, I saw Abby run into that basement and hide behind that door, I mean I saw her. The only problem is, she was never there. When I was about 9, my mom and I moved out to my grandmother's horse ranch, and that's where everything started. Even now, my mom says one of the biggest mistakes she ever made was giving me the upstairs room on the left side of the house instead of the one across the hall. There was this little walk-in attic connected to my room, and from the beginning, she said it just didn't feel right in there. She couldn't really explain it. It just gave her a bad feeling. At first, nothing seemed too strange, but at night, if everything was really quiet, I'd hear what sounded like a baby crying. Faint. So faint that I kept telling myself it had to be coming from outside somewhere. The next morning, I asked my grandmother about it, and she told me maybe it was goats from a nearby property. That sounded reasonable enough, so I tried not to think too much about it. But after a while, little things started happening. I'd come home from school, and my radio would be playing a completely different station from the one I'd left it on. I asked everyone in the house if they'd gone into my room, and every single one of them said, no. Then my bedside lamp started turning on by itself, I'd wake up in the morning and find it glowing, with no memory of switching it on the night before. What really got to me, though, was that attic door. It started cracking open on its own at random times, even when no one had been in my room. I got so scared of it that my grandfather finally put a lock on the door, just to help me feel better. I remember being relieved, but only a little, because deep down, I felt like the lock wasn't really the point. It was whatever was behind that door, or maybe around it, that bothered me. Then one morning, my grandmother was standing at the kitchen window, staring out toward the pasture. She called me over and told me to look. My grandfather was out in the field carrying a bucket of water, and he was talking like someone was walking right beside him. When he came back in, my grandmother asked him who he'd been talking to, and without even hesitating, he said, "Mr. Larkin." Just plain as day, like it was the most normal answer in the world. Then he stopped, blinked, and kind of laughed it off. He said he could have sworn there'd been a man walking with him, even though he knew that sounded ridiculous. Not long after that, we learned more about the land itself. There was a pasture where the mares used to gather under the only tree in the field. Over time, they'd kicked up so much dirt around it that old headstones started showing through the ground. That's how we found out the property had once had a family cemetery on it, long before the ranch was sold. 2 of the graves were women who had died during childbirth. And then there was the old barn across the road. We later learned that decades earlier, a man had taken his own life there. So by then, all those strange little things didn't feel so little anymore. One morning on the school bus, something happened that I still think about all the time. Usually I was the first one picked up and the last one dropped off, but that day the route had changed, so there was already another kid on the bus when I got on. He waved me over and told me to sit with him. Almost immediately, he said his family used to live on our property. We talked about it for a minute, and then he got quiet. He looked at me and asked, "What room do you have?" I told him, and I will never forget the way his face changed. He looked down for a second, then back at me, and said, "Does anything happen in that room?" Even now, telling that story gives me chills. I want to tell you something that's been passed down in my family for years. It happened to my grandmother when she was still a young woman, and it's one of those stories that never changed, no matter who told it. I heard it from her myself more than once, and my mother told it the exact same way. Back then, my grandmother, her name was Mara, was in her early 30s, living in a small village with her 2 little children. One evening, they were on their way home from the fields in an old wooden cart pulled by a pair of oxen. It had gotten later than she meant to stay out, and the light was fading fast. Since the children were sleepy and worn out, she decided to take the quicker path back, the one that ran beside the cemetery. As they got close to it, the oxen suddenly stopped. Not slowed down, stopped completely. She tried calling to them, urging them forward, even tugging at them, but they wouldn't budge. Not one step forward, not one step back. She always said the animals were trembling, slick with sweat, breathing so hard it frightened her. It was like they were panicking over something she couldn't see, yet somehow they were frozen in place. That was when fear really set in. So she started praying, quietly at first, then more earnestly. Just the prayers she knew by heart, the ones that came to her in that moment. And the second she finished, the oxen lurched forward. But they didn't just start walking again. They bolted. They ran as if something behind them had broken loose and was chasing them. Then one of the children, my mother's brother, who was just a little boy then, started crying and shouting. He kept pointing behind the cart, terrified, saying there was someone there. He said it was a bald man following them. My grandmother turned to look, and she always said she saw something too. She described it as small and oddly shaped, with a face that didn't seem right. Not exactly human, not exactly anything she could explain, just something that felt wrong the moment she saw it. She didn't stop the cart. She didn't look back again. She just held on to the children and let the oxen run until they reached home. What always stayed with me is that she never told this story to scare anyone. She never dressed it up or tried to make it sound bigger than it was. She simply said that was what happened that night, and from then on, she never took that cemetery road again. In our family, nobody has ever claimed to know what she saw. We've only ever said the same thing. Something strange happened out there that night. And honestly, I still wonder whether other families have stories like this too, about cemeteries, animals suddenly freezing, or old encounters that were never really explained. Last winter, I was staying at a friend's farmhouse with a small group of close friends. We had lit a fire out in the courtyard, and as the night settled in, we started swapping stories about jinn, strange encounters, and all the things people whisper about after dark. Right in the middle of it, the old caretaker came out and told us dinner was ready. My friend smiled and said, "We'll come in soon." But I stopped him and said to the caretaker, "Why don't you sit with us for a while? We're telling jinn stories, and I'm sure you must know a few." He gave a quiet smile, nodded, and said, "Oh, I know plenty." So after dinner, we asked him to come back and join us by the fire. He settled down, looked into the flames for a moment, and then began. He said, "Back in my village, there was a large house owned by a wealthy family. They had one daughter, Samira. She was strong-willed, the kind of girl who liked doing exactly what she was told not to do. Her mother always warned her not to go up to the roof around sunset, but she never listened. Right beside their house was an abandoned piece of land, overgrown with thick wild trees and bushes. People in the area used to say that place carried a bad feeling." He paused, then continued. "One evening, at a very unusual hour, Samira bathed and then went up to the roof. A little while later, her mother realized she was nowhere to be found. Then, suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound from the empty plot next door. Two neighbors rushed over and shouted that the girl had fallen from the roof. She was badly injured. They took her to the hospital. The doctors said there was a small fracture near her knee and that she would need proper rest. But when she returned home, something about her had changed. She became withdrawn, quiet, not like herself at all." He leaned in a little closer. Her mother had diabetes, so she woke at nearly the same hour every night. One night, when she got up, she found Samira standing motionless in the dark, staring out toward the wild trees. When her mother gently touched her shoulder, the girl jerked in surprise and said, "How did I get here?" At first, the family thought she was just traumatized from the fall. But then her grandmother came to visit and started talking about the wedding that was supposed to happen soon. Samira looked at her in a way that made everyone uncomfortable. Then, in a voice that didn't sound like hers at all, heavy and rough, she said, "What did you say, old woman?" After that, she made this deep growling sound and said, "I am the one from the empty land. That day, I pulled her to me. She will never marry. I have taken her." He shook his head slowly. The whole family heard it. Fear spread through the room. No one could move. They said the air itself felt cold. That was the moment they became convinced that something unnatural had taken hold of her. After that, she would let her hair loose, whip her head around wildly, stare with huge eyes, and laugh in this sharp, chilling way. And you know how small towns are. News spreads before the day is over. Soon, everyone was saying the girl was possessed. The man she was engaged to also heard about it. His family came to see for themselves. The moment Samira saw him, She burst into laughter and said in that same deep voice, "You? You still want to marry her?" Then she snapped her fingers and said, "I'll send you somewhere you'll never return from." The poor man fled. He sighed before going on. Then one day, a man from a nearby town appeared at their door. He said he had heard about the girl and believed he could cure her. At first, the family wanted nothing to do with him and tried to shut the door. But he stopped them and said, "At least let me try." They were exhausted by then, desperate and worn down, so they agreed to listen. But the man had one condition. The caretaker looked around at us before continuing. He said, "My treatment will only work if you promise to marry your daughter to me." We all went silent. He said, "Of course the family was furious. Who asks for something like that?" But the man kept talking. He said, "Think carefully. The whole town knows about her condition now. Who else will marry her? I'll cure her and I'll marry her. This isn't even my profession. I have a regular job. This is simply knowledge I have." The family struggled with it, but they felt trapped. No respected family would now agree to marry their son to her. Under normal circumstances, they would never even have considered this man. But helpless people often agree to things they would once have rejected. In the end, they said yes. He made an arrangement with them. Half the treatment before the wedding, the rest after. And strangely enough, Samira did begin to improve. The growling stopped. She spoke more normally, though sometimes she would still laugh for no reason. The man told them, "That too will disappear after marriage." And so they were married. He looked down at his hands. For nearly 2 years, everything seemed peaceful. It looked as if she had truly been healed. Then one day, she came to visit her parents. I happened to be there, doing some work outside. By chance, I overheard her speaking softly to her husband. The fire crackled while he spoke. She was laughing under her breath and said, "Do you remember our plan? I really did fall and injure myself, yes. But the sounds, the wide eyes, the frightening expressions, the deep voice saying the jinn from the empty land had claimed me. That was all an act. Every bit of it." No one around the fire said a word. The caretaker continued, more quietly now. When her family found out, they were devastated, completely shattered. They realized they had been fooled by their own daughter. For years, they had lived under the weight of gossip and pity. They had spent their savings on fake healers and false hope. And all along, she never once stopped to think about what it was costing them, not just in money, but in dignity, in heartbreak, in shame. He sighed deeply. In the end, they disowned her. They told her never to return. The marriage she wanted so badly ended up costing her the family she was born into. Then he looked at us and said, "That's the story. And the lesson is this. Not every frightening thing is a jinn story. Sometimes it's deception. Sometimes the people who claim they can help only want your money. And sometimes the real darkness comes from the lie of someone you trust." Then, after a pause, he added in a softer voice, "And if someone is truly suffering, may God guide them to sincere healers. People whose work is for the good of others, not for greed. People whose actions show honesty and purity, and who seek healing with God's help. Amen." You know, I've told this story a few times, but every time I do, I still get that same uneasy feeling. My dad bought this old building back in 2009. It was this sturdy 2-story sandstone place with a lot of history packed into it. Over the years, it had been an inn, a gas station, a little cafe, and at one point, the owners even lived upstairs. Dad used the downstairs for his business and kept a few trailers parked out front. Not long after he got it, I started hearing stories about the place. One that stuck with me was about a man who'd lived there decades earlier, back when the building was in its restaurant phase. People in town had apparently treated him horribly after he was outed, and not long after that, he took his own life. I never knew how much of that story was true, but it stayed in the back of my mind. Upstairs had been renovated before we moved in. It was basically one giant open room, the kind of space that had to be a bedroom, living room, and dining room all at once. Off to one side there was a bathroom and this tiny, cramped kitchen, and on the far end, my brother and I had our own little area. We moved in around 2011. Dad worked downstairs every day, and for the most part, life there felt normal. I mean, sure, sometimes the place gave me the creeps for no reason I could explain, but nothing dramatic happened to me as a kid. The one thing I do remember was what happened to my mom. One night she woke up completely frozen, totally aware but unable to move. She said it felt like something heavy and dark was pressing down on her chest, like the room itself had turned wrong somehow. She couldn't breathe properly until it finally passed. A few years later, around 2014, we moved into a regular house, but Dad still had his shop downstairs, and I worked with him there. One afternoon, I got ridiculously tired and decided to go upstairs to nap. My parents had left an old mattress there, so I just dropped down on it face first and passed out. When I woke up, all 4 of my limbs were stretched out, like I'd been pinned into place. I couldn't move. It was sleep paralysis, but worse than anything I'd ever heard described. I could feel pressure on my wrists and ankles, and there was this strange tingling all through my body as I started coming to. Then I heard this faint chanting right behind my head. Not English, not anything I recognized, just soft and rhythmic and wrong. When it finally let go, I didn't jump up screaming or anything. I just lay there, staring around the room, trying to act calm while feeling absolutely rattled. Then I got up and left. That was the last time I ever took a nap there alone. Later on, a friend of mine, Ophelia, moved in for a while because she needed a place to stay. She used to say, flat out, "This place is haunted." She didn't really have a big dramatic story to go with it, just a deep certainty. Mostly she talked about the atmosphere, how heavy and uncomfortable it felt. I told her about what I'd experienced, and she stayed about a year before moving on for unrelated reasons. Then, around 2017, my uncle moved in. He'd come up from Texas after his marriage fell apart and his business collapsed. He started working for my dad too, and honestly, that whole stretch of time was rough. He was carrying a lot, and you could feel it. Eventually, he took his own life. I remember going to the apartment after reading the goodbye post he left online, and the whole place felt darker than I'd ever felt it before. His laptop was still sitting on the table with some medical diagram of the heart on the screen. He had gone out to the side of the highway several miles away and shot himself there. That memory stayed with me in a way I can't really explain. It felt like the apartment absorbed every tragedy that touched it. Mine was vivid and awful. A man walked into the local grocery store and shot himself right in front of me. Sadie's was different, but just as disturbing. In hers, she was trying to talk to her mom, but her mom couldn't hear her. Then in the dream, she realized she had died and was the one haunting the room. We woke up and told each other what we'd dreamed, and it shook us both. We tried to reason it out. Maybe it was just suggestion. Maybe we already knew too much about the place. But still, it was unsettling. Not long after that, we adopted a cat and named her Lady. Within days, she made it very clear there was one particular part of that apartment she did not trust. It was this open closet area in the corner near the bathroom door. The first time we really noticed it, Sadie and I were both in the bathroom when Lady trotted over to the doorway, looked sharply into that corner, and froze. Her whole body puffed up. She turned sideways like cats do when they're terrified, and just stood there absolutely locked in. Sadie and I didn't say a word. We just looked at her, then at each other. And it kept happening, over and over. That same corner. She was fascinated by it, but also terrified of it. And honestly, once we started noticing her reactions, we got scared of it too. The apartment already felt off in general, even in broad daylight, but that corner felt especially wrong. One morning, while I was still asleep, Sadie got up to use the bathroom. While she was in there, Lady let out this scream from just outside the door. Not a yowl, not a hiss, not a regular cat noise. Sadie said it sounded horrific, like an animal in absolute panic. Her first thought was that Lady must have been badly hurt. She rushed out, heart pounding, and couldn't find her anywhere. Eventually she found her hiding behind the microwave, staring out with this terrified look on her face. I somehow slept through all of it, but when Sadie woke me up and told me what had happened, I remembered the dream I'd been having. In it, I was just falling down an endless staircase. That was the whole dream, just falling and falling. After that, Lady started hiding behind the microwave all the time. It became her safe place, and that scared us more than anything, honestly. We worried about her when we were gone. We started staying home more because we didn't want to leave her there alone. Then, the strangest confirmation came from downstairs. At the time, the lower floor was being rented by a native man named Jeff, who made regalia for dance ceremonies. One night, Sadie and I had a little fire going out back, and Jeff came over to smoke and chat. The conversation was casual at first, and then out of nowhere he asked, "Y'all got something weird going on upstairs?" I remember just staring at him. I asked, "Like paranormal weird?" And he said, "Yeah, this place is haunted. For real." That hit us hard because there was no real reason for him to know we'd been talking about it. It's not like we were shouting ghost stories out the window. So I asked him what he'd experienced. He said he'd had a few unsettling things happen downstairs, but what really got him was the noise from upstairs. He'd see us leave through the big front windows, watch our car pull away, and then minutes later hear somebody walking around up there. Not light little sounds either, not cat feet. Heavy footsteps. A grown man pacing back and forth from one side of the apartment to the other. The chills I got hearing that. I still remember them. Then he told us about one night he'd pulled up and seen a black figure moving inside downstairs. He thought somebody had broken in. He grabbed a huge knife, went in ready for a confrontation, and found the place locked and empty. No one there. Jeff said he'd been wanting to talk to us for a while, but didn't want to sound crazy. Then he offered to help. He told us he wanted to smudge the place, but that doing only downstairs wouldn't matter if whatever was there was throughout the whole building. He had a blend of cedars from different places, and said he'd smoke out his side if we did the same upstairs. He told us to open the windows and doors, let the smoke move through, and speak out loud. Tell whatever was there that it had overstayed its welcome, that the place belonged to the living now, and it needed to move on. So we did exactly that. Jeff texted me when he started downstairs, and Sadie and I began upstairs at the same time. I know this might sound dramatic, but the difference afterward was immediate. The apartment felt lighter, peaceful even. Lady stopped reacting to that corner. She stopped hiding. The strange, oppressive feeling that had settled over everything just lifted. Maybe somebody could call it placebo, and maybe that's fair, but all I know is it worked for us. Nothing happened after that. Not one thing. Before long, Sadie and I moved into a house, and thankfully, nothing followed us. Lady never showed any of those strange behaviors again either. After us, my brother and his wife lived there on and off, and she said the place still felt creepy, but she never had a concrete story to tell. Then in 2025, one of my longtime friends moved in with his wife. I hadn't really brought up the haunting stuff to him before. We weren't talking much back when I lived there, so it just never came up. But later on, after we'd started hanging out more and playing music together, his wife came with him to a jam session, and I casually asked how she liked the apartment. She said, "I really like it, but I don't like being there alone." I asked if anything strange had happened. She said not exactly, just that she always felt like she wasn't alone, and their dogs would get stirred up over nothing. My friend joked that dogs do that anyway, but then I asked her if there was one particular spot in the apartment that bothered her most. She started to answer, and I stopped her. I pulled out my phone and typed a description of the place I was thinking of. I wanted to see if she'd say the same thing without me leading her. Then I asked, "Okay, where?" And she said, "That corner by the bathroom, the one with the little closet." I showed her my phone, and she just stared at it. That was the moment that really stayed with me. Out of all the places in that apartment, it was always that same corner. Always. I've wondered a lot about why. I've wondered whether that old story about the man from decades ago connects to it somehow. I've wondered if that was the exact spot where something terrible happened. Truth is, I don't know. I just know too many people felt the same thing in the same place for me to dismiss it completely. And even now, when I think about that apartment, that's the part I see first. That corner by the bathroom. I work maintenance at an apartment complex, and for a while there was this resident who kept reporting the same thing over and over, banging on his wall late at night. He was convinced it was coming from the woman in the unit next door. The problem was, she always denied it, and nobody could ever prove anything, so there really wasn't much we could do. Now, this building is mainly for elderly residents and people dealing with mental health challenges, so complaints like that weren't exactly unusual. Most of the time, things had an explanation, or at least, that's what I always told myself. Eventually, the woman next door moved out, and I was the one assigned to clean and prep the apartment. For the first few days, everything seemed completely normal. Nothing out of place, nothing strange. But on the last day I was there finishing up, something happened that I still can't explain. The second I stepped into that apartment that morning, I felt it. Not cold exactly, but this deep chill ran through me anyway. You know that feeling when the air itself seems heavy, like something is pressing down on you? That's the only way I can describe it. I kept working, thinking maybe I was just tired or having an off day, but the feeling never left. It stayed with me the entire time I was in there. And honestly, if that had been all, I probably would have brushed it off. But then, right at the end of the day, I was carrying my tools out into the hallway. I'd already stepped a few feet away from the apartment when I suddenly felt this strong need to turn around. I still don't know why. I just did. When I looked back at the door, I stopped cold. There was a gap under the front door, maybe about an inch or so, enough that you could see light and shadow from the other side. And under that door, I could clearly see the shadow of what looked like 2 feet, like someone was standing just inside the apartment, right near the door. I remember staring, trying to make sense of it, because I knew nobody was in there. I had been inside that unit all day. I would have seen anyone. My first thought was maybe it was some kind of light reflection, maybe a trick of the sun through the window. But then, the shadow moved. Not flickered, not shifted, moved. It looked exactly like a person turning and walking away from the door. I'll tell you right now, I did not go back in there to investigate. Absolutely not. I just picked up my pace and kept walking. Later on, once I'd calmed down a little, I tried to explain it away. I went outside and checked around the building, thinking maybe someone had passed by the window and cast a shadow just right. But the layout didn't support that. The apartment windows faced the shaded side of the building, and with the roof hanging over that side, sunlight didn't hit in a way that could have made that kind of shadow. The sun was too high, the angles were wrong, and there just wasn't any clear way for a person outside to create what I saw under that door. I even considered whether maybe someone was shining a flashlight or some other light source from outside. That's the only halfway logical explanation I've ever been able to come up with. But even that feels like a stretch. The truth is, I still don't know what I saw. And yeah, Before anyone asks, people have passed away in that building before. That's just the reality of a place where most of the residents are elderly. As for that specific apartment, I can't say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. One more thing that makes it even stranger. The resident who used to complain about the banging? He never made another complaint after that woman moved out. And the oddest part of all, the woman who had lived there, Marina, used a wheelchair. It was legs. So, a few winters ago, my ex and I rented this cozy little Airbnb just a bit outside Port Angeles in western Washington. It was right around Christmas, tucked away in a quiet rural area, and the whole place felt still in that way only snowy places do. There was already a soft layer of snow on the ground, and more kept drifting down while we were there, which felt kind of magical since we almost never get snow where we live. We spent the trip doing all the simple, comforting things. We made boozy coffee shakes, curled up under blankets watching old movies, and drove into town here and there to poke around little shops and scenic spots. It was one of those small getaways that feels peaceful without needing much of a plan. At night, though, it got incredibly dark outside. No streetlights, no traffic, just silence. Every now and then I'd hear something out in the yard, probably a deer or some other animal stepping through the snow, and that part actually felt kind of beautiful. What bothered me more was this strange rustling sound coming from the direction of the bedroom closet. The place was a small manufactured home, and with all the wildlife around, I told myself it was probably just some little animal trying to get warm underneath or inside the walls. Eventually, I drifted off, though I'm a light sleeper, and I kept waking up to that faint scratching and rustling off and on through the night. The bed didn't help either. It definitely wasn't mine, so I don't think I really slept deeply until close to morning. And then, out of nowhere, I woke up feeling like someone had their hand on my throat. It was sudden, firm pressure right across the front of my neck. I started coughing immediately, and just as fast as it came, it was gone. I remember jolting awake and snapping at my ex, thinking maybe his arm had somehow landed across me in his sleep. It didn't really make sense, but when you wake up like that, your brain reaches for whatever explanation it can. He turned toward me all groggy and confused and just mumbled, "What?" And in that instant, I knew it hadn't been him. He'd been sleeping with his back to me. Later that morning, when I was alone in the bedroom, I looked toward the closet and told whatever was there to leave me alone. Not politely either, just very directly. After that, I still heard a little rustling the following night, but nothing touched me again. It definitely shook me in the moment, that feeling of being strangled awake. But honestly, I've had enough strange experiences over the years that I've learned not to completely fall apart every time something unexplainable happens. That doesn't mean I enjoy it. It's unsettling every single time. But compared to some other things I've experienced, this felt more like one sharp, eerie incident than something that lingered. And once we left, that was it. Nothing followed me. Nothing happened afterward. It just became one more story I still think about whenever winter rolls around and everything gets quiet. I was about 14 when this happened, and even now, years later, I can still picture it like it was right in front of me. It was a Saturday night, and I was home alone. My parents were both working late, and my older sister, Marissa, was sleeping over at a friend's place. That kind of thing wasn't unusual for us. We were pretty used to being in the house by ourselves, so I never really thought of myself as someone who got scared easily, especially not just because it was dark or quiet. It was close to midnight when I finally decided to go to bed. I climbed up into the top bunk, turned off my bedroom light, and got settled in. A few seconds later, I realized I'd left the bathroom light on. The bathroom was right across from my room, and because we always slept with our bedroom doors open back then, the light spilled out so brightly it lit up most of the hallway. So I started to climb back down from the bunk to go switch it off. And that's when I saw it. There was this tall, shadowy figure stepping out of the bathroom. I remember it so clearly it still unsettles me to talk about. It looked too tall for the doorway, like it had to reach up, grip the top of the frame, and duck its head to get through. Then it turned slowly and moved toward my sister's room. When it got there, it did the same thing again, grabbed the top of the doorway, lowered itself, and walked inside. The whole thing probably lasted 10 seconds, maybe less, but in my mind, it stretched out forever. What makes it so hard for me to dismiss is how clear everything looked. The hallway was bright. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't half awake. I saw it, plain as day, and the second I realized what I was looking at, fear hit me so hard I completely froze. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just slowly lowered myself back onto the bed and stayed completely still. I remember staring through this narrow gap between my mattress and the bed frame so I could keep my eyes on my sister's doorway, just waiting for that thing to come back out. But it never did. I stayed there, frozen, listening to every little sound in the house, too scared to move and too scared to even call out. I don't know why I didn't grab my phone or run downstairs. I think I was just in shock. Eventually, I heard the front door open. My parents were finally home. I jumped down from the bed, bolted downstairs, and told them what I'd seen. They looked confused more than anything and asked why I was still awake. That's when we realized it was already around 1 in the morning. I had been lying there, staring at that doorway, for over an hour. I told them everything, every detail, but they didn't believe me. I get it, I guess. To them, it probably sounded like a tired kid spooked by shadows. But it didn't feel like that. It felt real. Real in a way I still can't explain. That night, I shut my bedroom door before I went back upstairs, and after that, I never slept with it open again. When I told Marissa the next morning, she started closing hers too. And honestly, when you reduce it down, I know how it sounds. A teenager home alone late at night sees something strange and gets scared. That's an easy story to shrug off. But what stays with me is how vivid it was. The shape of it, the way it moved, the way my whole body locked up before I could even think. It's been about 10 years now. I still don't really believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. But I also can't explain what I saw that night. And that's the part that still gets to me. When I was little, I used to spend my school holidays at my mother's house in the village. Not too far from her home, maybe a short walk down the road, there was a path leading toward the next village. Along that path stood a huge old banyan tree, the kind that seemed ancient even to a child. For as long as I can remember, people spoke about that road in voices, especially after sunset. The elders said that many years earlier, a young woman named Mira had been killed near that tree. After that, the place was never quite the same. People in the village had all kinds of stories. Some said that if they passed that way alone, they could hear a woman calling, almost as if she were just behind them. Others said they felt a sudden shove from the back, even when no one was there. And some talked about a strange wave of fear that came over them for no reason at all, like the air itself had turned heavy. What made everyone take it seriously was that a few people were actually found unconscious near the tree. By morning, villagers would discover them lying by the roadside or a little farther away, with no clear idea of what had happened. After enough of those incidents, people stopped using that road in the evening altogether. Even during the late afternoon, some said the place felt wrong, too quiet, too tense, too unsettling. So for months, everyone took the longer way around. Finally, the villagers called in a sorcerer from another area. He listened to everything and said the spirit of the young woman was still trapped there. For 7 days, he performed rituals near the banyan tree. Then, at the end of it all, he drove a large iron nail deep into the trunk and told the villagers that the spirit had been pinned there and would not wander anymore. And strangely enough, after that, the stories stopped. People slowly began using the road again, though many still hurried past that tree and avoided looking at it too long. I went back to the village not long ago, and I saw that same banyan tree still standing there. It looked older, quieter somehow. And the nail? It was still there. I still remember this so clearly because it happened during the lockdown in 2020, when life already felt eerie and uncertain. At the time, I was living with my mom in this old apartment building. It had 3 levels, and we were on the first floor. There were flats at each corner, with this open hollow space in the middle, and directly across from us was one apartment everyone in the building quietly avoided. People always said something was wrong with that place. So, the night this started, it was October 9th, 2020. Nothing unusual was going on. I was lying there playing a game on my phone, and my mom was watching one of her usual shows on TV. It felt like any other late night. Then I checked the time. It was 11:35 p.m. I got up to head to the bathroom, and the second I opened the door, I heard this strange sound. It's honestly hard to describe even now. It wasn't exactly a voice, and it wasn't exactly a noise either. It was like something between a whisper and a vibration, like the air itself had shifted for a second. It made me pause, but I brushed it off and kept going. I had only been in the bathroom for maybe half a minute when I suddenly heard screaming from the flat next to ours. Not just startled yelling, real panic. Everyone came rushing out into the hallway. Our neighbor, a woman who had only moved in recently, was shaking so badly she could barely talk. She said she had been tidying up her room when she saw a figure standing in the corner, just watching her. And then, right in front of her, it disappeared. The unsettling part was that she had no idea about the stories people told about that side of the building. She didn't know anything about the apartment across from us, or the rumors attached to it. I wish I could say that was the end of it, because honestly, that would have been easier to accept. But exactly 1 week later, it happened again. That night, I was sitting at home working on something, completely focused, when I heard that same strange sound. The second it reached my ears, this cold feeling ran through me. I turned and looked at the clock immediately. 11:35 p.m., the exact same time. This time, I didn't hesitate. I rushed straight to the door, and before I could even fully open it, another scream rang out, this time from a different neighbor. We all stepped out again, hearts pounding, and found him standing there pale and breathless. He said he had seen someone standing near his bedroom entrance. When he got up in shock, whatever it was darted toward the front door and vanished. Just gone. After that, nothing else happened while we stayed there, and we lived in that building for almost another year. No more sounds, no more screams, no more sightings. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that whatever it wasn't just there to scare people. It felt deliberate, like it was appearing for a reason, like it was trying, in its own strange way, to get someone's attention, or maybe tell us something we were never able to understand. So, back when I was in 8th and 9th grade, I got really pulled into paranormal stuff. I had a girlfriend then who was super into witchy things, and through her, I ended up getting fascinated by it too. Before long, we were using a Ouija board constantly, like almost every day after school. After a few weeks, something weird started happening. Every time we asked who we were talking to, it gave us the same answer. Him. At first, it honestly didn't scare us that much. We were kids, and it all felt more exciting than dangerous. But over time, the tone changed. It got mean. The board started swearing at us, telling us to leave it alone, telling us to screw off. One day, I got so irritated that I just snapped and shoved the board right off the table in the middle of a session. After that, I backed away from it for a little while. But the weirdness didn't stop. A couple weeks later, I was working a late shift stocking shelves at Walmart. Out of nowhere, I heard somebody whisper my name. I figured I imagined it. Then I heard it again, louder this time. I checked the next aisle thinking maybe someone was messing with me, but nobody was there. Then it happened a third time, clear enough that I actually shouted, "Okay, who keeps calling me?" Nothing answered. Maybe half a minute later, one of my coworkers came up to me looking seriously unsettled. She asked, "Did you just hear your name called 3 times?" I said yeah, and she told me she was a medium, and that hearing your name called like that could mean someone in your family was about to die. Now, I've always been interested in paranormal stories, but I'm skeptical too. So I remember thinking it was kind of wild that she introduced herself as a medium with that much confidence. I tried to keep the conversation normal and started talking about what I wanted to do with my life, my plans, all that. She cut me off and said, "Every time you talk about your future, I hear this ugly little laugh. Something negative is attached to you. It doesn't want good things for you." She had no idea about the board. None. And the second she said that, my stomach dropped, because in my head I immediately connected it to him. When I got home and finally went to bed, the house phone rang not long after. I heard my mom out in the hallway saying, "Oh no, I'm so sorry." I was downstairs before she even hung up. Somebody in our extended family had just passed away. It wasn't someone I was especially close with, but still, after what had just happened at work, it hit me hard. You'd think that would have been enough to make me stop. But honestly, at that age, it made me more curious. It scared me, sure, but it also made everything feel real in a way I hadn't felt before. So not long after that, I invited my best friend and my girlfriend over to my parents' basement to use the board again. That ended up being the last time I touched one for years. It was the middle of the afternoon, bright outside, nobody else home. We'd been sitting there maybe 20 minutes when all 3 of us suddenly smelled breakfast sausage cooking. Not faintly either. It was strong, unmistakable, like somebody was frying it right beside us. There was absolutely no reason for that smell to be there. So we asked the board if that was him, and it answered yes. Later on, my parents came home and made dinner. We stopped to eat, then went right back downstairs. By that point, we were pushing it, really pushing it, asking it to prove it was there, asking it to touch us, moving around the room trying to feel cold spots. Then my girlfriend and I did something unbelievably stupid. I asked if it could possess her. The planchette moved faster than I had ever seen, straight to yes. And then it started counting down. The bulb over our heads started buzzing, then flickering, and then it went dead. Total darkness. I panicked instantly and ran upstairs screaming. When I got to the living room, my dad was still sitting there, watching TV, and through the front window, I saw this huge white flash outside. The transformer across the street blew. What stuck with me was the order of it. In my mind, the transformer should have caused the power to go, but the bulb above us had already buzzed and died first. Then, after we were already upstairs, the transformer blew. My friend was still downstairs crashing into furniture and swearing because he'd tried to run in the dark. In all the chaos, trying to explain to my parents what had happened, I completely forgot about my girlfriend for a few seconds. Then she came walking upstairs, slowly, almost casually, like nothing had happened at all. No panic, no fear, just calm. She walked past me and muttered something in this voice that was way deeper than her normal one. It was low enough that it didn't even sound like her. I stopped and said, "What?" And she turned to me in her normal voice and said, "What?" like she hadn't spoken. Then she did the same thing to my friend. I told her she needed to go home, and she did. My friend and I were both wrecked after that. We slept with lights on for weeks. I was so freaked out that I actually left the house later that night, just because I couldn't settle down. My parents told me afterward it was all coincidence, that maybe a branch had hit something outside. I accepted that for a long time. But years later, at a family gathering, it came up again, and they admitted they'd only called it a coincidence to calm me down. There hadn't even been any wind that night. A few years passed before I touched a board again. By then, I was in high school and dating a new girl, Sadie. I told her everything that had happened back in 8th grade. Instead of getting creeped out, she and her sister got completely fascinated. They wanted to try it themselves. Sadie's dad lived out in the country in this huge house with a finished basement and a long hallway that always felt wrong somehow. You know that feeling when you turn off the light and suddenly it feels like you need to sprint because you don't want to be the last person in the dark? That was the vibe of that hallway. Even before we ever used the board there, they hated walking through it at night. So of course, that's exactly where they wanted to set everything up. We went down into the rec room beside the hallway, turned off the main lights, and sat with just a few candles lit. I started by asking if anyone was there. At first, the board barely moved. It was painfully slow, but the longer we sat there, the faster it started going. At one point, I remembered hearing people say that if everybody closed their eyes, the board wouldn't be able to spell anything real. So we tested it. We closed our eyes, kept our fingers on the planchette, and it didn't spell a single thing. We opened our eyes and started laughing. The whole mood broke. I leaned back and started saying, "Yeah, okay, this is total bull," and then the door to the hallway slammed. Not drifted, not clicked shut, slammed, hard, violently, like someone had put their whole body into it. The girls screamed and told me to go check. I looked around for an open window, a draft, anything. Nothing. It was winter. The house was shut tight. I ran upstairs thinking maybe someone was pranking us, but when I got there, Sadie's dad, his girlfriend, and one of the older sisters were just sitting in the living room watching TV. Nobody had moved. Nobody was out of breath. Nobody even looked guilty. They were just confused when I asked. The second I said that, we heard knocking from the little side room off the rec room. That became the pattern. Anytime we questioned whether something was there, something happened. A knock, a sound, a shift in the room. A few weeks later, we used the board there again, and this time there was no slow start. The second our hands touched it, it moved fast, aggressively fast. It felt exactly like that old energy from years before, the same chaotic, hostile feeling. At one point, the planchette shot right off the board, slid across the coffee table toward me, and dropped straight into my lap. We kept asking what it was, and every time we asked its name, it gave us a different one. It felt like we were talking to more than one thing, like one was trying to seem harmless and another wanted us scared. Then I had this thought that hit me all at once. What if it's all the same thing pretending? So I asked, "Are you one spirit pretending to be different ones?" It moved to yes. I got chills all over. I looked at Sadie and told her, "I think this might be him." Then I asked directly, "Are you him?" Yes. We asked if it was good or bad. It spelled out evil. We asked if it wanted us there. Yes again. And during all these pauses, we kept catching movement out of the corners of our eyes. Those quick little shadow movements that make you whip your head around even though you know you probably won't see anything when you look directly. Finally, I asked, "What do you want?" It moved slower then, deliberately. K-I-L-L. And when it got to the last letter, it hovered there, making these tiny circles over the L like it wanted to make absolutely sure we understood. We asked who it wanted killed. It spelled out Sadie's sister's name. That was it for me. I said, "Nope, forget this." I forced the planchette to goodbye, and I told them I was done. Completely done. That summer, my parents rented a little cottage near the beach. By then, Sadie and I were fighting all the time, and honestly, the relationship was already falling apart. The cottage was tiny. My parents had one room, and right across the hall was the room Sadie and I were sleeping in. Above our room, there was this little loft space with a wooden hatch and a ladder leading up to it. I slept up there. She slept in the room below. That night, we ended up talking again about the stuff at her dad's house, especially the door slam. Then, because we were young and stupid and already annoyed with each other, we got into an argument and went to bed angry. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a whisper saying my name. At first, I ignored it. I figured Sadie was still awake and trying to talk to me from below. Then it came again, clearer. I whispered back, irritated, "What do you want?" And from the bed below, Sadie answered, "That wasn't me, but I heard it too." I froze. I looked over toward the hatch opening, and there was the outline of a head rising up into the loft, long hair to the shoulders. In the dark, it looked exactly like her silhouette. I snapped, "Sadie, get off the ladder." And from below me, her voice cracked in fear and she said, "That's not me. I can see it too." That's the part I still can't shake. I was looking at what looked like a head and shoulders rising into the loft. She was looking from below at what looked like a body standing on the ladder. We were both seeing different parts of the same figure at the same time. We both lunged for the lights. Once they were on, that was it. No more sleep. No more darkness. I dragged my pillow over by the hatch and stayed there the rest of the night, keeping her in sight, both of us wide awake until morning. And after that, I was done with Ouija boards for good. That was the moment I finally felt, deep down, that whatever had been following me all those years had gotten close enough. And I never wanted to invite it in again. Hey, I've been living in this house for around 6 years now, and for a long time, I kept telling myself all the weird stuff happening here probably wasn't a big deal. Little things, you know? Catching movement out of the corner of my eye, hearing sounds I couldn't explain, that kind of thing. I brushed it off for years because I didn't want to overreact. But about a year ago, it started feeling different. Heavier. Less like random little moments and more like something was actually there. One night a few months back, my friend Mason was over. We were just hanging out in the kitchen, talking like normal, and I stepped away for a minute to use the bathroom. While I was in there, I heard him calling my name from my bedroom down the hall. Over and over, just, "Ava, come here." But the voice felt off. It sounded like Mason, but not fully. Like something was wrong with it. I called back, "What?" And instead of answering me normally, it just repeated the same thing again. "Come here." So I came out of the bathroom and went to see what he wanted, and when I called his name, he answered me from the kitchen. The kitchen. And that's what messed me up, because I had just heard him calling me from my bedroom, which was all the way across the house. I asked him why he was messing with me, and he looked genuinely confused. He told me he'd never left the kitchen, and he hadn't called my name at all. At first, I thought he was joking, but Mason's the kind of person who breaks character almost immediately if he's messing around. He swore he didn't do it, and I believed him. Honestly, I still do. To this day, neither of us can explain who or what was calling me. Since then, things have gotten stranger. Stuff moves when I'm not paying attention. Objects slide or fall for no reason. And a couple of times things have come straight off shelves when I was alone and hit me. I've heard breathing in other rooms when nobody else was there. The worst place by far is the basement, especially the laundry room. Every single time I go down there, I hear something. Small noises, shifting sounds, sometimes what feels like movement just out of sight. Once or twice, I've even caught what looked like a figure standing in the dark. And it's not just me imagining it. My family and my friends have all said that room feels wrong. Ever since I was little, I've always been really sensitive to energy, and whatever is in that laundry room feels deeply negative. It's not just creepy, it feels bad. Like the air changes the second you step near it. There was another moment I can't stop thinking about. The power had gone out one night, and I was trying to make my way into my room in the dark. I didn't have my phone or a flashlight, so I was basically feeling my way around. Right as I stepped inside, I felt something brush against my shoulder. Not like fabric, not like I bumped into furniture. It felt deliberate, like something touched me. And when I finally checked the room, there was nothing there that could have caused it. That's the part I keep coming back to. I've never felt this way anywhere else. It's just this house. And I know how this sounds, but I'm not making this up, and I'm not disconnected from reality. I do have a therapist, and I'm not ignoring my mental health. I've thought about every logical explanation I can, but I'm scared. More scared than I used to be. So there have been 2 times in my life when I felt completely certain I had a real encounter with something paranormal. I've moved around a lot over the years and lived in all kinds of places. Most of the strange things people talk about, I usually think can be explained away. Creaky houses, odd noises, overactive imaginations. I really do think most things have a logical reason behind them, until they don't. And out of everywhere I've ever lived, only 2 places ever made me feel, deep down, that something was truly wrong there. The first experience happened when I was about 11. What makes it stay with me even now is that I still can't explain it. It was a long time ago, and I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. My sister and I were home alone that night. My bedroom had always felt off. It's hard to describe, but it was the kind of room where you never really felt alone. At night especially, there was this constant feeling of being watched. Sometimes, lying in bed, I'd even feel what seemed like cold breath against the back of my neck, just enough to make me freeze up under the blankets. That evening, we left my room to make ourselves something to eat. We didn't hear the door close, didn't think anything of it. But when we came back down the hall with our plates, the bedroom door was shut tight and locked. And the strange part is, the lock only worked from the inside. It was one of those little twist locks on the handle. There was no keyhole, no way to lock it from outside the room. My mom always insisted the door must have swung shut on its own, and that maybe one of us had turned the lock without realizing it before we left. But the window was closed, and even if the door had somehow drifted shut, I still can't make sense of how it would have locked itself. What stayed with me even more was how my mom reacted afterward. She had the lock removed not long after that. Then, within a few weeks, we moved out. For a while, we stayed at the house of the man who later became my stepfather, even though it made her commute way longer every day. Looking back now, I honestly think she knew something wasn't right in that house. I think she just didn't want us to be scared. The second experience happened years later, when I was 24. One night, my electronics started acting up in the weirdest way. Not all at once, just one thing after another, like something was trying to get my attention. I woke up at around 3 in the morning because a personal massager I owned had turned itself on by itself. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it scared the life out of me. I turned it off, tried to laugh it off, and went back to sleep. A little while later, it turned on again. I shut it off a second time, then a third. By that point, I was so unnerved that I finally took it outside and tossed it straight into the dumpster. What really got to me was that after that, it never made another sound. For the next few days, I'd walk past that dumpster half expecting to hear it rattling around in there, just to prove to myself it had only been broken. But every time, there was nothing. Just silence. After that, my computer started shutting itself off at random. I tried to be rational about it. I checked the temperature, messed with the settings, convinced myself it had to be overheating or pulling too much power. But eventually, I got so frustrated that I snapped. Out loud, to an empty room, I said, "Don't you dare shut this off again." The second the words left my mouth, the computer went black. That was the moment my stomach dropped. Not because one thing malfunctioned, but because two different things responded at once, like something had heard me. I moved out not long after that, and ever since then, I haven't had another experience like either of those. But those two places, I still can't explain them, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. You know, I was raised on the kind of stories that settle into your bones. My father used to tell them in that plain, steady way some people have. Like he wasn't trying to scare you, just tell you the truth as he remembered it. He grew up on a sharecropper's farm outside Kingsport, Tennessee, back in the late 1950s and early 1960s. He was the youngest of 8 children, though because of the age gaps, there were usually only a few of them at home at any one time. For part of his childhood, the house also held his mother, his father, and his grandfather. It was a crowded life, hard in the ways country life often was, and some of the hardest parts came from his father's drinking. My dad always said his father could be gentle when he was sober, but when he drank, the whole feeling of the house changed. Everybody knew it. Everybody felt it. One evening, just as daylight was giving out, his parents got into one of their worst fights. My grandmother gathered up the children who were home and hurried them out of the house. They ran uphill, away from the yelling, away from the danger, and hid in an old tobacco shed on another part of the farm. That shed had once been a little house, years before their time. By then it was mostly used for storage, stacked with tobacco sticks and smelling like dust, wood, and old seasons. They stood there in the dark, trying not to breathe too loud, peeking through the opening as my father's dad moved around the yard below, searching for them. He circled the house and the outbuildings for a while, then finally went back inside. After that, they stayed put, waiting for things to calm down. And as the dark settled in completely, they started hearing something from the back of the shed. At first, it was faint, then clearer. A baby crying. Not outside, not far away. Inside that shed, back where the tobacco sticks were piled. 2 farm dogs had followed them up there and stayed close while they hid. When the crying started, those dogs pricked up and trotted toward the sound, disappearing into the darkness at the back. Everybody held still. Then, just seconds later, those same dogs came flying back past them like something had chased them out. They bolted from the shed and tore downhill at a dead run. That was all the rest of the family needed. My dad said they ran right after the dogs, nobody willing to stay and find out what a crying baby was doing in an empty tobacco shed in the middle of the night. The next morning, in full daylight, they went back to look. There was nothing there. No baby. No animal caught somewhere. Nothing at all. That was one of the first stories he ever told me. Another one centered around his grandfather, a man who had his own habits and routines. He'd stay out late in town some nights, drinking, and when he came home, he wouldn't go through the front door. Instead, He'd slip into his room through a window everyone kept unlocked for him. He did it so he wouldn't wake my grandmother, but it never worked. The window always rattled and groaned when it opened, and the bed springs squealed when he eased himself down onto the mattress. Everybody in that house knew the sound of him coming home. Then he died. And not long after that, they started hearing the same thing. That old window opening in the night. The same scrape, the same rattle. Then the sound of somebody climbing into that bed. The first time it happened, they figured one of the children must have come in that way for some reason. They checked the room. It was empty. The next time they checked faster. Still empty. Dad said the boy turned around, quiet as a shadow, and headed home. Never came back. Finally, my grandmother got tired of the whole thing. She told the boys to drag that bed out of the room and move it somewhere else. And once they did, the noises stopped. Just like that. Never happened again. There was another room with its own trouble. An old iron pot hung in the fireplace, and inside it rested a big brass spoon. They hardly used them, but every now and then, out of nowhere, they'd hear the sharp ringing of that spoon striking the pot. Every time they checked, nobody was there. Nothing was moving. No explanation at all. My grandmother endured it until she'd had enough, then took the spoon out for good. Once she did, the ringing never came back. What stayed with my father most, though, wasn't just the sounds. It was the feeling. He always said the strange things in that house came with a change in the atmosphere. Not cold air, not a breeze, nothing like that. He said the best way he knew to describe it was that the air felt charged, almost like the house was holding its breath. You could be going about your chores, doing ordinary things, and then little by little, you'd realize something had shifted. The whole place would feel wrong. He told me my grandmother felt it too, maybe more than anyone. She'd sometimes be coming back down toward the house after milking or working outside, carrying on with the day as usual, and before she even reached the porch, she'd know. Something about the house would feel bad. The closer she got, the worse it became. Then she'd hear it, crashing from inside like furniture being overturned, dishes breaking, things slamming into walls. The first time it happened, she grabbed one of her sons and ran back with him, sure they were about to find the house wrecked. But when they opened the door, everything was in its place. No broken dishes, no overturned chairs, no sign of any disturbance at all. After that, when it happened again, she handled it differently. She simply turned around and stayed away for a while. An hour later, she'd return, and the feeling would be gone. The house would be quiet, perfectly normal. One of my favorite stories he told me happened in the kitchen. It was just him and my grandmother at home that evening, getting supper started before the others came in from work. He was helping her prepare things, and after a while he started to feel it, that charge in the air. He noticed my grandmother had gone still too, glancing around without saying a word. Then came the knocking. Loud, hard. Not just somebody at the door, but the kind of pounding that feels angry. My dad moved automatically to answer it, and my grandmother snapped his name so sharply it stopped him cold. She told him not to open that door. She just stood there staring at it. Then the knocking came again, even harder. He started toward it a second time without thinking, and this time she caught him by the shoulders and held him back. Both of them stood there looking at that door, knowing full well it wasn't even locked. And then they heard footsteps. Heavy footsteps. They began at that very door, the one that had never opened, and crossed the kitchen floor. Slowly, deliberately, right in front of them. My father said those steps moved from one side of the kitchen to the other, as if somebody unseen had walked straight through the room. His mother and he just stood there, frozen, watching nothing and hearing everything. The footsteps reached the far door, then stopped. Silence. And the second it went quiet, my grandmother grabbed him and ran. She yanked open the nearest door and pulled him outside so fast they barely touched the steps. He told another kitchen story too, one from a bright daytime, which somehow made it worse. Slow, loud, clear as anything. Only the hallway was in full view, and nobody was there. All three of them went silent. The footsteps stopped too. They stared at the empty hall, then at each other, wide-eyed and holding their breath. After a few moments, when nothing else happened, they started laughing the way people do when they're scared and trying not to be. One of his sisters, trying to be brave or maybe just trying to break the spell, called out, "Well then, come on in and eat with us." And instantly the footsteps started again, only this time they were running, straight toward the kitchen. My dad said the three of them screamed at once. Both sisters grabbed him and took off out of that house in a blur. He always laughed a little when he told that part, saying he had never seen either of them move that fast before or since. That's how he told those stories. Calm, matter of fact, never dressed up more than needed. And maybe that's why they stayed with me. Because he never sounded like somebody inventing something. He sounded like somebody remembering. And to this day, when I think about that old farmhouse, I don't picture ghosts in white sheets or anything dramatic like that. I picture a place that listened, a place that held on to anger, grief, habit, and fear, a place where the air could change before anything happened, and a place where, every now and then, something unseen seemed to decide it wanted to be noticed.